Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Snetterton. It's day 2 with Caterham Motorsport Mini Challenge UK, and of course we do welcome the MG Owners Club as well. I'm here with Sam. Sam, it's nice to see you out of the car today, but of course you are in action a little bit later as well, aren't you, for the Roadsport? So how was yesterday?
Yesterday was great, absolutely fantastic racing from the other championships. Our race was really great as well. I didn't have the best race, but I had good pace in it, so I'm happy with that and just want to have fun. So yeah, it's good.
I just want to have fun. We're going to have a lot of fun today. In fact, talking of fun, we've got a lot coming up in the action for you as well. Like I said, MG Owners will join the party today as well. We've got 2 mini challenge trophy races coming up, and of course wall-to-wall Caterhams. We've got a grid walk coming up a little bit later as well. In the lunch break, I did another challenge, horsepower versus manpower part 2. Make sure you don't miss that. We might have another little feature later, potentially, if we can pull it off. So there we go. Just remember, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. We're live throughout the entire day on BARC TV and the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. So please do hit that like button and that subscribe. It's completely free for you to do. All the coverage we bring you is free, so make sure you show your support. Right, Sam, first race of the day, almost coming up. We've got a load of drivers ready to go. I'm going to hand this over to you. You're going to have a quick chat with some of them. Enjoy, and I'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, it's the Dutch Barn Vodka 420 Championship that is up first today. So we'll have a quick word with Darren McCormick first. Hello, Darren. Sorry to come and have a word before your race, but first race of the season yesterday. You were obviously here last year as well. How are you finding it this year?
I made 4 mistakes and got dropped by the pack. You know, this level is just phenomenal. You just can't do that. So, but I'm excited. This is my first full season, having guested twice last year. So, just trying to marginally improve every single race and try and keep up with the fast boys.
Yeah, no, that's a good goal to have. And obviously here it's so important to keep up with that pack, isn't it, with the toe?
Yeah, completely. And this is the issue. You make one simple mistake and the guys are so good, then you get dropped from the toe and then you're in no man's land, and that's what happened yesterday. So try and do better today.
Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Right, I'm going to go and speak to Steve Metcalf as well, because this is Steve's first season in 420s. Last year he didn't race, so I did a couple of rounds in 310 actually, and then he's come up through the ranks. So let's have a quick word with Steve. Hi Steve, how are you finding the 420s?
Well, yeah, it's a big learning curve,
Yeah.
but yeah, good fun, great car. It's the step up's unbelievable. But yeah, just a lot to learn yet, but yeah, it's good. It's been good. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, the car looks amazing, like the livery.
Yeah, well, you know, it's Johnny Mark 2. But yeah, keep it in the oatmeal colours, you know, and but yeah, it's good. It's good. These getting used to slicks, something else, but
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ball game, isn't
absolutely,
it?
yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. I think they will be going out in a few minutes, but there are still cars on track. So, as we've got time, I'm going to go and speak to James just quickly. James Hall did 310R Championship last year, and his mother races in 270 Championship. She's come up from Academy. Hi, James.
Hello.
I love this car. The colour's amazing. Obviously, you know, you've not long had this car, have you? So you've had to learn quickly.
Very much so, yeah. Yesterday was my first race in it. It's all very shiny and new, as you can still see. So yeah, trying to keep it all together. But yeah, it's a good race. Glad to have got that out of the way, and hopefully can get a bit further forwards today and have a nice, quick and fun and clean race. Yeah, really enjoying it so far. But definitely a steep learning curve from the 310 I was just in last year.
Yeah, it's a whole different car, and obviously with the slicks as well, there must be so much grip.
Yeah, so much grip. It's remarkable. Car has so much more talent than I do at this point, and it's just trying to find how much of it I can really utilise, especially when we have such great weather like today.
Brilliant. Well, good luck and enjoy.
Thank you.
And then we've got Mark Kendall as well, who's also taken that step up this year in his. I'm loving the colours on Mark's car, matching suit, matching helmet. Mark, we had a brief word, didn't we, yesterday? But yeah, there's lots to learn. As James was just saying, lots to learn in this car, isn't there?
A lot to learn. Yeah, made some silly mistakes yesterday, so we just move on from that and try again. Yeah, it's a massive step up. So yeah.
Well, wish you all the best. Okay. Enjoy it. Right, the gate has opened now, so these cars will be heading out onto the track. So I'll hand back to our commentators, Chris and Dave.
Thank you very much indeed, Sam. Good morning, everyone, from the commentary box. Beautiful sunny morning once again here at Snetterton for day 2 on the Snetterton 300 circuit on BARC TV. And a brilliant day of racing yesterday, and a very full day coming up here today. We kick off with the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK, the fastest cars we have here today. They're just lining up on the grid now. That's followed by the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, and then we go saloon car racing with the Vertu Mini Challenge Coopers in the trophy category. The Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship is here, the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship, and later on we've got the MG Owners Club, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. They've just had their free practice session. They'll have their qualifying session this morning as well. It's a very busy day in prospect around the Snetterton 300 circuit today. Dave Goddard here in the commentary box for you with the first race lining up on the grid. Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson alongside me. A fantastic day ahead, to say the least.
Yeah, look at the weather again. It's spectacular here at Snetterton. Ready for some more Caterham action. Plenty of Caterham races throughout the course of the day, plus a few others going on. But it's good to see the cars out there again. I think everybody pretty much shared the lead at some point during the race yesterday, but it's Matt Armstrong that brought it home with the win, and what a great start to his season with Paul Donkin in that 4th place. Between them, Harry Senior and Harry Cook, so the two Harrys. Harry Cook jumping up into this class this year, so he's doing a great job to be putting his car well in contention and getting on the podiums already. They got their 20-minute races they've got 2 today to get through. Did that one yesterday, but yeah, a lot of action. But here's how they line up.
Yeah, it's lined up in the order that they finished yesterday's race by and large. Matt Armstrong, yesterday's winner, on pole position. He took the season opener. It was a brilliant breakaway of 5 or 6 cars at the front of the field. Harry Senior lines up alongside him in the number 28. Harry Cook, as we said, has just stepped up to the Caterham 7 Championship UK on row 2 alongside 24 Paul Donkin, who started on pole yesterday. Henry Heaton, number 10, on row 3 alongside the first of the AM class cars. That's number 8, Chris Fraser. Justin Armstrong got a 5-second penalty yesterday for exceeding track limits one too many times. He starts 7th alongside number 5 Greg Monks. And then Tom Eden, 64, 56 Craig Story complete the top 10. Row 6 is 21 Harry Landy alongside the 62 of Darren McCormack. Then row 7, 35 Mark Kendall and 98 James Hall. Row 8, 22 Gary Curtis alongside 68 Chris Welch, and number 16 Steve Metcalf starts at the back of the field. Pleased to report no retirements from yesterday's race. It was a very clean, very fast-paced affair to kick off the season for the fastest Caterhams of all.
Yep, 180 horsepower. They got slick tyres on this, all massively uprated suspension and braking, and 6-speed sequential box. So plenty of race car underneath them, and seriously rapid around here at the Snetterton circuit. The lap record is a 1 minute 18. 1 minute 58. So it's really quick underneath that 2-minute barrier, and sort of comparable to sort of GT4 kind of speeds around the circuits in the UK. They're racing for the title of British Caterham Champion. This is a national level championship, and we do have, as we've mentioned already, Pro-Am and Am categories. So Pro-Am is for the drivers who have won championships or had significant results in the past, and the Am categories for the drivers who are looking to sort of make their way up and try and compete just that sort of slightly lower rung of the ladder. But yeah, it's a serious piece of race kit. You can see them all having to weave the cars heavily to get their heat into their slick tyres. It's going to be important for the start, and also just to get the early part of the race. You've got to know what's underneath you. Also going to be important to get heat into the brakes, and they get 1 new set of tyres per race weekend. So these will be the tyres that they qualified on and also raced on yesterday. So they will start to get a little bit more tired as they go through this race, and then the race later on today, they will start. You'll start seeing them squirm around a little bit more. Did see a few lockups yesterday as people were pushing the limits, and one guy there, there's Chris Fraser, the Dutch Barn Vodka car. Hard to miss him, isn't it? And they're title sponsors of this championship, so great to have them on board. And ahead of him on track is Henry Heaton, who had a really kind of quiet race for him yesterday. He's back into this championship, has been a podium finisher in the championship before, so serious contender this year, but I think he'll want to do a little bit better. He did scramble his way back up to 5th by the line, but he was sort of sitting in that sort of 7th, 8th place, and I know that's not where he will want to be. So looking forward to seeing what Henry can do in his sort of metallic blue car as he heads into the second race of the weekend. Again, the finishing order of this race will be the starting order of the next, so they must keep that in mind. They don't want to be starting at the back of the field if they have a mechanical or any sort of contact, so we'll keep that in mind. But the racing yesterday was superb, and I can't wait for them to do another 20 minutes today.
will be a new champion this year with two-time champion Lewis Thompson racing elsewhere. I believe he's competing in the Fun Cup Endurance Series this year. He was up at Alton Park yesterday, so whether he's doing the full series we're not sure, but he was definitely racing up in Cheshire yesterday.
Wish him the best of luck, and obviously he's been two-time champion for the last 2 years, so a serious bit of racing. He is the British Caterham champion, so sad not to have him in the championship, but I know that leaves the power vacuum at the top, and it's exciting to see who's going to be able to take that mantle, and there's so many people wanting to do that. And Matt Armstrong obviously off to the strongest start with second place on the actual grid, but in the qualifying session in the morning ahead of Super Bowl he was the fastest car in that as well, so he has got some serious pace in his car. And then his dad Justin is not too far away. He was in the AM Championship sort of battle, just losing out to Chris Fraser at the end, but it's going to be exciting to see how that develops as the season goes on.
Cars coming up to the grid then, the blue and red car of Matt Armstrong in pole position alongside number 28 of Harry Senior. He's in the light blue car with the red roll cage. Black and gold for Harry Cook on row 2, starts alongside the red and white car of Paul Donkin, who's raced all manner of things, everything from Porsches and Ariel Atoms to Citroen C1s over the years. Henry Heaton on row 3 in that lovely metallic turquoise car alongside the turquoise and white of Chris Fraser, the Dutch Barn Vodka car, and Justin Armstrong in blue and Dayglow yellow on row 4. So those are the leading colours on the grid then. The marshals will be ready with the green flag at the back of the grid. Then when the red light comes on above the marshals post on the left of the picture, when it goes out, we will be underway and racing here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The red light is on. The Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK about to get underway. Off they go and down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Everybody is away cleanly. It's a good start by Matt Armstrong, leads the way down towards that first corner. Harry Senior in the blue car tucks in behind him. Decent getaway by Paul Donkin up into P3 as they swing their way through the right-hander at Rich's down towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Senior up on the outside, charging down the outside is Justin Armstrong. He's made a decent getaway. Chris Fraser in there as well. Harry Cook was rather caught napping. He's down to about P6. There's James Hall, who we heard from with Sam prior to the race, just moving up towards the inside as they go to the left-hander at Palmer's corner. Justin Armstrong going through. Looks like he's up into P3 overall. Great start for the leading AM-class driver as they go down towards Agostini, the left-hander for the first time. Having a look at the inside there, the number 10 of Henry Heaton. Big lock up there for Harry Landy, nearly clips the back of Craig Story in the yellow and pink 56 machine. That was a great start by Justin Armstrong, and the Armstrong family running first and third.
Yeah, so what a start from Justin Armstrong, but Harry Cook was the sort of loser early on. He was drifting behind Henry, but he's got his sort of managed to get back in line. A bit like we saw yesterday, a little bit sort of the early jitters, maybe not getting the heat into the tyres that he needs to early on, but Matt Armstrong led them away. We're running a staggered grid for the 7 Championship UK this year, which is why a little bit calmer as we went up into turn 1 that time, but they're all up and running. They're all going to be fanning out down this Bentley straight. Interesting from yesterday, we've got a 180 degree change of direction of the wind, which means start finish straight is going to be even more critical, and watch for cars practicing the draft on the start finish straight to see whether they can get by the car in front by the time they get to the line. Is that Craig Story off at the back?
Yeah, Craig Story tangling with Greg Monks in the number 5. They tangle going into Nelson's corner there. Looks like they could be caught up with a bit of damage. Hopefully they can get those cars going again, but we saw a change for the lead into Brundle. Another car hitting problems. That's Gary Curtis, the number 22, so not too sure what's happened there, whether he was caught up in the aftermath of that incident, but we saw coming down under the bridge at the end of the Bentley Straights into the left-hander at Brundle. It was the 28, yes, Harry Senior took the lead, but the safety car is being deployed with those cars off at Nelson, so the safety car will neutralise the field and lead them round. Now hopefully it won't be out for too long. It is a long lap here at Snetterton, the 300 circuit, so hopefully give the marshals time to clear the incident without losing too much race time.
Yeah, it looked like both those cars were sort of pulling to the inside of the field as if they were maybe not looking to carry on, so again maybe the radiators are right at the front of these Caterhams, so it means if you do make any contact with the front of your car, quite often the first thing that gets impacted is the radiator, and that's an immediate must shut off the engine, otherwise it will overheat very rapidly. But the first time we've seen the safety car this race weekend, and a little time for the drivers just settle in to make sure they're comfortable, and after the adrenaline spike of the start, get everything underway. There is Craig Story, just stood by the barriers then, looking very dejected. have to wait till later on before he can get it. Bit of a replay here, so he's looking in the background. We're coming into the left of our screen, see whether we can see it already. Oh, there was a bit of a nasty contact there with Greg, wasn't it? I think Greg had already spun and there was nowhere for Craig to go, and there was a wheel-to-wheel contact and that sort of nasty reaction, so a bit of a shock for both of them. But that's going to be, as we've said, sort of retirement. They will have to go and get the low loaders and maybe move those cars to a position of safety.
Yes, we had lift-off there almost. Craig's Story lifted up into the air as he went over the wheels of the spun car, as the Ford Focus estate safety car leads the cars down towards Agostini, weaving to keep their tyres warm. Harry Senior leading the way ahead of Matt Armstrong. Paul Donkin in third. He's got back ahead of Justin Armstrong. Harry Cook rounding out the top five ahead of Henry Heaton, with Chris Fraser next in the order. Slightly depleted field now because we may have lost somebody else as well. James Hall was caught up there, and Gary Curtis down at Nelson, but they're still going, the two cars at the back of the pack. So the safety car leads them out of Agostini through the left at Hamilton. Then it's up to Oggies and Williams, the two right-handers that take us into the Bentley Straight. This circuit's rebuilt a few years ago, and in fact I think the red flag is coming out.
Yeah, they're going to tidy that away and make sure these cars have a maximum opportunity for racing, which is great to see. So I imagine the second it'll start from the grid again. Whether it would be a complete restart, given that they had they completed a full lap, and by the time we had
they were just completing one lap as the safety car came out, so I'll have to wait and see.
I wonder whether this will then be a complete re-grid where they actually just put everyone to their starting positions as if the race had never happened, and it will start with maybe a 15-minute race. So let's see what they decide. They'll be frantically working that out in the control boxes around the circuit and in race control. But it'll give the cars another chance to if they didn't get a good start, it'll be a chance for them to get that better off the line. I mean, Justin Armstrong's going to be a bit gutted if he has to do that all again, and I imagine Harry Cook will be pretty happy that he gets another chance to try and get his car off the line quickly this time.
So we hope everybody's okay up there after quite a hefty wallop there.
Yeah, it can be. Obviously, anytime we have tyre-to-tyre contact, there's obviously quite a lot of energy going through the two cars, but also it can be if you catch the steering wheel, it can, if you're holding onto it, it can be pretty nasty. So we're just, like you say, hoping everything is okay and that we can get those cars recovered quickly, and a good opportunity for me to say for the first time today, thank you ever so much to all our marshals who will be out there making sure all the cars and drivers are safe and well, and so that we can get racing up and running again as soon as possible. But they do a fantastic job, and on behalf of all the drivers and Caterham Motorsport, thank you to all the marshals.
Well said indeed. As our safety car driver Lee Bailey today, with Cathy Gwilliam, the observer, on board, leads them round. And the officials will be in discussion at the moment. The MSUK steward Chris Hobson, and event stewards Ian Watson and David Evans, plus the clerks of the course, like Peter Roberts, and Steve Hill is our 7 UK clerk of the course this weekend, will be liaising.
Chance to see James Hall's car there. It was what a spectacular colour scheme that is. I can say in real life,
very bright,
well.
isn't it?
It's very bright. There's quite a few bright cars this year in the 420 class. It's a lot of them are wrapped, but actually James's is a paint job on that car. So hopefully he'll be able to keep that looking as clean and tidy as it does right now. But he's jumped up into this formula, and like I said, his mum's also racing with us in the Roadsport, and they're running out of the Oakmere Motorsport sort of team. So it's great to see them.
Okay, so as the cars are going to be lined up and the decision is taken, as we say, the stewards and clerks of the course will be liaising at the moment. I think we can go down to Sam in the assembly area while we have this pause in the action.
Right, so seeing as there's a red flag on track at the moment, I thought we'd bring you down to the 270R assembly area, and we're going to have a chat with some of the guys. Going to have a walk on down here. We've got 3 academy drivers from last year, all stepped up to 270. Yes, here we go, it's me. Come to you, Bruno, first of all. Yeah. That was an absolutely amazing race yesterday, from last on the grid to 4th.
I didn't expect to be starting this far up the grid, so yeah. So thanks to Ben for doing an extra lap yesterday, so let me get in there. But yeah, it's a good race, and yeah, looking forward to today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do from fourth on the grid. You know, it should be good fun.
Let's hope I don't finish worse than I did yesterday. That'd be a bit embarrassing.
Yeah, but no, you're enjoying the 270 though,
really,
aren't you?
Yeah, really am. Yeah, it's good. Great car. That handles really nicely, and yeah, looking forward to doing more. Much quicker than the Academy car.
Oh, so yeah, it must be a polar opposite to an Academy car.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you, Bruno. I was going to speak to Nick, but I'll speak to Paul first. He's right behind me. Paul won the Academy White Group Championship last year, so you're doing great in 270s. You must be enjoying it.
Yeah, it's definitely a step up. Elbows out a lot more compared to Academy, but really enjoyed yesterday. You know, lots of lessons learned, and yeah, looking forward to getting back out there now.
Yeah, and you're racing with lots of different people as well. Obviously, you've got a few that have come up from Academy, but there's also the ones that have stepped up from last year's Roadsport grid. So you're having to learn how they race, aren't you?
Yeah, honestly, it's just far more aggressive than Academy. You know, I know Academy can be a bit wild, but yeah, these guys, if you don't get your elbows out, then you end up halfway down the pack. But yeah, really, I'm pleased I'm up there. Great opportunity again today, and 2 more to go.
Excellent. Well, wish you all the best.
Thank
Enjoy.
you very much. Thank you.
And yeah, I was going to speak to Nick Sampson, but he's over this way. Let's go and have a chat with Nick, because Nick is someone else who's come up from Academy, and he qualified 3rd yesterday. So he had a fantastic qualifying, and obviously getting used to these cars. Nick, I just wanted to come and speak to you because you know you've really shown fantastic pace in the 270s.
Yeah, we've been all right. A bit disappointed with yesterday because I think we could have done a bit better, but a couple of mistakes and cost it. But yeah, we're trying to do better today. So yeah.
And like I was just saying with Paul, it's learning how the others race, isn't it? Because you've got a lot of different people around you.
Yeah, I mean, I've raced with Paul last year,
but
all the guys like Ben, we haven't yet. So it's finding out who does what, who likes doing what, and yeah, seeing how much you can push them.
That's it. What's the plan for today?
Try and get a podium. Try and get as far up as we can.
Yeah.
Bruno will be hard to get through, definitely. Hopefully Ben won't go off like he did yesterday. Keep him back and see what happens. It's sort of last lap heroes really.
Brilliant.
See who's well on last lap. It'll be interesting.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. I wish you all the best, Nick.
Thank you very much.
Right, I think we are almost ready to go back racing on the track, so I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thank you, Sam. Yes, we see the car of Greg Monks being stretchered back to the paddock. Thankfully, it looks like no injuries down there at Nelson. I can tell you that it will be a 15-minute restart as opposed to the original 20 minutes, and the cars look like they are back in their original grid position. So we'll shortly be underway with a 15-minute restart. Thanks to everybody who's commented on the stream so far. Good to see so many of you watching already. Paul Doggett says, go Tom Eden, bring it home for Norfolk. Locally based racer. He's in the yellow number 64 car. Also, hi to Andrew Miller-Swan. He's watching just up the road from Snetterton in Norwich. Hi to Dan Hughes, Ethan Dance, Carl Brownsell, and I'm sure his daughter Holly is watching with him. You know Holly for her cycling exploits and her charity fundraiser with the British Truck Racing Championship, which incidentally gets underway next weekend. We'll be live on BARC TV from Brands Hatch with the truck racing season opener. Hi to Fred Burgess, he's watching in Norfolk as well. Aviation with Joe, who's watching in Kent. Jeffrey Wood, Nuno Reyes, Hazy J, and everybody else who's commented on our stream as well so far. Keep your comments coming in, we'll read them out as and when we are able to. But 15-minute restart then, and it will be another green flag lap for our Caterham 7 UK Championship drivers, sponsored by Dutch Barn Vodka. Please don't drink and drive.
As you can see, they're on that staggered grid that we've talked about, so they're not the side-by-side 2x2 pairing, so they've got a little bit of gap between each rung of this grid, and as if that race never happened in the first 5 minutes, so they're going to be 15 minutes lights to flag as they just get ready to get setting off. There we go on their green flag lap, so another chance to get the tyres up to temperature after a little bit of a pause. They've got to get their adrenaline back to the right place, ready for the restart, and as I said just before we came back here, some of them will be looking forward to that new restart, and some of them will be gutted that they have to do it all again.
Yes, indeed. One driver who'll be happy for a second chance is Harry Cook, who was rather caught napping off the grid in the first race, but he is new to the 420R model this year in the Caterham 7 UK Championship. As previously it raced in the lower rungs of the ladder. There are 5 championships, of course. We haven't got the Academy here this weekend. They're running at Brands Hatch next week.
Yeah, the Caterham Motorsport ladder, a fantastic way of introduction to motorsport, all the way from Academy, where you have to be a novice. You can never have held a race licence, whether it's karting or car licence, to enter the Academy. And then you can use that same Academy car, upgrading each year. Next step into Roadsport, who we have got here, so we'll be talking about them a little bit later. 270s are here as well, 310s are here. That's the end of the evolution of your Academy car, but if you want to carry on racing, then you get to get one of these superb 420R cars, the Caterham 7 Championship UK specification, which is pure race car. So you start out with a road legal car that you can just take out on the roads, and you end up in this national level going for the title of British Caterham Champion. And yeah, pretty unique in the world of motorsport to have the ladder like that, and we're really proud of it. And well over 1,500 drivers being put through to turn from sort of everyday people watching on the streams to being real life racing drivers. And I'm one of those people, and I have raced every single one of these cars, and I enjoyed every single moment of it. And now I get to the pleasure of talking everyone else through what these drivers are going through and how they're feeling out there on track.
I've tried out a Caterham on the road. That was many years ago, just as a very excited passenger on the B roads of Oxfordshire many years ago. That's the limits of my Caterham experience, sadly.
They are fantastic road machines, obviously, but they come alive when you take them to a track, and it's why you see them so many Caterhams on track days and test days all the way through the season. And there's lots and lots of Caterham sort of championships and series. We're really proud of that heritage of this fantastic little sports car. As you see, Matt Armstrong then weaving, trying to get that heat into his slick tyres. Harry Senior did a good job off the start last time. Paul Donkin started to make up some places. Henry Heaton still seemed to be sort of languishing behind that front group of people. He'll still want to push forward. I know he'll be eager to be getting involved in that lead battle. Can he do that as the rest of the field then go through? And say it's nice to see new drivers into the championship this year, and that's why we have the AM category plus the Pro Am, so the new drivers are fighting for their own trophy at the end of the year, and the sort of champions that we got at the top of the field at the moment, the experienced drivers, going to fight for the overall title of British Caterham Champion.
So up to the grid they come then, to be the original grid order. Matt Armstrong in pole position in the blue and red car, alongside the light blue of Harry Senior with the red roll cage. Harry Cook is in black and gold. Paul Donkin in the red and white colours. In row 3, Henry Heaton, is that, would you say it was blue or green, his car, that metallic colour?
I think he describes it as green, but I would say it's, yeah, blue, well, like blue metallic. It's hard to say.
Like a turquoise sort of blue colour.
It changes its colour every single light angle.
Blue and white alongside him is Chris Fraser. Justin Armstrong in blue with Dayglow yellow roll cage. And we won't have Greg Monks, of course, who should have been alongside. His car damaged in that accident with Craig Story. So a couple of cars down for this restart. Right, we're into position then for the second attempt, our Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship opener of the day. The lights go out and away we go up towards Rich's corner. A couple of gaps on the grid. Decent start by Paul Donkin down the outside. Decent start by Harry Senior. Side by side with Matt Armstrong trying to go around the outside into Rich's, and he's done it. Great start by Harry Senior. Leads the way around the first corner. They charge up towards the Wilson's hairpin. Donkin slots in third place. Now, is Justin Armstrong going to have a go down the outside this time? No, he's not. He's got dropped behind the number 8 rather, Chris Fraser there. There's Tom Eden, the yellow car, the local man. He's behind Justin Armstrong, who will be leading the AM class. But as they come round Palmer's corner, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the boss of Motorsport Vision Racing, who own and operate this circuit, ex-Formula 1 driver, of course. It is Harry Senior who leads down towards Agostini. Another big lock up there, Harry Landy. He did that in the first start as well, and he's dropped behind, I think that's Mark Kendall there in the 35.
He's going to find that more and more throughout the course of this race. That's two massive lockups, probably on exactly the same pieces of rubber. As they become a little bit flat spotted, they tend to lock up on those same spots. He's going to have to struggle with that tyre now for the rest of this race and the next one. They only get one new set of tyres per race weekend, but it's Harry Senior got it absolutely hooked up off the line, got that little extra kick that he needed to get even with the staggered grid. He managed to get ahead by the time we got to turn 1, so great start for him. Matt Armstrong and him continuing their battle. Paul Donkin did do another good start, puts him into that third place, looking for second now, and Harry Cook also managed to get his car off the line. Justin Armstrong, the big loser from the first start compared to the second start.
Yes, indeed. He was running third when the red flags came out. Paul Donkin is charging. He's up to second ahead of Armstrong. It's Heaton that leads the way, Senior that leads the way, I should say. Henry Heaton a little bit further back in the pack in the number 10 car. Didn't get the best of starts. They charged their way around this long right-hander at Caterham, then up towards the left at Murray's, named after the voice of motorsport, Murray Walker, of course. Used to be known as Russell, that corner, after Jim Russell, who ran the racing school here at Snetterton and beyond for many years. They cross the line for the first time. Paul Donkin's going for the outside as they make the run down towards Rich's corner. Onto the brakes is Senior going back up the inside. Look at Chris Fraser coming up. He's up to fourth. Great move there on the inside of that was Harry Cook. And who's going to get the lead into Wilson's hairpin? Cook having a go on the outside. To the inside goes Matt Armstrong for second place, and he goes through on the brakes. Fraser is fourth. Cook in the number 9 is in fifth position. This is great stuff.
Yeah, Chris Fraser was having some brake problems at the end of testing and through into the start of the race yesterday, but it looks like with that confident move into turn 1, that's all sorted, and he's got that speed coming to the fore in that car. Donkin, though, leads this field now over Senior, and Matt Armstrong going side by side. In fact, lots of side by side action with Chris Fraser still fighting with Harry Cook. Harry Cook was sort of put himself back in position, but he's just again lost out a couple of places as these fast charging cars come back through the field. But it's all still together, it's all still absolutely together, and interestingly, Paul Donkin was able to pull alongside as they went up to the start finish line this time round. It's going to be important with the headwind now coming up the start finish straight. That's when we get to the end of this or the next 10 minutes, you watch them, they're going to all try and win this race all together.
Onto the Bentley straight we go then. The snake is going to start to form up. They start to weave around to try and break the toe, prevent them from being slipstreamed. Donkin has the lead, but only just. Senior has a look on the inside of Armstrong for that second place. Is he going to go through? No, he's not at Brundle. Into the right-hander at Nelson. Cook in fourth place. Fraser fifth, and he leads the AM class ahead of Justin Armstrong. Behind them it is Tom Eden. He is running well up there in that seventh place. He's got the number 62 of Darren McCormack behind him.
I wonder what happened to Heaton. He's right at the back of the field.
He's not come through, actually.
Screen. So yeah, where did Heaton go? So we didn't see what happened to him, but he's not managed to make it through. Sometimes that might mean a drive shaft failure. It has happened in the past, and that would be what would happen if you got this many starts. Donkin heads them over the line then. Interestingly, down the Bentley straight that time there was less overtaking, which is what you'd expect given they've got a tailwind down there today. So more overtaking up here into turn 1, less down into the Bentley straight is what I'm going to predict. And Donkin's on the outside of that. He's going to lose out another position now to Harry Senior. Harry Cook looking to see whether he can make anything. In fact, Donkin's late on the brakes there, isn't he, as he heads it through and heads off that line. It's quite a good defensive line, the outside round the Wilson hairpin, as they head up then into left of Palmer's.
Hairpin formerly known as Montreal, of course. It's similar profile to the famous hairpin on the Canadian circuit, renamed after the late great Justin Wilson, the former IndyCar and Formula 1 racer, Formula 3000 champion as well. But as they go into Agostini, having a look there is the 28 of Senior. Chris Fraser going superbly up there in the top 5. He's lost out to Harry Cook, but he still leads the AM division with Justin Armstrong Senior on his tail. Paul Donkin from Senior in this battle, but Matt Armstrong back in front, and now if anything starting to pull away a little bit.
Yeah, he's like a little bit of a comfort gap there, hasn't he, with Donkin having to look into his rear view mirror, and there may have even been a tiny bit of contact into Agostini that time. I saw his head sort of get knocked a little bit like it might have been, but it might have just been me mistaking that. But again, this weaving down the back straight, remember the toe's not quite as strong today, which is why we're not seeing that kind of big fan out moment, and actually Harry Senior having to defend from Harry Cook. So the two Harrys going at it again as we watch McCormack and Harry Landy. There's too many Harrys, aren't there? But Landy going through, and he's probably suffering vibrations from those two early big lockups that he had, maybe just not getting the tyres up to temperature and the brakes up to temperature as much as he needed. But it was Donkin across the line last time, but it's not going to be this time. It looks like Matt Armstrong is going to take that with Harry Senior just behind him, then Donkin, and then we've got the rest.
Couple of cars getting the black and white flag as a warning for exceeding track limits. Tom Eden is one of them. Darren McCormack is the other, but Darren has done the fastest lap, 1:59.742. Never mind that though, because there's a challenge on for the lead down into the right-hander. Harry Landy just does the fastest lap as Donkin gets around the outside, takes the lead into Richards. A great move there up the outside line into the hairpin. Here comes Senior on the inside of Harry Cook. A tale of two Harrys once again in the battle for third position. They've got ahead of Chris Fraser, who's still there in fifth and leading the AM class.
Yeah, all changed then, so it is all the overtaking happening up into turn 1 now. It's going to be less so down that Bentley straight, so all the tactics that they could have learned from yesterday, they're going to have to readjust. Donkin finding his way to the front, but maybe the front isn't exactly the place you want to be when we come to the final couple of laps. Chris Fraser down the inside of Justin Armstrong. They're going to go side by side with a little bit of contact there as Chris Fraser's car just jinked a little bit, lost a bit of rear grip and just slid slightly wide, so Justin's going to have to lick that one and see whether he can send it for the next corner. But it is Donkin heading the field then over Matt, over Harry, the two Harrys, and actually they've been swapping quite consistently those 4 pro-ams that they've got at the front head of the field.
Where is Justin Armstrong? He'll want at very minimum to get back ahead of Chris Fraser, retake the lead of the AM class. Now let's see what's going to happen down into Brundle this time. Is Matt Armstrong going to have another go for the lead? He goes to the inside, he's surely going to get through. He does, retakes the lead from Paul Donkin. Harry Cook is there in 3rd position. He's staying ahead only just of Harry Senior. The 4 of them starting to break away very slightly now from Chris Fraser in 5th place. They go through the bomb hole. You see that the circuit drops down into a dip through there. It was named by motorcycle racers when Snetterton first opened. Through the long right-hander at Caterham, then up towards Murray's. What's the order going to be as they come towards us? Towards the line, Matt Armstrong has the lead. Now is he going to be slipstream? 7 minutes of this 15 minutes race to go. Up over the line they come, a black and white flag being displayed for number 98 James Hall for a warning for track limits. Paul Donkin has the lead back again, and here comes Harry Cook on the inside. The number 9, he's through, he's got 2nd position.
Importantly, Donkin was past Armstrong by the time they got to the line, so that is an important bit of information for him and for later in the race. Harry Cook looking down the inside again, good on the brakes now. He's got his car and himself fully up to temperature. Matt Armstrong finds himself as far back as he has been throughout the course of this race, and then the other Harry, Harry Senior, just sort of paying a watching brief at the moment. He'll be seeing whether he can get involved. Still got 6 minutes left, so still no panic stations at the moment. Talk about 3 laps, more jinking and jiving as they head down towards Agostini, then just desperately trying not to give that toe any more than necessary to the drivers behind. Obviously, as soon as someone pulls alongside, that has to stop. The weaving has to stop, otherwise they'll be told, they'll be penalised for that weaving. Yeah, interesting. Keep an eye on those track limits. It did come into effect a little bit yesterday. Justin Armstrong getting caught out, and let's see whether anyone else is. Everyone hopefully will stay within the confines of the circuit, and therefore we can get this nice clean race to the finish.
Harry Cook has got the fastest lap, 1:59.102. Very impressive lap times here indeed. In fact, all of the top 9 are lapping in the 1:59 bracket. They come down the Bentley straight at 89.8 miles an hour. Fantastic average for Harry Cook, and he's going for the lead on Paul Donkin round the outside into Brundle. He's done it. Brilliant from Harry Cook. He leads a Caterham 7 Championship UK race for the first time. Donkin trying to fight back, was around a little bit wide there, the lead pair coming out of Nelson. Senior in 3rd place, and Matt Armstrong is back down to 4th. It's between these 4 for the lead. The next group headed up by Fraser and Justin Armstrong. Through the morning sunlight they come out of Caterham into Murray's, and who knows what's going to happen down the centre straight this time.
Yeah, I predict all swap at the front there as they're going up into this headwind then, so Donkin is going to lead them just about as they go across the line, but it was Donkin, so again he got straight past Cook as they went out of the final corner. Harry Senior now into that 2nd place, so I said he was watching brief last time. You can see how tactical it's going to be towards the end of this race, working out where do you want to be. That final start-finish straight is going to be ever so important, but Donkin again finds himself at the front, but it has been this 4 pretty consistently, and I think Matt Armstrong's going to depose Harry Cook as well, although they're going to disagree as they go into Palmer's this time. But Harry Cook, absolutely finding himself at home with this 420R car, just as he was with the 310R car last time. Justin Armstrong gets the head then in the Pro-Am Championship ahead of Chris Fraser.
I just saw a board going out from the Marshall post on the Senna straight at the start-finish line, but I couldn't see what it said. It may have said 5-second penalty, but we haven't had any notification come up on the timing screen, so I'll keep an eye on that one as Donkin leads them. He runs a little bit wide there at Hamilton, but stays ahead of Senior now 2nd. Cook in 3rd place. He's still got the fastest lap. Armstrong in 4th place. Justin Armstrong, as we saw, now leads the AM division in P5 as they go onto the Bentley straights once again. Just under 4 minutes of this race still to go. Still your leader is Paul Donkin, but for how much longer?
The lap record around here for these cars is a 158.317 set by Tim Dickens last year, so they've still got a little bit of time to get that, but obviously track conditions and wind direction makes a big difference to small little car. Only weighs just over half a tonne, this 7420R car, so it can get affected badly by the wind. But Harry Cook currently leading Matt Armstrong, so Matt Armstrong has been steadily shuffled back, but he is now in the prime position to go and get the toe up this start-finish straight. Let's see whether he can get up to second, a bit like Harry Senior did last time out. So let's see who's going to get that big exit. As you say, the sunlight dazzling us in the commentary box, and also will be causing the drivers to squint no less as well.
Yeah, the time penalty has now come up, 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits to 98. James Hall, who's down in 12th place, so he's got a penalty, unfortunately. Down the straight come the leaders into Riches, and Paul Donkin has been able to hold his lead ahead of Harry Senior in second place, Cook in third, Matt Armstrong in fourth. Now what's going to happen into the hairpin? It's going to be Armstrong at the inside, he's going to try and take third place away, and he does so up into P3. Here's the battle for the lead in the AM class, and Chris Fraser's got back ahead of Justin Armstrong.
Yeah, great battle in this AM class as well. They're absolutely swapping places each time they come round. 2 minutes 24, this will be their penultimate lap then. Chris Fraser having a bit of a rear end step out on him then in an awkward way, an awkward time. That's going to cost him time, and Justin might well have a go down the outside of Agostini. He is going to pull to the outside, doesn't regularly work that. He's late on the brakes though. Is he going to go all the way around the outside? That's almost impossible. Chris Fraser's going to have position on track, but they are still wheel to wheel then as they go into Hamilton. You can see them jostling for track position. He's done it. All the way around the outside. I've never seen that work before. That's incredible from Justin Armstrong. I've never seen an outside pass at Agostini work in any form of racing before. That is a brilliant piece of driving. Bravo, what a move, and opportunistic there. Just to say, Chris Fraser had a little bit of a hiccup as he went through Palmer's, and that was enough to let the momentum around the outside here. So what a move. The AM class there showing how it's done as we watch this. Chris Welch there following on as well behind Metcalf as they head down. Then the leaders into the Brundle Nelson, still side by side then between Harry Cook and Matt Armstrong. They're going to disagree on this piece of track. That's a bit awkward there, and they're going to still be side by side as they go through the bomb hole. Justin Armstrong heading Chris Fraser, Tom Eden and Harry Landy in this AM Club Championship. Yeah, the battle between Fraser and Justin Armstrong is allowing Tom Eden to close in, and he'll want a class win on his local circuit here at Snetterton in that black and yellow number 64. Harry Landy, after his slight mistake at Agostini on the first lap when he locked up the front wheels, has fought his way back onto the tail of this group. So we've got two four-way battles in time as the leaders charge their way over the line to begin their final lap. Up the outside comes Harry Senior. Can he get through? Not quite. Matt Armstrong can't quite get past Harry Cook either. He was ahead at the line, but Cook is ahead as they go into Riches around the outside. Here comes the 28 of Harry Senior, the light blue car. Is he going to try and cut to the inside off the hairpin? I don't think so. What about the AM battle for fifth position overall? It's Justin Armstrong still in front, but only just ahead of Chris Fraser. I think Senior's maybe holding station there as much as he can. The problem is he's got the other cars that aren't going to play ball with him. He was seeing whether he could hold that gap towards the end and just be in his second place as he went up the start-finish straight. But I think he's now having to concentrate more on his mirrors because Harry Cook and Matt Armstrong, as soon as they stopped going side by side through, Matt Armstrong very late in that corner. His car's slowed down quite significantly for no apparent reason then, so let's keep an eye on that. But it's Donkin out front over Harry Senior, who's in the prime seat at the moment if he can keep there, but Harry Cook is definitely going to try and stop him. Yes, Matt Armstrong has suddenly dropped away there. Whether he's got a problem, I'm not too sure. The leaders, if the car overheats, it might go into a sort of slightly less power mode, so it did look like he just lost a bit of drive, didn't it? Yes, indeed. I'm not too sure what's happened there. It's three for the lead as they come down towards the bridge and Brundle for the last time. In the background we can see Justin Armstrong still leading the AM category. Harry Senior up the inside. They go into Brundle. He's through. Now, is that the right move? Does he want to be leading going into the or coming out of the last corner, or will he be slipstreamed if he does that? Did Donkin let that happen? Yeah, did Donkin deliberately let that happen? Because it was a bit of an awkward overtake, wasn't it? Here we go. Will the overtake happen before the line then? It's time to find out. Here we go then. Senior from Donkin, Harry Cook in behind them. Can he capitalise here? The checkered flag is at the ready on our Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK race.
Here they come up towards the line. Who is it going to be? The checkered flag is at the ready. Will it be Senior or Donkin up towards the line? Donkin up alongside him. He's got it. Donkin gets it. He timed that. He did that absolutely perfectly. And Paul Donkin wins by 78 thousandths of a second.
I think that was a masterclass by Donkin, letting Senior, forcing Senior into the overtake as they went through the Brundle-Nelson. And in the battle for the it was Justin Armstrong came across the line ahead of Eden and Landy. So what happened to Chris Fraser then on that last lap? We didn't see, but he's not come across the line so far. So that something's happened as they went through Brundle-Nelson. But a masterclass from Donkin there in the DPR Motorsport car, letting Senior go in front and then drafting as he went back over the line.
Also, Harry Cook got a 5-second penalty for track limits there as well. That's dropped him to 4th place. So Harry Cook loses a podium. Matt Armstrong will get the 3rd, despite that
strange
problem on the last lap.
Another fantastic race then by the 7420R cars, and long may this continue. Got a whole season of this to come, and fantastic to see them out there doing what they do best. And here's confirmation then of the, well, provisional confirmation of the result.
Yes, Paul Donkin taking the win by 700ths of a second over the line ahead of Harry Senior. He got that move on the last corner to perfection there. Matt Armstrong 3rd, with Harry Cook receiving a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Justin Armstrong in 5th place wins the AM class ahead of Tom Eden and Harry Landy. We lost Chris Fraser there on the last lap, unfortunately. Darren McCormack in behind them. He escaped a penalty. He got a black and white flag. So it was Mark Kendall, James Hall who got a 5-second drop. Gary Curtis, Steve Metcalf and Chris Welch the remaining finishers, because of course we lost Henry Heaton on the opening lap of the restart, and of course Craig Story and Greg Monks did not take the restart after their accidents. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Sam Parker to hear from our race winner.
Well, what a great race to open today's racing, and a 5-second penalty for Harry Cook, which means he didn't get 3rd place. So that goes to Matt Armstrong now. So Matt is out the car, Harry's out the car, and Paul can't get his car through because there was a bit of repositioning. I'll wait for Matt to take his helmet off, and I will. Sorry, I'm making the. You follow me around this way. Let's go and have a word with Harry. Harry, wow, close at the end there again, as always in this racing.
I'm making a habit of this now. The wind's going in the other direction, so I messed it up yesterday, messed it up today. But consistency is key.
I was going to say, and that is for championships, that is what you need.
Yeah, I mean, great points. I think Matt's 3, and Donkin was only like 4th yesterday, so good points, you know. If we can do another one of these and someone else wins, then I might be leading the championship coming out of this, so I would like a 1st.
Yes, well, let's hope later on.
Last race, one more.
And the wind will probably change again.
Probably.
Well done, Harry. I'll let Paul take his helmet off. Where has Matt disappeared to? Oh, Matt's talking to his dad. Obviously, Justin got 1st in the AM class. Matt, don't go anywhere. You thought you'd escaped the podium.
Yeah, I did.
But yeah, that was obviously lucky for the points that Harry got a 5-second penalty on that last lap.
Yeah, I didn't realise until I came in, so that was a little bit lucky because I probably wasn't fast enough for that race.
What happened towards the end? Because obviously you lost touch with the top 3, didn't you?
Yeah, I made a mistake at the 2nd hairpin, so yeah, I lost the toe, so not ideal.
No. Okay, well, at least you've got another one to go later.
Happy days.
Well done. Let's see. Right, Paul's got his helmet off now, so we can go and have a word. Just jump in here. Paul, fantastic job. Well done.
How are we doing? All right?
I'm good. How are you now?
Tired, but yeah, that was good. Yeah, we did it.
You did it, yeah.
It was tough, but I think we kind of controlled it, to be honest. Everyone's pace was good, but I think we led more laps than most. I'm not sure, I can't remember. It was a tough 15 minutes, but yeah, very good, very happy. Thank
Excellent.
you.
Well done. And it's hard to manage the tyres because you've got another race to do, haven't you, on those tyres?
Yeah, we've got one left. I'm not sure what Temps are going to do. That one wasn't too bad. It was easier than yesterday. We'll see what race 3 brings, but it's meant to drop in temps, we'll see. But we're all in the same boat, so we've all got the same issue.
Exactly right. Well done,
Brilliant.
Paul. Fantastic. And if we've got time, I will quickly have a word with Justin, who got 1st in the AM class. Oh, actually, you can't escape me. Let's speak to Tom. Fantastic. You must be happy with that. Another podium.
Yeah, thank you. Really pleased. Good race. Really good. Yeah, enjoyed it.
Is it hard when you get a red flag? Because obviously it breaks it up, doesn't it?
To be honest, it done me a favour because I had an awful start, and then they
Right.
regridded us back up as the original formation, so I was well chuffed.
Yeah. Good, you get another go at it.
Exactly, yeah. Thank you.
Well done.
Cheers.
Right, quick word with Justin. Justin, quick word with you. That fact you did, the commentators were saying you did an absolutely fantastic overtake on Chris Fraser.
Yeah, it was close your eyes and just stick it in the gap. But I went around the outside of him in turn 4 and managed to make it stick. I tried it the lap before and he cut me off, but fair play to him. It was a tough race. I feel sorry for Chris. He obviously had a breakdown on the last lap, it appears. But no, it was a tough, clean, fair race.
Yeah.
Just what we want.
And you're literally just on the back of these guys, aren't you?
Yeah, I think until we started squabbling, we were running with the pack. Obviously, the red flag on the first start didn't help because we managed to be with them. I was in third for a while, and I think we'd have probably gone with them at that point. So I was a bit disappointed that we had a regrid, but that's racing.
Yeah.
Well, it was good.
Well done.
Thanks, Sam.
Right, we'll hand back to Chris and Dave now for the next race.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well done to all our Dutchman Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK drivers. We've got more Caterham action up next. It's the Edge Parts Caterham 7 270R Championship, effectively the third rung on the Caterham ladder. Now, yesterday saw Ben Wheatley charge away into the lead and take a clear victory while everyone else was trying to be second. We had a virtual dead heat for second between Adam Keane and Lionel Tolmarsh. Sam caught up with a few of the drivers a little earlier in the paddock, so let's hear from them.
So I'm in assembly area for the Edge 270R Championship, and I'm with Nick Hyton. Nick, how was your race yesterday? You were up there in the mix of it, weren't you?
Yes, I was almost in second at one point, doing really well, and then it was just carnage for the last 5 minutes. It was brutal. One of the most full-on races I've been in so far. Yeah, it's so close. I think it was top 8. It was ridiculously close. I think I ran out of tyres at the end, so slightly less tyre pressure today.
That's the thing, you push hard, don't you?
Push hard, and then literally no tyres left for the last 2 minutes. But yeah, it was really good yesterday, so we need to try and not let Ben get away. Someone get in front of Ben, hopefully, and then take it from there. But yeah, it should be a really close race again today. Weather's great, isn't it?
Exactly, weather's perfect. There is quite a strong wind, though.
The opposite way today, isn't it? You've got to... It's down the straight, isn't it? So it might be a bit of a different race today, maybe. So
yeah, with the toe down the back straight.
Yeah. Hopefully, it should be good. Look forward to it.
Car looks good as well. Liking the new livery.
I know, yeah, it's good. So yeah, hopefully keep it in one piece today.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll enjoy it.
I know, you too. Are you racing later?
Yes, later on, yeah.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
Car coming up to the grid then for first race today for the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, and it is this grid based on the finishing order of yesterday's race. Now, we had a race won by an unusually large margin for Caterham Racing yesterday. Ben Wheatley won by over 12.5 seconds, but that was because everybody else was going absolutely mad, it has to be said, in the pack behind him, battling for second place. They line up in the order that they finished, so Ben Wheatley is on pole alongside Adam Keane. He was second yesterday by 1,000th of a second. That's about an inch and a half in Caterham terms, ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh, number 22. He starts on the second row alongside Bruno van Dijk, the reigning former Academy champion, who came through from the back of the grid. He was excluded from qualifying yesterday for a tyre infringement, and he came through from the back row of the grid to finish fourth. So watch for him here on the second row of the grid. Another Academy star from last season, Paul Oglesby, on row 3 and number 18 alongside 15 Nick Sampson. Row 4 is Harvey Ashmore, number 10, 78 Nick Hyton, who we just heard from, and completing the top 10 Harrison Cavers, number 51, Alex Coombs in 21. Harrison was having a few problems with a fuel leak in yesterday's race. Row 6, 85 Sol Rogers and 76 of Monty Hine, another driver who started from the back yesterday. Row 7, Andy Bailey, number 31, and Tim Hardcastle, number 6. Row 8 is number 9, Dan Hope. He's got a 5-place grid penalty for some contact in yesterday's race with Barry Hanif. 23 Gary Cross starts alongside him. Row 9, Ollie Kibblewhite, number 66, and 8 Django Jones. Row 10 is 69 Lewis Darling, the youngest man on the grid, and number 2 Graham Handy. The 11th row will be number 11, Barry Hanif, who did get going again after that incident down at Nelson. Starts alongside Tim Payne in the 26th. Row 12, 63 Andy Palmer and 92 Howard Ashmore. Row 13, 73 Brian Joyce alongside 65, which is Andrew Mackay. The 14th row is Fiesta Junior graduate Jasmine Shaw in number 48. She starts alongside Graham Finlayson in the Mazda 787B Le Mans liveried car. And the final row, 62, Anne Hall. We've just seen her son James out in the previous race. And at the back is the only retirement from yesterday's race, 37 Henry Speaks, who retired after a collision at Agostini.
Yeah, he had a crash with Louis Darling, didn't he? And Louis didn't recover back through the field, so be interesting to see what he can do. Another driver coming up from the academy, starts in 19th today, but be looking to see whether he can make some good progress. Can Bruno van Dijk do anything about Ben Wheatley then? He certainly had some pace in that car yesterday. He had to use it to carve through this 30-car field, and he's now starting from the right at the front of the field here in the second row, alongside Lionel Tolmash, and they were having a ding-dong battle as well. So looking forward to it. They were all a little bit sort of first race feeling last time out, wasn't it?
First day back at school, I think is the term.
Definitely first day back at school, with wings sort of flying everywhere. Hopefully they can calm all that down a little bit. And but as you said, only one retirement, so Henry Speaks will be looking to see whether he can get his championship now off to a start. He's got an awful lot of cars in front of him, but he's got the pace in that car to get to that front. So looking forward to this 270R, the third rung of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, the second quickest cars. We got the second rung as we brought them this. We haven't got the academy with us today. So this is the Roadsport drivers, plus anyone who wanted to hang around in this 270R class from last year. But you can see them in this beautiful sunshine. As everyone keeps talking about, the wind has changed its direction, so it changes the tactics. It's a headwind over the start-finish line today, whereas it was a tailwind yesterday. And that's going to mean the tactics as we come towards the end of this race are really important to have nailed down. But this sure to be an exciting race. Lots of cars out there all ready to give it a go. Can anyone do anything about Ben Wheatley?
That's what they will all be asking themselves here. I reckon Bruno van Dijk is going to be the one to watch for, as we say, from fourth on the grid. Paul Oglesby as well from fifth in the bright green car will be in with a good chance here as well. Both moving up from the academy. They've skipped Roadsports, gone straight to 270R.
Yeah, not an easy thing to do. You learn an awful lot through Roadsport season, so skipping it out and jumping straight into the 270s is a tricky thing to do, but it does mean you can have team support. So if you want to run with a team, that is one of the options, and a lot of these drivers in this field will be running with teams, but you don't have to. There are plenty also who run out of their own awnings in the paddock. It's not too complicated, a Caterham car, and once you're up and running in a race weekend, there's not a lot you can't do in your own little awning, and Caterham are here to support all the drivers who don't have a team as well. So you've got a full parts truck and full set of mechanics ready to help you out if there are anything fixes that you need to make to your car.
So Ben Wheatley on pole. Only ran a few races as a guest last year. Hopefully he's going to do the full season this year. He started from pole yesterday and dominated proceedings. Everybody else was slugging it out behind him.
Yes, it was kind of he was flattered, wasn't he, because he got out in front just at the right time, but he also had an awful lot of speed in that car, was able in clean air to pull away. He was the only person who was able to keep up with Ben Timmons really properly for the course of when he did guest last year, so clearly got that speed. So yep, let's see what everyone else can do about that, because he is doing the full championship charge this year and looking like he's started as he means to go on. So we see this great field coming down then through Brundle Nelson. Saw a bit of action here yesterday for these cars. This is where Barry Hannaf ended up in the barrier after that contact with Dan Hope, so as he will be having his car all back pointed in the right direction. DPR Motorsport doing their magic, and they're ready to start this race then, as they're coming up and see all their marshals. Again, as a driver, it's quite hard to, unless you're on pole position, it's quite hard to find your starting position, but it's important, because if you don't get it exactly right, you can be penalised for an out of position start. So feel sorry for the drivers. They're trying to peer out the side of their car, make sure they're in exactly the right starting point, and there's an awful lot of marks on a grid like Snetterton, because it has bike marks and car marks and all sorts going on. So they'll all manage it. They're all experienced drivers at this point. Let's see how they got on the second of their 3 20-minute races.
So pole position is Ben Wheatley with the black and light blue car. Adam Keane in a sort of army green livery there with the white roll cage. Second row, Lionel Tolmash in black and gold starts alongside Bruno van Dijk, whose car is all in black. Paul Oglesby is the light green machine alongside Nick Sampson. He's in red and white. And the number 10 of Harvey Ashmore is sort of a British racing green with some gold trim. He starts alongside Nick Heighton, who's in blue and black. Those are your leading colours to look out for in this race then. 20 minutes for the Edge Caterham 7 270 our championship. We hope for a little bit less incident than in yesterday's race. It was a decidedly incident-packed race, but only one retirement, as we said. We hope Henry Speaks is there. Didn't notice if he was on the green flag lap there. We'll see if he comes through from the back. Red light comes on then on the starting gantry. The revs are up. Quite a long hole on the red lights, but away they go. Down towards Riches, and one car quite slow away. I think it was Harvey Ashmore, the number 10, who was a bit slow away. Henry Speaks is there. Just caught a glimpse of him coming through from the back of the field. And it is Ben Wheatley who leads the way into Riches' corner for the first time. Bruno van Dijk's got a good start, sweeping for the outside there in the black number 3, down towards the hairpin for the first time, and well, Van Dijk could get second place here. He has got second place around the outside, but Ben Wheatley is already in the clear. Lionel Tolmash in third, then it's Adam Keane. Couple of cars running wide towards the back of the field. There is Henry Speaks, the Hong Kong based driver, number 37, the red and blue car, so he has done well to repair. But as they head through Palmer's for the first time, Ben Wheatley already looking dominant once again out in front.
Yep, new radiator on that car, no doubt. But yeah, there is already an ominous gap there, isn't he? He's got his head absolutely down in this sunlight in the Snetterton circuit. A little bit of jockeying for position as we come down into...
There goes the first wing.
Yeah, the first wing of what was many yesterday. But actually, everyone looking much more under control today. A little bit of manoeuvring there, like someone might have missed a gear. Hopefully, we've also got everyone with their fuel filler caps firmly attached to the car today. But that gap is already looking quite ominous as Bruno van Dijk sees whether he can do anything to bridge it and bring Tolmarsh with him. That's what we want for this race to develop itself, as the rest of them, it's still the sort of same contenders that we saw yesterday.
Nick Sampson rounding out the top 5 at the moment, out behind Adam Keane and Lionel Tolmash. There's Graham Finlayson, that's the car I mentioned, liveried like the Mazda that won Le Mans in 1991, the orange and green livery. Johnny Herbert's Volker Wiedler, Bertrand Gachot were the drivers on that occasion. Graham Finlayson driving the 49 car today, though. Leaders through Nelson. It is Wheatley who leads the way from Van Dijk. Lionel Tolmash in third. Somebody taking a shortcut there. Who's that? The number 9 car, is that? No, number 6, sorry. That's Tim Hardcastle, the Sussex-based driver, the RS Motorsport car.
Yeah, I think that's a new livery for him this year.
That's why I got confused.
Yeah, looking good when running with RS Motorsport. So as we go on then to start the next lap, heading up here, still that gap is persisting, but they have, so I think they've stopped it increasing at this point. So Tolmash and Bruno van Dijk, you can see Ben Wheatley weaving as he goes up this straight, desperately trying to stop that toe from taking effect. It has spread out at the front of this field much more than it did yesterday, as they desperately try and keep in touch. Bruno van Dijk manages to maintain that as they go up into turn 1. Then Oglesby had a bad start off the line. It didn't seem to hook in as he went through the gears. He maybe missed a second to third gear change, and he's just starting to recover his car back through as we watch Keane and the rest of them all fighting through.
Yes, Keane's got Nick Hyton and Nick Sampson behind. They make contact and a wing goes flying off one of those cars. Didn't see who lost it. Paul Oglesby is up behind them. Then chasing them down, looks like it's the 21 of Alex Coombs, another Sussex-based racer. Ben Wheatley from Nottinghamshire leads the way. Tolmash up there in second. Up the inside, yes, Nick Sampson's been shuffled wide there, and here's quite a frantic looking battle headed up by the 69 of Louis Darling, so he's avoided any incident on the opening lap today. Everybody else getting into line behind him. Another car missing a wing, you can see there at the back of that little train.
Louis Darling's made up 10 places in these opening couple of laps, so he is on an absolute charge. He was the guy that had contact with Henry Speaks yesterday, so he's got a bit of recovery work to do, but he's flying along.
He certainly is, yes. Ben Wheatley has, of course, got the fastest laps so far, but representative lap times for full flying laps will be coming in shortly, as Sol Rogers giving chase to that train ahead of him. Wheatley continues to set the pace. Lionel Tolmash going for second place on the back of Van Dijk. Then it's Keane. Oglesby under fire. That's Hyton about to go through a bit of a lock-up from one of those cars there. Oglesby, I think it was, and he could lose out to Nick Sampson, who's trying to get around the outside up on the curb. There isn't quite room there. Trying to force the issue as they go down towards the bomb hole. Outside overtakes seem to be the theme of today, don't they? And Nick Sampson pulls up another one.
Yeah, it was a good one. And Oglesby was talking in the interviews beforehand about getting his elbows out, and he definitely did that. He wasn't willing to capitulate, but I think it actually ended up costing him a little bit more time than it gained him. It's always impossible and difficult. It's a lesson you've got to learn, is when is it time to get your elbows out, when is it time to push a position, or when is it not. And maybe in that time it would have been better just to capitulate and let him go. But it's just the sort of tactics and the psychology of it all are really important for a driver, working out where are you in this order, especially Oglesby, who's come up from the academy straight into this championship. So it is a bit of a culture shot. Here comes the Sol Rogers battle, 4 wide as they head into turn 1 this time through, and it looked like
that was Dan Hope charging
Dan
the
Hope,
inside
yes,
the number 9.
making up places from his 5 grid.
Yeah, he got that grid penalty yesterday, so he wants to make amends here. Charging past Monty Hind in the 76, and also following him is Django Jones, another academy graduate in the number 8 car. Great name that is. The number 8, he ran in a bright maroon livery last season, so a new paint scheme for him this year as well. Sol Rogers with the yellow, Dayglow yellow wheels in behind this group. He's missing a wing as well, and catching up behind in the number 6 of Tim Hardcastle, the man who took that shortcut at Nelson earlier on.
It looked like Bruno van Dijk might have closed that gap down to Wheatley, and he was actually leaving Tolmarsh behind, so Tolmarsh struggling to keep up. But let's keep an eye on for that as they head, and this all develops on as this fantastic stream of colours of cars heading up then through Hamilton this time through. There's Dan Hope now leading all those cars, so he has made up those places that he needed to. Can he then get back across this gap to sort of reach the cars in front of him?
In this group there's Barry Hanif. We saw him in the barriers in yesterday's race, but he's repaired the number 11, the man from Glasgow, chasing down Sol Rogers now. He's being reeled in turn. I think that's Harvey Ashmore recovering from his slow start. Here are the leaders. Wheatley, yes, he is definitely not getting away today, being hounded down by Bruno van Dijk and Lionel Tolmarsh, battling for second and third. Up the inside there, Monty Hind makes up another place, the 76. He had his weekend, the start of his weekend, spoiled because for tyre infringements in qualifying. He had to start at the back of the grid. Sol Rogers under fire, and somebody running wide. That is Graham Handy in car number 2. Big cloud of dust there as he goes wide at Nelson. That's the I think he said that's the Iron Man livery car, isn't it?
And we saw him nudged into that spin yesterday as well, didn't we? So he's having a difficult start to his season, but a bit of grass tracking once more as Wheatley desperately tries to break, Van Dijk desperately tries to cling on. Still not a gap where you're getting a super tow. You'll still be feeling the tow, but the change of wind direction down there Bentley Straight, we're seeing not as many moves into Brundle and Nelson, whereas we are seeing all the moves happening now up into turn 1 as the cars gain the most benefit from that headwind. Caterhams are not traditionally particularly aerodynamic, and that's why we get this tow effect, and cars can be up to 7, maybe 10 miles an hour quicker by the time we get to the end of these long straights here at Snetterton.
Nick Sampson has done the fastest lap, 2:11.564 for the red and white number 15. Here comes Henry Speaks, who caught a glimpse of there on the back of this group now, catching Sol Rogers, who's lost a couple more places. Andrew Bailey, number 31, the red car, has got through there. Henry Speaks making his move up on the inside, so Sol Rogers is dropping back, unfortunately, in the 8C5 car. It's down to about 18th place now. Frantic fighting in the midfield. Hardcastle under fire from Monty Hind, the 76. There's Hanif's car missing that wing. Rogers missing a wing as well, and running wide there. That was Henry Speaks. He's going all out as he tries to move up towards the front of the field. Wheatley still leads ahead of Dyke, Tolmarsh, Keane and Samson. That was the order at the line anyway. It's probably changed since then. We've got the black and white flag has gone out to car 65, Andrew Mackay, warning for track limits.
Yeah, Dan Hope is starting to pull away from that sort of gaggle of cars. He's taking, I think he might be Hind with him as they head down the straight, but that gap at the front is maybe even slightly larger. We might have to start getting a clock on that to see where we're at, because it's all closed up with Keane now catching up with the back of Tolmarsh. Tolmarsh is just clinging on, has lost the rear of that car, and they have one new set of tyres per race weekend, so again these tyres will slowly be getting angrier and less compliant as they go through the course of this race weekend. Very wide out there for a number of the cars heading out of the bomb hole that time, but so it looks like those rears of Tolmarsh might starting to complain a little bit too much, and Wheatley again just imperiously moving away at this point.
Harrison Cavers has got the black and white flag for track limits as well. Just a warning at the moment, if you transgress again after getting the black and white flag, you get a 5-second time penalty. Saw a couple of those in the previous race. New fastest lap for Nick Heighton, 2:10.777 for the number 78 car, running in 6th position. Tolmarsh has got back up into 2nd place ahead of Bruno van Dijk. Meanwhile, they're heading towards the Wilson hairpin. That's Sampson having a go at the outside. Adam Keane slots through on the inside. Bruno van Dijk's going backwards as Sampson up on the outside. There's Heighton in behind them, so Van Dijk loses 2 places through Riches and Wilson.
and that's immediately going to give Wheatley the advantage even more. 2:10.777. It was a new lap record then in the 270 R class, taking over from Nick Bryant's old record from last year. So Highton currently holds that. Can he hold that to the end of the race? Certainly a spectacularly good and quick time. Oglesby here, we can see still sort of drifting back through that field. He's got Louis Darling, so that Louis Darling's charge continues now. He's made another place up there ahead of Oglesby, up into 8th place. So can he continue that charge? He's got a big gap ahead of him now before he can make up any more places. But if this gaggle of 4 cars now start battling with each other as they did yesterday, I think you could see Louis Darling being a part of this race when we're at 10 minutes and towards the end of it.
Yeah, as these 5 started squabbling with one another, this is allowing Ben Wheatley to start to escape. We're only just over halfway through this 20-minute race as well, so a few more laps to go yet. There is Wheatley, the light blue car, out in front. Who's going to come through into second, into Brundle? Is it going to be Adam Keane who makes his way down the inside? It is. He's going to take P2. He's had a couple of wins in another race series already this season up at Donington Park last month to get himself dialed in for the season. Certainly worked out very well indeed for him there. Bruno van Dijk next there. Sampson in the 15 car. Nick Highton chasing on behind, having just set the lap record last time around. Very close indeed between these 5. Then a small gap back to the second group, which is headed up by Paul Oglesby. He's just over 3 seconds further back, but Wheatley is now starting to pull away as he did yesterday.
Yeah, it's going out at over a second per lap at the moment, so he's really is got the hammer down as the other drivers then cost each other time by overtaking. They will be trying to work out, I think now I'm battling for second place, and that's what will happen. So this will intensify the battle here as we're going 3 wide. Bruno van Dijk's throwing it down the inside of Tolmarsh into turn 1 there. Flipping it, there's not normally room for 3 cars, but they've managed to sort it all out as they go through. That would have been uncomfortable for Keane, who was on the outside of that as well. Tolmarsh manages to just keep his nose ahead. Keane late on the brakes into the hairpin, does make contact then with Bruno van Dijk, but he got it all under control, and it was a minor contact at worst. So good job by him to keep it out the side of Bruno van Dijk's car.
They need to be careful though, because Tolmarsh and Highton have been given the black and white flag, so another transgression for track limits. They will get a 5-second penalty. It'll put them out of this battle back towards on corrected time, back towards where Oglesby and Louis Darling are battling. Darling, I can tell you, has got ahead of Oglesby at the line. He's up to P7 now. This is P2 down to 6th, and looking in his mirror here will be Ben Wheatley. Oh, collision! Who's gone off there?
Yeah, there was someone I think may have missed a gear or something, and that cost Sampson out of the running then, so that's going to be an engine off job because his radiator will be burst. But yeah, I think someone missed a gear or went onto the grass, and just it got awkward, and the person, I think it was Sampson, unsighted behind, just ended up with nowhere to go but running over the car in front. So a bit of a nasty incident there, and does look like we might get a safety car with 7 minutes to go. That's not ideal, but it's going to be maybe ruining Wheatley's race.
Okay, so I was just saying, Ben Wheatley will be looking in his mirror thinking, well, if this lot are going to battle, I'm going to pull away, and they would have seen that in his mirror as well. So Tolmarsh is still there, Van Dijk, Highton's still going. Adam Keane was delayed in all of that. It was Highton, I think, who was hit by Nick Sampson. It was as if everybody was checked up coming out of Agostini, and they couldn't avoid each other.
Yeah, I think just someone went onto the grass, there was nowhere for them to go, and everyone else checked. Well, they didn't realise at front. We can get a bit of a replay here. So they were all very, very close coming in. So it's Tolmarsh out in front. Who went out wide? Was that Van Dijk going out onto the grass? Out wide. They all got checked up, and he had nowhere to go. So
it was Keane slowed, I think.
And I wonder whether he missed a gear because of Van Dijk being on the grass on the outside.
That is a great shame for Nick Sampson. He was going well up in that battle, but the 15 car, the man from Chichester, unfortunately out of this one. No safety car, so the race is continuing with Wheatley leading the way now by nearly 4 seconds. Tolmarsh in second, Bruno van Dijk up to third. Adam Keane with a bit of damage, but he has got going again and is in P5.
Yep, so the rear of his car would have taken a bit of a wallop, but I'm sure as long as they're pretty strong at the rear end of the car, and Caterham being a light car, they do tend to survive bumps and scrapes quite nicely. But here's Oglesby then, looking down the inside of the number 69 of Darling. So Darling is fully ensconced in this battle now, trying to work out how can he move any further up. He's found himself in 6th, and actually I think he's going to be higher than that now, as he's looking, say, at the rear of Oglesby's car at the moment. But it's the lead pack ahead of him.
Number 21 in behind them, that is Alex Coombs trying to move up in that metallic blue car. They're catching Nick Highton's slightly damaged car that was involved in that collision at Agostini a little earlier. Seems to be unstable under braking there, that car, as Oglesby side by side with Darling. They're having a terrific fight. There's the stranded number 15 car. They need to be careful because there's yellow flags out at Agostini. That means no passing. So he had to cede the position there and not go for the overtake. They'll try again going up towards Oggies. Who's on the back of this group? That's Dan Hope, the number 9.
Yeah, so Hope's also come across that gap that he was struggling with, but he has made it across as well. So yeah, it's good to see all these coming together now. But as you said, there was a little bit of jostling down into Agostini that time, and there would have been yellows out. So they've got to be careful of that. It's really difficult if you're following really closely the car behind to actually see. You can see the slippery flag out here for the number of bits of car now deposited at the end of the straight as some of those damaged cars got to the end of the straight. The wind was just enough to sort of pull some of those wings clear. Oglesby now has had to give that place to Darling, so Darling is in front of him looking to see whether he can make another place and might well have the momentum out to do that. So is he going to find himself in the top 3 by the end of this 4 minutes left?
I suppose you could say they had the wind beneath their wings there at the end of the Bentley Straight. I've noticed we've lost Harrison Cavers as well. He didn't come through on the last lap, so the 51 car is out of the race. We've got 4.5 minutes remaining, so a couple more laps to go. Ben Wheatley is making this race his own out in front. He's nearly 5 seconds clear now of the battle for second between Tolmash and Dyke, which is still raging on.
Yeah, absolutely. So side by side, 100th of a second between them, two of them that time through.
Paul Oglesby up the inside as they go into Riches, attacking Louis Darling. Dan Hope is in behind them. That's the battle for 5th position now, with Nick Hyton having dropped away, probably feeling the effects of that bit of damage he suffered in the collision at Agostini. Although I say that, he's closed back up there, battling with the 21 of Alex Coombs. This is the next group. There's Monty Hine, Django Jones and Henry Speaks. Full credit to him going through from the back of the grid. He's up to P13 now.
Yeah, really good for him. So there are lots of cars being able to charge through, and it's good to see him being able to add his name to that list, and he finds himself somewhere in that near that top 10 now. Oglesby and Darling coming both up from the academy and now having a fight with this 270R machinery as they head into Agostini this time. Remember, they'll be under some sort of yellow flag. You can see the green flag as they go into Hamilton then, so it is just Agostini that is being neutralised at the moment, and as they can all see that car on the exit, they'll all understand why that, and then you just adjust your tactics to suit that. Here's Sol Rogers in his continuing exploits as he loses the rear of his car is not gripping the tarmac as it would have been at the beginning of this race, so all the drivers will be struggling a little bit with that rear end grip, I'm sure.
Yes, cornering rather like a dirt track racer there. Sol Rogers coming into Hamilton. Here's Henry Speaks looking to make up another place. Who's he on the tail of now? I think it's Django Jones, number 8, that he's trying to overtake as the leaders make their way down into Brundle. Dan Hope having a go at Paul Oglesby. Oglesby in turn having a go at the 69. That's Louis Darling. Alex Coombs on the back of this little group now. Then the next group headed up by number 10 Harvey Ashmore, who recovered from his slow start quite nicely again. Sol Rogers I think might have some damage on the left rear there. He hasn't just got the missing wing, but that collision may have damaged the suspension, possibly. That car not handling well.
Yeah, definitely looking like it's hanging the rear end out, but Wheatley starting with 2 minutes 20 on the clock, so I think we're onto our penultimate lap then, as the fastest lap at 2 minutes 10, but it's this second and third battle of absolutely nose to tail they have been for pretty much the whole time, Dyke and Tolmarsh. And then comes Keane in a land of his own, with Oglesby heading currently this next battle, and Dan Hope coming through the middle of them all that time, and he's going to make a move through the front of that pack, and Oglesby now has got a loose front right wing guard as well. Is that going to join the pile of wings that we've seen? There's Keane in that middle ground. Keane does look like he might be catching up very slightly with Tolmarsh and Dyke in front of him, but he's going to have to work hard with only a couple of laps left. In fact, 1 3/4 laps left, isn't it? But here is that Tolmarsh and Van Dyke battle. Van Dyke currently heads it, with Tolmarsh just absolutely hounding him all the way through, and just not still able to do anything about Wheatley out in front.
That light we saw on the left there is the yellow flag, augmented by the lights here at Snetterton. The 5-second penalty board is being hung out by the marshals, I can tell you, on the home straight, and it's for Nick Hyton, the number 78. He's got a track limits penalty, so his race sadly going from bad to worse. He's already dropped behind Henry Speaks there, so Nick Hyton will be dropped down the order by that penalty. Dan Hope, I have to say, has gone impressively. He started from about the 8th or 9th row of the grid, and he's come through into the top 10 after his grid penalty. Here's Paul Oglesby with Hope on his tail. And up behind them, that is Louis Darling with 3 more cars. Alex Coombs, Monty Hind, and now the number 10 of Harvey Ashmore towing up onto the back of them. Less than a minute to go now, so we'll be starting, I think, our last lap this time, and Ben Wheatley looking good out in front.
Yeah, so Dan Hope, that penalty, if it hadn't been there, maybe he would have been up there battling. Certainly he's had speed in that car for the last couple of years and is looking to do more of the same. Darling around the outside then, Bill Oglesby seeing whether he can follow but can't. So Dan Hope is going to have to slip back 1 position. But as we've seen, all the real big overtaking is happening into turn 1 today, and these 3 are definitely not going to be settled in their position. They're going to be coming along to start their final lap very shortly. But with Ben Wheatley, who's going to due across the line in a few seconds time, we will get 1 more lap then out of this 270R race. And great, eventful couple of races they've had. They've still got another one later on today though, so making sure they keep their cars in one piece. This is going to become a trio for this 2nd place now, as Keane has joined the party. It is Tolmarsh down the middle, Van Dijk down the inside, in fact Keane down the inside, isn't it, and then Van Dijk on the outside. So Van Dijk, big loser that time through.
Beautifully done there by Adam Keane. Nice recovery after the earlier collision. He's up into P2 once again. Remember, he beats Lionel Tolmarsh by about 2 inches for P2 in yesterday's race in a photo finish. Bruno Van Dijk on their tails as well. These 4 are well clear of Darling, who's about 6.5 seconds further back at the line. Adam Keane just did the fastest lap as well, 2:10.325, so he's got the lap record now.
Yep, new lap record holder then. Great pace there, all showing out there as in this fantastic 270R race, and the conditions we've got there. Keane really jinking around there, just trying to second guess, trying to stop those toes, and Oglesby having to protect. The yellow flags are still out there, so Keane was purely just trying to shake that toe, and it really is important as they head down there to do that. Dan Hope's lost out a little bit in this phase, so he's going to have to do a lot of overtaking if he wants to get back to the best position he can. Keane, though, has come through the gap over the top of the 2 that we can see on the screen now, Tolmarsh and Van Dijk, and has also sprung a little bit of a gap with that fastest lap.
Into the Bentley straight then for the final time. It's all about the 2nd place battle, just as it was in yesterday's race. So the last couple of laps following a familiar pattern. Ben Wheatley is heading for victory. They're weaving around behind him. Keane, Tolmarsh and Van Dijk. Who is going to be 2nd and 3rd in today's race? Look at Adam Keane. He's going right across the straight there. He doesn't want to weave too much, else he'll get sideways. It's Tolmarsh up the inside. Keane gets a bit wide onto the grass coming out of Nelson's. Van Dijk trying to get up the inside at the same time. Then the next group is now headed by Darling ahead of Oglesby, Hope and Coombs. It's going to be Ben Wheatley who's going to take his 2nd win and put himself on a hat-trick going into the race later on, which is race 13 on the programme.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd. I'm really interested to see who's going to come out on top of that. We've still got some slipstream. I think Tolmarsh and Van Dijk have actually tripped themselves over, but there goes Ben Wheatley to take his victory over the line. Then who's going to be 2nd?
Here they come up towards the line. It's going to be Linus Sturm. We're not going to get any photo for, possibly for 3rd we might get a photo finish there. 2nd place will go to Adam Keane. It's a photo finish again between Dijk and Tolmarsh for 3rd place. Dijk gets it by 0.02 of a second. That's a big margin compared to yesterday.
Yeah, and they've halved the gap to Wheatley out front as well, so maybe in the race later on, if we can halve that again, we'll be on the right trajectory to having a really good championship charge. It's great to see all 4 of those cars together as the rest of this huge field get across the line between Kibblewhite and going across there. But yeah, Ben Wheatley, another imperious victory, 2 from 2. Can he make it 3 from 3 later? But we've got Keane doing a really good job to recover back from what was a little nasty incident that he had, and then finding himself back up in that 2nd place. Dijk and Tolmarsh absolutely nose to tail for the whole of that race. What a fantastic thing, and only split by 0.02 of a second over the line.
2nd group headed up by Louis Darling, who takes 5th position ahead of Paul Oglesby. Then Hope, Coombs, Harvey Ashmore and Monty Hind rounding up the top 10. There is Jasmine Shaw, our newcomer this weekend. That's looks to me like one of the cars that Ben Timmons raced last season as well, the maroon car.
I think it could well be the ex-Timmons car, yeah.
Yeah, because he raced in his purple and yellow car, but that got damaged, and he took over that car midway through the season. So he's waiting for the last couple of cars to come across the line. There goes the 62 of Anne Hall, 65 Andrew Mackay, and the final finisher will be Jasmine Shaw in the 48 car. We lost the 15 of Nick Sampson in that collision, of course, at Agostini. We lost Harrison Cavers as well, as the cars wait to go back into the Parc Ferme entrance. So it is a win for Ben Wheatley, but slightly smaller margin this time, 6.5 seconds, so about half his winning margin from yesterday. Adam Keane in 2nd, and A new lap record for Adam Keane as well. Bruno Dyke winning out in a photo finish with Lionel Tomash for the final podium place. Darling in 5th ahead of Oglesby, Hope, Coombs and Ashmore, with Monty Hine just behind them. Henry Speaks, full credit to him, from the back of the grid up to 11th, ahead of Django Jones, Tim Hardcastle and Andrew Bailey, with Sol Rogers completing the top 15 after Nick Heighton got a 5-second penalty for track limits. We'll head down to Parc Fermé in a moment with Sam Parker.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that race. That was amazing. So much going on, and another amazing clean race for Ben Wheatley. I mean, that was another perfect race for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's difficult to stand up here and go, yeah, it was perfect, and not sound like a bit arrogant.
From our point of view, look, it's perfect in terms of, you've got to break the toe again, which was great.
I just think we've got pace in the car. Yeah. If I'm honest, once is lucky, twice is a bit of a trend, and I'm hoping we can do it in race 3 as well. But yeah, just seem to have enough pace to break away in the corners before leading onto the straights, making sure I get a good exit, and it just seems to be able to break the toe. So obviously there's a bit of squabbling behind, and that always helps. It was a bit hairy when I saw Nick in the barrier, and I thought, we've got 5 minutes to go, are they going to shove out a safety car, and then will we just have one lap left? And it'd be a 1-lap dash, but luckily they just covered it under double wave yellow. So appreciate the clerk of the course doing that, because that was a little bit of a relief when he did that, to be honest. But good race. More of the same in race 3, I think.
Yeah, definitely. More points as well.
Yeah, more points as well. So all adds up, doesn't it?
It does. Well done, Ben.
Thanks, Sam.
Right, watch yourself there. There's got the number 2 board. We'll walk through the cars this way and come and speak to. Sorry, you were going to have a chat then. Bruno.
You always pick me, don't you?
Well, you are on the podium, Bruno.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah. No, really good race. Had nothing for Ben. He was rapid. And then Adam had a good race to Lionel for most of the race, and then Adam managed to catch up to us in the toe, and couldn't quite get there. I was a bit off the pace. Haven't done any testing, but hopefully get better in the next race. If I can get out of Coram, then I can probably put in more of a fight.
No, it was great to watch. Well done.
Thank you.
Adam, I think you got the fastest lap then, but I think it might be a new lap record as well.
Well, I'll take it. I was frantic. I don't know. Maybe too much caffeine this morning. I was not driving very smoothly at all. But I'll take a lap record. That's good. That's a little cherry on top. But second again, Ben's too quick. And then it had a nice battle with Bruno and Lionel. But a bit disappointed. I'm not going to lie. Just with my driving really. The result's good. The result's obviously fantastic. But just didn't drive too well.
Yeah, it's amazing how it can change how you feel after, isn't it?
Yeah, just was a bit scrappy. But first round, settling into the season, I think a few people are feeling the same. But pleased with the points.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you.
More of the same later then.
Let's hope so.
Right, they are going to go down for their podium in a minute, and I think all the other drivers are right round there. So we'll hand back to Chris and Dave for the next race.
Well, thank you, Sam. But next up on track here at Snetterton is not a race but a qualifying session. Our next race is getting underway in about 15-20 minutes time, which is the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy category. The Mini Coopers will be on track. They'll be in the assembly area shortly, so we'll hear from some of them. We've got a qualifying session next to the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. They opened their season, of course, at Donington Park on BARC TV last month. And it was McDermott and Son at the front of the field. Steve and his son Jake in their MGZRs were at the front of the field, and they were the quickest in the free practice session, which opened the show at 9 o'clock here at Snetterton this morning as well, with Steve McDermott about 3/4 of a second quicker than Jake in free practice for the MGs. Lee Sullivan third quickest ahead of Tony Wigley and Matt Harvey, but that was only the practice session. Quickest of the MGF category was Mark Baker, the category champion from last year. He missed Donington, so eager to get some points on the board today. And in Class A, which is for the older MGs, A for Abingdon, the MGBs Don't think we've got any midgets this weekend. Yeah, just MGBs. Only one of those went out in practice, and it was Carl Bates who was quickest there, while Anthony Bate was out with his MG Maestro. Yes, we have an MG Maestro competing here at Snetterton. The MGs weren't here yesterday, which is why they have their qualifying session now, and they'll have 2 races later on this afternoon. It was a very lively season opener for them at Donington, with quite a bit of incidents. It's quite a few cars have been repaired and are here this weekend. We have got provisionally over 30 cars for the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. So I'll take you through some of the cars as they make their way out on the track, and the favourite is going to be the number 1, Steve McDermott. Comes from Buckinghamshire. Joined the championship in 2018 and has won the title overall 4 times since then: 2019, 21, 22 and 24 in his ZR. His son Jake has joined in over the last couple of seasons as well. Yet to get his first outright victory though, so that will be his aim today, to defeat his father. This championship has been going for many years now. They used to get, well, eventually we've got a Maestro out there today, but you used to get full grids of Maestros. Even a few Montegos have raced with the MG Owners Club in the past. It's a proper old-fashioned club racing championship, very friendly championship, the MG Owners Club. Jim Bain, we mentioned, he's raced with the championship for many decades now in his famous MGB Roadster. He claims that MGB Roadster has competed in more races and done more racing miles than any other MGB in the world. I know it's raced here at Snetterton a few times in the old Will Hire 24-hour races as well. Jim Bainham, we didn't see him much on track last season. It was David Amflett in his MGB who won the Class A title. Mark Baker won Class F. Class B never got any entries, but we've got the Maestro here today in Class B. We just saw it go through there on the Senna straights. So the McDermott's nearest pursuer in the opening round at Donington was Lee Sullivan, who was the Z Class champion on 2 occasions, 2019 and 2014, but hasn't raced regularly since then up until this year. Good to have Lee back out. There's David Amflett we just saw go through there, the black and white MGB. We've also got a couple of the ex-Maestro racers in ZRs. Adrian Olsen, number 3, Rob Addison in number 88 as well. He was the class champion in the Maestros in 1998, went on to race Rovers, the old Rover Turbo Championship. There's one of the MGFs. Now that's number 94, which is Alex Forster. His father Alan has raced in this championship in the past, with Alex a newcomer in his MGF. And he won the class in both races at Donington after Simon Kendrick suffered some damage in race 1 in a collision with Connor Lawson's ZR at Redgate. Simon Kendrick is back out though. That's the orange MGF there, the Tiger stripe liveried car. And also back out we've got Stuart Plotneck this weekend in his white MGF as well. So 4 MGFs on the grid, that's good to see. MGF Cup used to race back in the 1990s, the one make series. Racer turned commentator Paul O'Neill was one of the drivers in that, I remember. Also out, so we saw the white MGB GT of Malc best known, pardon the expression, for racing Ford Capris in recent years. We switched to MGs for this year. Missed the season opener at Donington owing to illness, but he's out here today. We'll get some times coming in shortly in this qualifying session. So the first flying laps coming in, and quickest in the early stages of the session is the number 58 car of Tony Wigley from Hertfordshire with his MG ZR. He's raced ZRs in other series, but new to this championship this year. He's done a 2:20.781, 0.3 of a second quicker than number 25 Scott Bugner, the ex-Ford saloon racer. Switched to MGs last season, has some good battles with Steve McDermott. Missed the season opener at Donington, so we're eager to make up for lost points. He's second fastest at the moment, just ahead of Rob Addison, the number 88. Jake McDermott is fourth fastest, and Steve in P6 at the moment. How many cars have we got out there? 32 cars on track at the moment, which is great to see. The number 71 car has gone quickest in Class A. That's Carl Bates. We've got Carl and Anthony Bate out there. I'm not sure if they're any relation, those two. Carl listed as being from Buckingham. Anthony in the Maestro is from all the way down in Cornwall. Magnificent riot of colour out there. There's Steve McDermott, the orange and black car we just saw go through there. He's the reigning champion. There's Adrian Olsen, number 3, and there's Tony Wigley, the black and green number 58 machine. He's currently the fastest man out there. But Steve McDermott has gone purple in sectors 1 and 2. Purple on the timing screen means fastest of all. Green means a personal best. Steve McDermott's just ahead of these two, and he could be heading to the top of the times as they come through this time. Rob Addison goes quickest, clean time with a 2:20.449. We're waiting for the McDermotts to come across the line, and I think Steve is going to go quickest. Here is the orange and black machine. He comes across the line. Does he go quickest? He certainly does. 2:20.356. That's just 500ths of a second quicker than his opposition. Jake goes second. His son Jake makes it a family 1-2. There's the Maestro, we just caught a glimpse of there, just behind the number 10 of Hannah Leonard. She's in the other Class B car. That's one of the less powerful ZRs, so they drop into Class B rather than the main Class Z. There's Rob Addison, the number 88 car. That's the Suffolk Window Centre car. Ex-Maestro racer, good to have him back this year. He's third fastest at the moment. He's gone ahead of Tony Wigley. Scott Bugner is fifth, and Matt Harvey, number 20, the iTech Racing, the MGRS car, rounds out the top 6 overall. Incredible, 21 ZRs out there. We weren't getting that many cars in total towards the end of last season. This championship has increased so well this season in terms of car numbers. Incredible numbers of MGs out there. Well, while they continue to qualify, I think our pit reporter Ian Waterhouse is down with the minis in the assembly area.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. The second race of the season for the Mini Challenge Trophy is going to get underway very, very shortly. Now, if you watched yesterday's race, wow, what a cracker. Josh Wilby took the win. Fantastic stuff. Ashley Gregory, who wasn't feeling particularly well, she finished in second place, and Ronnie Smith came home in third. Big shout out to James Sherrington as well. He took the rookie top spot. Slightly different grid order for this one, so let's go have a quick chat. We've got Harry Smith is the man on pole position, of course, the 2024 Junior Saloon Car champion, and in only his second race finds himself right at the sharp end. Harry.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend so far. We didn't have the best of qualifying yesterday. We struggled for tow, so we put a P15 for race 1 and 3. Yesterday was really productive, in all fairness. Me and my teammate CJ was fighting through the pack the whole race, so I managed to make my way up to P7 and finish there. And then obviously reverse grid, I luckily drew out pole.
So you've still got the speed from last year, haven't you? You know how to lead a race as well, Harry. But what's been the biggest difference between the Saxo from last year to the Mini this year? I think obviously the Saxo just being so bare and not having ABS or slicks or anything like that. It's a different experience, but I think a really good one. I really like the way the cars handle. Obviously, like you said, I've had experience leading the race and starting from pole, so hopefully we can replicate something from last year and pull a win. Harry, best of luck, mate. It's
Thank
good
you.
to see you again as well, by the way. There we go. Good stuff indeed. Let's move around a little bit. So Alfie Garfer just getting his helmet on as well. I wonder if we can just quickly grab Alfie. Sorry, guys. Can I just jump in and grab Alfie very quickly? A solid day yesterday, Alfie. How are we feeling this morning?
Yeah, good day yesterday. Steady in the race. Should be good start towards the front, so see what happens.
I can't really hear what you're saying, but to be fair, what I do want to say is you drivers just seem to get younger and younger and younger, don't you? Harry next to you and you. How old are you, Alfie?
I'm 16.
16. Wow, that is funny. You don't even have a driving licence yet, do you?
No, not yet.
So one of you lot will have to drive him home. Best of luck, Alfie. Thanks for that. 16 years old. We spoke to, there's a number of drivers, isn't there? Very, very young indeed. In fact, James Sherrington's only 16 as well. There is yesterday's race winner, Josh Wilby. How is he going to get on today? There's Ashley Gregory. I want you, Ashley, give us a wave, Ashley. There she is. We'll leave her alone. She wasn't feeling particularly well yesterday. Let's have a quick chat with Craig Morgan, who I don't think he was too happy with qualifying yesterday. Craig, how we doing, mate? You all right? Are we feeling a bit happier today?
Yeah, a little bit happier, starting in a better position, hopefully looking to challenge for the front.
It's an exciting season in the Mini Challenge Trophy this year, isn't it? What's your expectation?
I mean, I got for the first few rounds, just take it as it comes, see where it gets us, and hopefully be challenging for some honours.
Top man, I'm sure at some point this season I'll be talking to you in the Parc Fermé top 3. Craig, good to see you, mate. Thank you very much. Let's just keep moving around. Let's grab Leo for a quick chat, shall we, as well? We spoke to Leo a bit last year. How you doing, mate? You all right? Yeah, let's grab Leo again. Leo, it's good to see you again. How are we feeling this week? And you happy with how yesterday went?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit disappointing coming 10th, but I feel like the pace is there. We got fastest lap, so it obviously shows that we're good on pace.
Yeah.
But yesterday it was so close between the whole of the top 10. It literally could have been one corner could have made me 2nd or 10th. So there's nothing to look back on that I'm upset about. But it gives me confidence for today.
Yeah, talking about that then, you've obviously learned from yesterday. So what are you going to do differently in this race that you perhaps didn't do in race 1?
I think be a bit more assertive with people, like show that I'm meant to be there, and make my place known.
Yeah. Leo, thanks for talking to us, mate. Best of luck, mate. Great to see you as well. And we've got Henry there as well. Let's just jump around and say hello to Henry, shall we? The purple machine here. Henry, how you doing, my man? You good? It's good to see you. Right, what are we going to do in this race?
The aim is to try and move forward a little bit. We had the pace to be a bit further forward yesterday. I was just a little bit cautious. First race in the car, getting used to things. So yeah, just going to try and keep looking through the cars ahead, keeping close to everyone ahead, and yeah, just try and move forward a little bit.
How do you feel you've adapted to the car?
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a change. I'm really enjoying it at the moment, getting to grips with things. We had a couple of pre-season tests beforehand, so I think I'm there with the car today to be able to push forward a bit. It's only a little bit different to the Fiesta, but the main things are grip and all of these things which will add up. So just got to try and use all the things I've learned so far and push forward in the race.
Top man, best of luck. We really, really appreciate it. Everybody is like a teenager, aren't they? It makes me feel really, really old. We spoke to Monroe there. Let's give him a little wave. Of course, he's only 17 years old too. Cameron Wood's in there as well. I want to go to Charlie because I don't think things went quite well for Charlie yesterday. Charlie, how are we feeling? Are we happy today?
I can't quite hear you at the moment, Ian. We're just doing radio
checks.
Are
you? Oh, okay. Well, look, we're going to find out what radio checks, whether there's any nuggets of information we can get out with Charlie in a second. Not quite the day he was hoping for yesterday. We've got Jensen alongside us as well. I think he's just going through it. Charlie, we'll come back and grab you in a second. I'll let you crack on. I don't want to disturb you too much. Let's just go. We've got Reese over here. I really wanted to chat to Reese yesterday. Not the day he was hoping for. Reese, not the day you wanted yesterday. Are we going to make amends today?
No, we had a DNF yesterday. A bit unfortunate, but me and Olivia, we both know we have the pace, so just push through, get to the front, and have some fun.
You're always one to watch, and you're going to be one to watch in this race. How far forward do you think you can get realistically?
Well, aiming for top 7. That's the aim, top 7. Hope it all kicks off, so it's all just defending till we can just make our way through, but just have some fun.
Top man. Good to see you again, Reese, as well. Let's grab Olivier here as well, have a quick chat. Of course, like Reese, yesterday didn't quite go to plan, but today's going to be a different story, isn't it?
Yeah, so not an ideal day yesterday. It was a decent qualifying, but we can do what we've got to do now, and hopefully we can get towards the front.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but you're going to learn a bit of racecraft in this one, aren't you?
Yeah, so obviously we're going off pole for the race after this, so this will be a good insight to where we can get up there.
It can still be a fantastic weekend, can't it?
Yeah, well, we've got to do what we've got to do, so we'll be there.
I love that. We've got to do what we've got to do. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Let's go back quickly, chat to Charlie, shall we? Hopefully he's finished off. We do have don't worry, you're not missing anything on track. You are missing the MG's qualifying session at the minute. Both of those races coming up for you live, so don't worry, you won't miss the MG racing action a little bit later. Let's just jump back in with Charlie. Hopefully he's finished How you doing, mate? You're right. You're good. Yeah. So Charlie, we finished now. Radio checks all good.
Yes,
you can hear everybody. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Yesterday, how was it for you?
A bit of a baptism of fire.
Yeah.
First round in the championship, so bit of argy-bargy getting the elbows out, but yeah, overall, not too bad.
Do you feel you've learned a lot that you're going to benefit from in this race?
Yes. Yeah. You know, I knew coming into the championship it wasn't going to be easy. It was going to be very competitive, but that's what I wanted. So yeah, we've learned from race 1 and we're ready to go again.
What's the expectation then for this entire weekend, Charlie? Just get it on track, see where you are, see how you measure up against everybody else, and then take that confidence into the rest of the season.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, I wanted 3 clean races. We didn't quite get a clean race just about in race 1, but yeah, to finish all 3 races and just get as many laps and experience as I can.
Top man, Charlie, it's great to see you, mate. You take care, enjoy the race, won't you? Indeed. Let's just make our way back to the front, shall we? I'll try and move you around a little bit, Danny, so we haven't got the sun completely blocking us over. Great job everybody does here for Mini Challenge. Of course, Rhea in charge of it all. We've got Daniel Robot, maybe they won't have time to talk to him. Let's just quickly grab James again. We did speak to him yesterday, but he took the rookie win yesterday, so this young man definitely on a high. James, great to see you again. I know we spoke yesterday, but that was before you took the rookie win.
Yeah, a very good race yesterday. We were running in the podium spots until an unfortunate brake problem with 2 corners to go. So hoping for more of the same today. Obviously, massive thank you to my dad, my whole family, and Romat Logistics and Holman and the Holman Group for allowing me to be in this position.
James, very well said indeed. Look, we're right at a pointy end here. Can you do something special? We know you got the pace.
I mean, we scythed through the pack yesterday, but obviously today's a different day, but we're certainly hoping to move forward.
Excellent, James. Best of luck, mate. Really appreciate it as well. Let's just grab Alex Kings. We spoke to Ronnie, of course, yesterday on the podium. Great race for him. Alex, we are close to the front here, aren't we? Are we gunning for that podium?
Yeah, on the fringes of the podium at the moment, but we're definitely looking forward to this one.
Expectation for the season for you?
I think just improvement on last year. Came 6th in the championship, so top 5 would be brilliant, and any pots at the end of the season would be even better.
Excellent stuff, Alex. Thank you so much. Right, so we're going to make our way to front. It sounds like the qualifying for the MGs has just wrapped up, so let's just put the camera around on these cars. We are about to get underway. So Harry Smith on pole position for this one. A lot of pedigree in this grid as well. He's the 2024 Junior Saloon Car Championship winner, Alfie Garford alongside James Shamington in 3rd. Alex Keynes, we've just heard from him as well, in 4th. Yesterday's 3rd place man, Ronnie Smith, he lines up in 5th. Ashley Gregory, who came home in 2nd, she's 6th. And yesterday's race winner, Joshua Willoughby, he lines up in 7th. This is going to be close. This is going to be frantic. This is going to be an absolute thriller. I'm going to hand over to your commentator, Dave Goddard. He's going to take you through the action, and I'll see you at the end of the race in Park Fair, mate. Enjoy.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yes, the MGs just making their way off after qualifying. So I'll just give you an update on the results of that qualifying session. It's Jake McDermott who has taken pole position for their first race. 2:19.572, his quickest time. Of course, it will be fastest time for race 1. The second quickest time for each driver will set the grid for race 2. So Jake McDermott fastest. Steve McDermott, his father, only 3rd because they've been split by Matt Harvey, number 20, with his ZR. He did a 2:19.771, 2/10 of a second off Jake McDermott. Steve 3rd, and then it was Tony Wigley and Jonathan Candler who completed the top 5 on the grid. Then Rob Addison, Scott Bugner, Lee Sullivan, the 27 of Nick Reynolds, and Jimmy Work, number 19, completing an all ZR top 10. Fastest MGF in 12th overall was Mark Baker, the reigning category champion, ahead of Stuart Plotnick. Further down the order, Class B, it was Anthony Bate in the Maestro, quickest in 24th overall, and just behind him in 26th, Jim Bainham was fastest of the Class A MGBs. 32 cars took part in that session in total. They were covered in total by 23 seconds, because of course the classic class cars, Class A, are a little bit slower than the ZRs. That concludes qualifying. It's racing all the way now. We've got 3 more races coming up before lunch break, and it is the Vertu Mini Challenge who come next. The Coopers in the trophy category then the Vertex Caterham 7 310Rs, then the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. And after that, we are scheduled to have about an hour for lunch before we bring on the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship for their third race of the weekend. The first of the MG races due off. After that, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. They will close out the programme as well. In the meantime, we have 2 more Caterham races and 1 more mini race. Now, the second race for the minis, the grid based on the result of yesterday's race, but it's a partially reversed grid with who's this being towed in? One of our ZRs. Oh, it's Scott Bugner, number 25. So his MG ZR being towed off track. He's had a problem during qualifying. Hopefully he can repair that for the race. He's qualified in the top 10. And there's another one. That's the number 33 ZR being towed off track. So a couple of MG ZRs in trouble. That's Lewis Sharp. So a couple of cars needing recovery there at the end of the session. Lewis Sharp has qualified 25th. Scott Bugner was in the top 10. I can't tell you where because the timing screen just gone blank, ready for our next action. So as we were saying there before we went back to the MGs, the grid for this one decided by the results of yesterday's race, but there's a random draw takes place for a certain number of cars to be reversed on the grid, and number 7 was drawn. So the driver that finished 7th yesterday is Harry Smith, the reigning junior saloon car champion, in car number 10, so he will start on the pole in the Chandler Motorsport car. Coincidence actually, because his father Gary Smith used to race with the MG Owners Club a few years ago. Alongside him, number 88, Alfie Garford, one of the leading rookies in the Mini Challenge this year. Second row, the rookie winner from yesterday, James Sherrington, number 40, alongside 62, Alex Keens. Third row, last year's Rookie Cup winner, Ronnie Smith, number 96, alongside 22, Ashley Gregory. Great second place for her yesterday. On row 4, yesterday's winner, 95, Josh Wilby, alongside 51, Craig Morgan. Completing the top 10, 33, Jamie Keats. He's got a 2-position penalty on this grid for a bit of contact in yesterday's race. Starts alongside 171 of Leo Purchase. Row 6, we have 138 Henry Foote alongside 81 of Luca Marinoni Osborne, regular in the championship last season as well. Row 7, the elder statesman of the grid, that's Paul Manning alongside 69 Monroe Renard. Row 8's number 4, Simon Sweetland, and 43, Cameron Wood. The 9th row, 36, Mackenzie Taylor, alongside 37, Charlie Barr. Jensen Mason had some problems in yesterday's race and finished quite a way back down the order, joined the race late from the pit lane. Then we're on to the cars that didn't finish yesterday's race. Gabe Fairbrother was on pole yesterday, so watch for him coming through from towards the back. He went off at Oggies yesterday. Further back we have 610 of Louis Fleet, starts alongside 59 Reese Hurd, who pulled up on the restart of yesterday's race. We had a red flag. The cause of that red flag was Olivier Algeri, unfortunately number 38. He hit a tyre stack on the inside of Hamilton's corner and smashed his front suspension, and the stranded car brought out the red flag, so he starts right at the back in today's race. That's your grid then for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy. And Harry Smith, who just pipped Jonathan Moore to the junior saloon car title in their Saxos last season, starts from the pole. Jonathan Moore moves into the Porsche Sprint Challenge UK this year with a Porsche Cayman. Smith settles in on pole. Alfie Garford, one of our rookies, alongside him. They move off for their green flag lap. This will be a 15-minute race. Slightly shorter than the Caterhams. These are only mostly young racers. Harry Smith comes from Maidenhead in Berkshire, starts on the pole. He wants to be an international GT racer in his senior career. Alfie Garford in the Wera Alliance Academy racing car, sponsored by Wera Tools. That's the black car with the turquoise sponsorship. Moves up from karting and the Fiesta Junior Championship this year. Quite a few Junior Saloon Car and Fiesta Junior racers making the move up. Great drive by Ashley Gregory. Yesterday, the former mini stocks racer from Lancashire. She was 10th in the championship last year. She wants to make it through all the way to, as many drivers in this series do, to British touring cars. Last year's champion, of course, was Harry Hickton. Beat Sam Gornall by just a couple of points in the final round at Brands Hatch. Seen Harry racing with the Classic Touring Car Racing Club as well in Father David Hickton's Opel at Donington earlier this year. It was the orange Opel Kadett he was battling in the Pre-83 Touring Car Championship. He will race this year in the top class of the Mini Challenge, the JCW John Cooper Works Minis. Highest place finisher in last year's championship, in last year's trophy class championship, who's continued this year, is Gabe Fairbrother, number 11, but he starts towards the back in this one after an off yesterday. Cars in this series are identical. 130 bhp, 1.6 litre normally aspirated Mini Coopers. 6-speed Cooper S gearbox with competition clutch. Goodyear tyres. Team Dynamics 15-inch wheels. Company, of course, set up by BTCC legend Matt Neal and his family. We could be seeing the next Matt Neal on this very grid. Keep an eye on Alex Keens, the green and yellow number 62 there in 4th place. He could be in with a chance here. 21 years of age from Liphook in Hampshire. His ambition in racing, to race a Shelby Cobra at Goodwood. Maybe we'll see him in historic racing someday, who knows. The Goodwood members meeting taking place down in deepest Sussex this weekend. So they come up to the grid then. Harry Smith, the white car with the orange wheels and trim, in pole position. Alfie Garford alongside the black car with the turquoise trim, the Wearer Tools colours. James Sherrington in red and white will be on the second row, one of the youngest men on the grid. Another junior saloon car graduates. Alex Keens in green and yellow completes the second row. Ronnie Smith is in turquoise and white. Number 96 will start on row 3, last year's top rookie. Ashley Gregory in blue and pink alongside him. Following her is yesterday's winner, 95, Josh Wilby, the white and red car. Craig Morgan, 51 alongside. 15 minutes then for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy category. This is going to be a good one. Revs begin to rise in these 1600cc engines. The 5-second board is displayed, waiting for the red light to come on. Red light is on. Revs are up. The second race of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy category is go. Great start by Harry Smith from pole position. They make their way down towards Riches for the first time. Already in the clear is Harry Smith. A big squeeze there for second place. They could go 4 wide. Look at Ronnie Smith going for the inside here. Alex Keens on the outside. That's James Sherrington being squeezed out in the middle. Ashley Gregory goes to the inside. They could be 5 wide into the hairpin for the first time. Goodness me. So who's going to emerge from this little lot with second place here? Charging for the outside is James Sherrington. That's Garford in the middle. Sherrington loses out on the outside of the hairpin. I'm not sure who's going to come out of all this in second place. I think Alfie Garford may have held second, but Harry Smith has already been able to pull out a gap as a result of all that. Garford second, Ronnie Smith is up to third, then Ashley Gregory is fourth. I think that's Craig Morgan possibly in 5th place. We've lost the number 37 car there. That's Charlie Barr that has gone. Hopefully he can rejoin. Going for the inside there. Ronnie Smith gets the door closed in his face by Alfie Garford. Josh Wilby trying to move up in there. Oh, Alex Keens has spun. Well, something had to give in all of that battling for second place. And coming out of Palmer was Alex Keens. So he's got to fight through from the back. Up to second now is Ronnie Smith in car number 96. Bit of dust being kicked up there. Was that our leader? So it's a Smith 1-2. No relation, Harry and Ronnie. Ashley Gregory up into 4th place behind Alfie Garford. The rest of them make their way through. We'll try and see again what happened there coming out of Palmer. I see it was Leo Purchase, I think that is, got sideways, and that's what sent Alex Keynes out onto the grass. So Keynes the one who lost out. There's another car going off there. That's Keynes got hit again, I think, by the car we saw going off to the right. Didn't see the number on that one, unfortunately. So Harry Smith leads it, but I think the race is being stopped. Yes, the red flag is coming out with cars off at Palmer, and the 37, of course, is off as well. Charlie Barr. I think that may have been Cameron Wood, the other car that was involved there, possibly. We can see damage to the front of Alex Keynes' car. He's out of the car, he's okay. And we will see a restart. Now, the field hadn't completed a lap, so I imagine, like we saw in the Caterhams earlier, it will be a complete restart. Great shame for Alex Keynes, who was well poised there on the second row of the grid. So we're under the red flag for the second time in the Vertu Mini Challenge this weekend here at Snetterton, with a couple of cars off at Palmer on the first lap. And the cars will be brought up to the grid. Now we're just going to wait to confirm if it is going to be the original grid that they form up in. I imagine it will, because we haven't yet completed a lap. Thanks to those of you commenting on the stream. Hello to Jamie McEwen, Dan Bartlett, the Jamesy boy. Emil Koopman says, let's go Ronnie Smith. Made a decent start there, certainly. Well, there's one of our cars off. The number 37 of Charlie Barr, the ex-Citroen C1 racer, among others, from Leicestershire. It's one of the Chandler Motorsport cars. He's been a race winner in the Focus Cup as well for the identical Ford Focuses. And looking to move up to the JCW Championship in the Minis. Alex Keynes giving our marshals a hand, collecting the front bumper of his car there. As the tow vehicle moves into position. 37 car being recovered as well. Now those retirements, incidentally, won't affect their grid position for race 3, because the grid for race 3 is set by the fastest time in the qualifying session yesterday. The grid for race 1 is set by the second fastest, and as we said, this race, race 2, is the partially reverse grid race based on race 1. So the Minis sort of do things the other way round when it comes to qualifying, and there are bonus points on offer for the fastest qualifying time as well. So looking at the grid very quickly for race 3 later on today, which has already been decided, it's Oliver Algieri who was quickest and gets the bonus points for qualifying fastest. So he's starting at the back for this race and will start at the front for the race later on. There's not many drivers who can say they've started at the front and the back of 2 grids on the same day. The grid is forming up. Just taking a look out of the commentary box window, I can tell you that, yes, Alfie Garford has retaken position in second on the grid, so it is a complete restart from the original grid. And the timing screen does say 15 minutes, so it looks like we are going to run over the full distance, which is good. So the JSHolmes.com recovery vehicles, the HIAB cranes in position. You can see there the marshals chaining the crane onto Charlie Barr's car to be lifted onto the flatbed. Hello to Simon, who was cheering on Josh Wilby. Took a win yesterday, of course. Nice to see a BTCC nostalgia chat going on in our stream chat as well. Somebody mentioning John Clelland's car from 1989. Yes, that was the Mark II Astra GTE. Last one of those I saw race was Simon Ward in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club, I think. He went on to race in the Pickup Truck Championship. Look at that, simultaneous recovery. Alex Keane's car being lifted off as well. Quick hello to Leanne and Babs watching down in Kent as well. Normally Bangor racing fans, but keeping an eye on the circuit racing action as well. Oh, and that's Olivier Algieri off again. We didn't see that before. So more damage for the 38 car. Let's hope he can make up for that. That's 2 retirements. Let's hope he can make up for that in race 3 when he's got the pole position. So a fair number of cars needing recovery here. Wilf Butler's watching on our stream as well. Junior Saloon Car race winner earlier this season. Good luck to everybody at Chandler Motorsport. Harry Smith and James Sherrington, his old rivals in JSCC. Harry says, come on Jensen Mason. He's a bit further back on the grid. Yes, Jamie McEwen, you're right. That's Olivier Algieri. That was the car that hit the tyres at Hamilton yesterday, unfortunately. Tough weekend for Olivier on his debut in the challenge. So the car's waiting for the restarts. No Alex Keane's, of course, a gap on row 2. Alex Keane's car being deposited behind the barrier, out of the way. They'll recover it back to the paddock at the end of the race. So we've just got Olivier Algieri's car to be removed now before we get this race back underway. Duncan Patricio says, good luck Ashley Gregory. Oliver Cotton watching as well. Seen his name a few times on BARC TV over the years. Great shame for Olivier Algieri, the man from North Wales. As you say, hopefully he can repair that car for race 3 because he does have pole position. the Westbourne Motorsport team. They have 4 cars here this weekend. Jamie Keats, Rhys Hurd and Luca Marinoni Osborne, their other drivers. Olivier Algieri, he's 19 years old, already working as a driver coach. Had some guest entries in the mini challenge last year, but a full campaign this year. Another driver looking to get into the British Touring Car Championship in years to come. It's not been a happy weekend for Westbourne Motorsport. Rhys Hurd was a retirement yesterday as well. Rest of the drivers just taking in the sunshine on the grid. It's a little more blustery though than it was yesterday at Snetterton, certainly not quite as warm. It's the right front suspension that's broken on that 38 car this time. It was the left front yesterday when he hit that tyre stack at Hamilton's. These cars have single-way adjustable AST dampers, and I think Westbourne Motorsport have got through a few of them so far this weekend, unfortunately. Of course, this championship will join British touring cars on 3 dates this year. In May at Brands Hatch on the Indy circuit, in June at Thruxton, and at the end of August on the Donington Park circuit. As well as today, they also go to Croft at the end of June, Silverstone in September, and the title decider is in November at Brands Hatch, as it was in 2024. And Harry Hickton just took the title ahead of Sam Gornall. Where's the other car that we saw going off? That's another car that got caught up with Alex Keynes. It was Cameron Wood, number 43. It's not been a happy race for Chandler Motorsport either, with the 37 car of Charlie Barr involved as well. Cameron Wood, the 25-year-old, 18th in the mini challenge last season, in his first year in the series. So 2 of Chandler Motorsport's cars involved. Now what they need is for Harry Smith to cheer them up here, because he's on pole. You can tell Chandler Motorsport's cars apart by the colour of their wheels. Harry Smith has orange wheels, Charlie Barr has black, Cameron Wood green, and Craig Morgan is their other driver. He's got yellow wheels. So just waiting for the recovery vehicles to leave, and then it'll be a 15-minute restart for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy class cars. Hi to Andrew Miller-Swan. Liam Edmonds, he says, come on Josh Wilby. Josh has clearly got all of his friends watching after his win yesterday. Andrew Miller-Swan says hi to all the commentators. Thank you, Andrew. Me and Chris Hutchinson here in the box today, and in the background we can hear on the circuit PA we've got Lewis Beals and John Ward. As the cars move away for their green flag lap, ready for a restart. Reminder of the grid lineup: Harry Smith and Alfie Garford on the front row. James Sherrington on his own on row 2, no Alex Keynes after that incident up at Palmer's. Ronnie Smith and Ashley Gregory on row 3. Then we've got Josh Wilby, yesterday's winner, with the top 7 flipped around. He starts alongside Craig Morgan. Jamie Keats and Leo Purchase complete the top 10. Then we've got Henry Foote and Luca Marinoni Osborne. Paul Manning and Monroe Renard. Simon Sweetland is there, Cameron Wood isn't. Mackenzie Taylor is there, Charlie Barr isn't. Then Jensen Mason and Gabe Fairbrother, and Louis Fleet and Reese Hurd at the back of the grid. No Olivier Algieri once again. He's having a pretty disastrous weekend, it has to be said. That's Jamie Keats, the chrome blue liveried car. He could be in with a chance of a podium here if he gets a good getaway. Andrew Miller-Swan saying he should be here with the Orange Army, one of our marshals, but other commitments took over. On-track marketing says, come on, Ronnie Smith. As does Paul Busby, so Ronnie's got a few of his fans watching. He made a good start at the first attempt, was up into second place. Last year's rookie champion, Ronnie Smith. So cars coming up to the grid then for the second attempt at race 2 for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy. A few cars off at Palmer's the first time out, bringing out the red flag. Harry Smith had made a cracking start at the first attempt from his first pole position in the category. He will aim to repeat that in just a moment. 15 minutes will be the distance. Alfie Garford in the Weir Alliance car starts alongside him. Harry Smith, the white car with the orange wheels, the black car of Garford alongside him. Watch for James Sherrington, the 16-year-old, in the red and white number 40 car on row 2. There's a gap on row 2. Alex Keynes should have been. He was one of the cars involved in that incident up at Palmer. Once everyone's clear, the marshal will display the green flag at the back of the field, and the 5-second board will be held aloft. Watch for the red light above the gantry alongside the pit wall. Revs begin to rise in these 1600cc engines. 15 minutes of Vertu Mini Challenge racing about to get underway. Red light goes out now, and away we go. Down towards that first corner at Riches. Everybody is away cleanly. And Harry Smith again has made a superb start in the number 10. The reigning junior saloon car champion leads Alfie Garford towards the first corner. James Sherrington and Ronnie Smith slot in behind. Then it is Ashley Gregory in 5th, yesterday's winner Josh Wilby in 6th position. Down towards the hairpin for the first time. James Sherrington looking to make a move on Alfie Garford for 2nd place. Oh, Ronnie Smith into the back of James Sherrington. He's hit in turn by Ashley Gregory. Somebody else getting forced out. Well, that's Luca Marinoni Osborne in there, coming out of the hairpin there. Simon Sweetland was caught in the middle in the number 4. But it's Harry Smith who leads the way. Are they all going to make it round? No, they're not. That's Osborne going off. Gabe Fairbrother's caught up, I think, and in the middle of the track there is Monroe Renard. I hope he can move away, otherwise you might see another red flag. Into Agostini go the leaders. The rest of the pack continuing. Gabe Fairbrother's got going, and he's having a poor weekend, isn't he? Off in race 1 up at Oggies, and now caught up in a first lap incident here, and he was one of the championship favourites this year, having finished 4th last turn. So Harry Smith leads, Alfie Garford keeping him in sight. Who's this making a move up the inside? That's Jamie Keats attacking Josh Wilby for P6. There's a bit of damage on the back of Ronnie Smith's car from that bit of contact at the hairpin. Jamie Keats passing Josh Wilby, and Leo Purchase goes through as well. So things settling down then as they head down the Bentley Straight for the first time. Is Harry Smith going to be slipstreamed? Are they going to start weaving about Caterham style, I wonder? And he's got Alfie Garford in the slipstream there. James Sherrington in third, under attack from Smith and Gregory as they make their way into Brundle and Nelson corners for the first time. First 5 breaking away very slightly. Then it's Keats in 6th position, trying to go 3 wide there out of Nelson. Somebody's gone rally crossing. That's Simon Sweetland in the number 4 car, the Max Tune Motorsport car, but he keeps it going. There's a bit of damage to the front end of that machine after that collision at Palmer. Let's have a look in the background, see what happened there. Yeah, Gabe Fairbrother tangling up with Luca Marinoni Osborne. Monroe Renard very lucky not to get collected by Reese Hurd there. This is how it happened. 4 into 1 just didn't go, and Simon Sweetland was involved. That's how he got that front end damage. You can't go 4 wide into parts. Completing the first lap then, Harry Smith leads by just under a second from Alfie Garford. James Sherrington in 3rd position. Ronnie Smith battling with Ashley Gregory. She's got through into 4th position. Ronnie Smith getting ready to fight back as they go down towards the hairpin. On the outside line though, James Keats in the chrome blue car closing up. Leo Purchase behind him, so Josh Wilby has lost a couple of places there. He's down to 8th. Henry Foote and Paul Manning rounding out the top 10 at the end of the opening lap. Running wide there, Ashley Gregory. Bit of dust being kicked up as she chases the top 3. Harry Smith being reeled in slightly now by Alfie Garford. Would love a victory on his debut weekend in the category. There's Josh Wilby. Not enjoying the best of starts to this one after his victory in yesterday's race when he outpaced Gabe Fairbrother. Now, is everybody still going further back who was involved in those various incidents? It looks like they are. We had 5 cars, where 4 cars didn't take the restart. Yes, there's Monroe Renard, Luca Marinoni Osborne. They have got going again. 1 car we lost into the pits at the end of the first lap, Craig Morgan, number 51. So more problems for Chandler Motorsport, unfortunately. He's pulled in. Here they come down the Bentley Straights. Anybody going to duck out to make a move into the left-hander at Brundle? Doesn't look like it this time. Side by side, Leo Purchase could have a move done into Nelson though on Ronnie Smith. Yes, Ronnie Smith's dropped back a few spots, hasn't he, the 96 car. Whether he did get some damage in that those early exchanges, Josh Wilby's going to go through as well. So Ronnie Smith loses a couple of places there in the 96. Is that something dragging underneath his car there? Yes, it might be. I think the exhaust may have come loose. Now, if that stays like that, he could be at risk of getting the black and orange flag, the black flag with the orange disc, which means technical problem. He needs to pull into the pits. I think the 96 car's exhaust is hanging off. As they come up over the line then, Harry Smith continues to lead. There's something hanging off definitely as he passes my commentary box under the 96 car. Whether it is the exhaust or just some trim, I'm not sure. But he could risk getting the black and orange flag there, Ronnie Smith. Meanwhile, there is a challenge on for the lead. Alfie Garford has a look as they come into Wilson's hairpin. He's just done the fastest lap, Alfie Garford. And a tangle there, that's Ronnie Smith and Josh Wilby. Josh Wilby's heading for the A11, nearly took Ronnie Smith with him. There you can see underneath that car, I think that is the exhaust pipe that's dragging underneath. So there's a risk of a black and orange flag there. Alfie Garford closed the gap by half a second on the previous lap, and he's getting ready to try and challenge Harry Smith for the lead. James Sherrington under fire from Ashley Gregory. Jamie Keats is up into 5th position ahead of Leo Purchase. Harry Smith leads the way ahead of Garford and Sherrington, and they're all rookies as well, so the Rookie Cup battle is for the lead of the race. Ashley Gregory next. The Graduate Cup for drivers in their 2nd year in the championship, that's being led by Leo Purchase in the blue and orange car. Gregory on the tail of Sherrington. She wants another podium. Here they come along the Bentley Straight once again. Just over 8.5 minutes to go. Harry Smith continuing to soak up the pressure from a determined Alfie Garford here. This is very impressive indeed from Alfie Garford. James Sherrington ripped wide over the curbs there under pressure from Ashley Gregory, and that's Josh Wilby. Wilby out of the race, yesterday's winner. Well, he's damaged the car. You can see there the left front in that contact with Ronnie Smith, and he is out of the race. Certainly a fair bit of broken suspension this weekend. Battle further back in the order. 3 wide, the 610 car in the middle is Louis Fleets. 36 going for the inside, that's Mackenzie Taylor. The other car involved there, I think, was Jensen Mason, the number 195, one of our Fiesta Junior graduates, as is Alfie Garford, who's currently chasing our race leader. 0.2 of a second in it as they cross the line that time. Garford with the fastest lap of the race, 2:19.021. Up towards Riches and the hairpin. Plenty of battles further down the order. That's, I think, is Gabe Fairbrother trying to fight his way back up in there. In the number 11, yes it is, the driver who started on pole yesterday, attacking Louis Fleet and Mackenzie Taylor, so slowly but surely making his way back up the order, and still they can't dislodge Harry Smith, from the lead of this race. Ronnie Smith was involved in that little tangle with Josh Wilby. He's still going, but he's in P9. Up towards Hamilton. Still Alfie Garford, unable to make his way around Harry Smith for the lead of this race. Both looking for victory on their debut in the category, as is James Sherrington in 3rd. He's under fire from Gregory, then Jamie Keats closing in. Garford, has he got the move done on the inside here? He's got the inside run out of Williams. They're side by side on the road to the Bentley Straight. This is Alfie Garford's opportunity. Can he outdrag Harry Smith for the lead? They're still side by side. They head down towards the bridge. He'll be on the outside for Brundle, but the inside for Nelson. He needs to get the move done really before they turn in. These cars very, very evenly matched, so he may not be able to outdrag him on power. He's got the inside line for Nelson, has he? They're still side by side. I think Harry Smith's going to have to cede here, or is he? Keeps his foot in, they head towards the bomb hole. No, he's held the lead. Good driving Harry Smith, just holding back Alfie Garford. I saw a cloud of dust in the background up at Williams as well, so whether somebody's had a moment there, we'll wait and see. Yes, here's a replay of what happened further back there. That was Simon Sweetland and the 185 of Jensen Mason. A bit of rally crossing from Jensen. That's the dust cloud we could see. Meanwhile, the leaders heading up to complete another lap. They're still line astern over the line, and Alfie Garford right on Harry Smith's bumper. He's determined to get through into the lead of this race. Remember what we said about this lot being the touring car stars of the future? This is like touring car racing. This is BTCC standard almost at the front. Garford to the inside. No, you don't, says Harry Smith. What's going to happen under braking for Wilson's hairpin this time? 4 of them, 5 of them, 6 of them line astern now, because Leo Purchase has caught onto the back of this. He passed the stranded car of Josh Wilby out of the race. There's yellow flags on the hairpin there on the exit, so they can't pass there. First 2 pull away very slightly. Garford still pushing as hard as he can. Up towards Agostini they come once again. Named after multiple world motorcycle champion Giacomo Agostini. Jamie Keats trying for a move on Ashley Gregory in the 22, side by side. A little bit of rubbing between the two of them there as they came out of Agostini. Meanwhile, Garford to the inside up towards Hamilton. He goes through. Alfie Garford, superb move, but Harry Smith fighting back. This is tremendous stuff at the front of the field. Alfie Garford in the Weir Tools sponsored car takes the lead, and Harry Smith has lost momentum there because here comes James Sherrington now. He's going to try and go through to P2. Smith's having none of it. These two are old rivals from junior saloon cars. Smith goes rally crossing down the grass. He's going to lose second. He might lose third. Yes, Jamie Keats goes through because he just got past Ashley Gregory. This is brilliant stuff. 4 minutes of this to go. We might get 2 more laps out of this after this one. Fastest lap, the 2:19.021 of Alfie Garford, who's taken the lead of this race. Gregory under fire now from Leo Purchase, and in the blink of an eye it seems Harry Smith has gone from first to fourth. Oh, and Garford slows as he missed a gear there, and he's gone from first to fourth in the blink of an eye now. Alfie Garford, no, he's got a problem, I think, Alfie Garford. He's gone down to 6th now. Oh, what a shame for Alfie Garford. He'd just taken the lead of the race. Something's gone wrong there for the 88 car. So now who's up front? It looks like James Sherrington has taken the lead of this race. This is extraordinary stuff. What has happened to Alfie Garford there? I think he might be heading for the pits. A couple of cars recovering after earlier incidents further back. Luca Marinoni Osborne and Monroe Renard there fighting for 15th position. Ronnie Smith has pulled into the pits, I can tell you as well. Bit damaged from that earlier incident. Or did he get the black and orange flag? We'll check that. Yes, he did get flagged in for that trailing exhaust. Just checked on the TSL timing screen. Meanwhile, this is the battle for the lead now. It's completely changed up front, because out front it is James Sherrington, the youngest man on the grid, ahead of Jamie Keats. Harry Smith is back there in 3rd place. Ashley Gregory in 4th. Just over 2.5 minutes of this race still to go. But what happened to Alfie Garford? He's still there in 6th place as they cross the line. He just suddenly slowed coming out of Nelson. I don't know what the problem was there. He's back up to speed again. Look, he's still there behind this group as Leo Purchase makes a move on Ashley Gregory in the 22 and is back up into 4th position. There's the 88, so he's still there in 6th. Whether he lost drive momentarily, I'm not too sure. So the lead battle calming down slightly this time around. There is Garford. Nothing looks amiss on the 88. Just doesn't seem to have the speed it once did. Mackenzie Taylor coming under fire from the recovering Jensen Mason after he ran wide earlier on. Meanwhile, here come the leaders down into the complex once again, and Jamie Keats looking determined here. They swing their way through the right-hander at Nelson. James Sherrington, family background in sports car racing, including the Open Sports Series. James come up from the Saxos, the junior saloon cars. Harry Smith has as well. He was champion there last year, but only just. He's not finished yet. Harry Smith coming up to start their final lap this time of race 2 of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge. Across the line they come. Anybody going to try and make a move into riches for the final time? On the outside there is Harry Smith. To the inside, Jamie Keats in the chrome blue car. He cuts a little bit too fine to the inside there, kicking up a little bit of dust. Leo Purchase is just positioning himself, maybe to capitalise if any of them trip over each other ahead of him. Still James Sherrington who leads the way. He's the leading rookie as well. Smith on the tail of Keats. No passing through the exit of the hairpin, of course, because of that stranded car on the outside. And Harry Smith runs a little bit wide there, coming through Palmer, kicks up some dust. This could be Leo Purchase's opportunity to get through onto the podium places. Smith trying to move to cover, but Purchase is alongside him. They almost touch wing mirrors. Purchase will have the inside line for Agostini, goes through to P3. Bit of dust there being kicked up ahead of them as well. Who's that? That's Jamie Keats that's run wide. So everything changes again. Sherrington went wide there as well. Purchase could take the lead here with a bit of luck into Hamilton. Through to the left-hander. He's got him. Leo Purchase has just gone from 4th to 1st. I'm losing track of this completely. Now Smith and Sherrington side by side for 2nd. Keats has gone back to 5th place. This is incredible. Sherrington back up the inside on Harry Smith. They're side by side. Ashley Gregory on Smith's bumper. Oh my goodness me. Well, Leo Purchase, I don't think even he expected to be leading this race into the final lap. They charge down the Bentley straights. Smith on the inside of Sherrington. Gregory's going for the inside as well. Jamie Keats alongside her. Smith in second place. Leo Purchase leads it. Gregory runs wide. Then there's a couple more cars up there. Contact between Keats and Gregory. They nearly went off. Somehow they've survived that. There's a couple more cars closing up as well. That's Garford coming back into it. And Henry Foote. Where's he come from in the 138? What an unbelievable race. And it's going to be won, by look of things, by 171, a man who started the last lap in 4th position. Oh, Jamie Keats has gone. That's more, I think that's more contact in there. My goodness gracious me, the win is going to go to Leo Purchase in 171. He'll be in disbelief, I think. He was 4th going into the final lap. Harry Smith comes over in 2nd. James Sherrington is 3rd. Gregory 4th. Henry Foote is 5th. I don't know where he came from on that last lap. Garford 6th, then Paul Manning. Jamie Keats ends up crossing the line 8th place. Reese Hurd from near the back of the grid is 9th, and Gay Fairbrother also from the back is 10th. What an extraordinary race. I'm not quite sure how to sum that one up. That was absolutely wild. So Leo Purchase, number 171 for Graves Motorsport, the man from Poole in Dorset, suddenly appears in front on the last lap. He wasn't even in contention of a podium 2 laps from home. Where's Jamie Keats diving down the inside? This is how Leo Purchase ended up in front. We didn't see that initially. Purchase was concentrating on passing Harry Smith when suddenly Keats and Sherrington went flying wide, and Leo Purchase said, thanks very much, I'll take the lead. So that's what happened at Agostini. And then further round that extraordinary last lap, Jamie Keats again leaning on Ashley Gregory, and as she came back on, clipped Keats' rear wheel, nearly spun him. And then coming into the final corner, more contact. Keats' contact, that was with Alfie Garford. And Leo Purchase came in to take the win. Okay, provisional results of that one. Leo Purchase the winner by 0.46 of a second over Harry Smith, with Sherrington 3rd, then Gregory, Henry Foote up to 5th, and Alfie Garford 6th. The Rookie Cup winner in the end was Harry Smith in 2nd place. Then further down the order, Manning from Keats, Hurd, Fairbrother, Louis Fleet, Jensen Mason, Mackenzie Taylor, and Luca Marinoni Osborne. The only other 2 finishers were Simon Sweetland and Monroe Renard, because we lost Ronnie Smith. He got flagged in for his trailing exhaust. Josh Wilby crashed out, and we also lost Craig Morgan. The rest of the cars didn't take the restart. Well, while I get my breath back, let's head down to Ian in Parc Ferme.
I still can't quite believe what we just witnessed there when it got going. Boy, oh boy. Leo's just going to go. Let's go with him, actually, because he's just run off. He came in a while ago. They come through quite quick here at Snetterton, so they get into Parc Ferme pretty quick. Did have a quick chat with Leo once he got out of the car, but I tell you something, he is one happy man. Let's look at this. Just look at these guys here. Look, this is what it means. Round of applause as well. James Sherrington, of course, back on the podium again. Took the rookie win yesterday on the podium. Well done, James. We'll grab you in a sec, Leo. Yeah. Oh, my. Well, you can't breathe there, can you?
I can't believe it. Oh, 10th to 1st.
What does it mean to you to get that? The outright win there. Remarkable.
Oh, so much. It means so much for the team as well. I can't believe it. It's such an improvement from race 1. I think getting involved a bit more, picking my right moment, picking my time. I just can't believe it.
It looked like it was about keeping a bit of composure because it looked quite hectic out there.
Yeah, it was a bit hectic. I think just being in the right place, right time really suited us. I think holding back when needed to be was where we got through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, really happy.
You can't enjoy it too much. Of course, you've got to do it all again a little bit later. But congratulations there. Well done. What a remarkable win there. Let's grab Harry Smith as well if we can. A great podium for Harry. Harry, well done, mate. So close, but a great result anyway.
Yeah, that was it was really tough. I was leading for a fair majority of the race, and everyone just kept shuffling spots. I think it was down in 4th or 5th one point. I got pushed wide a couple of times, but just hanging around the outside of most people and then tucking in and just trying to get in the slipstream. A couple of mistakes here and there, but I think overall it's a really positive result.
Bumper to bumper racing, wasn't it? That was.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big step up from the Saxos, but I quite like the feeling.
Well done. Congratulations, Harry. Yeah, super stuff. Let's just see if James is over here. Let's grab a quick word with James. I think we've got a little bit of time. Hopefully, James, you okay, mate? That was breathless stuff, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, well, obviously great to get my first podium in the championship. Big thank you to the team and everyone supporting me. Obviously, it's a bit of a disappointing last lap with a bit of a collision, but ultimately I can't control that, and I'm sure I'll get another chance. Let's have another go at a win.
It's coming, mate. It's coming. Great driving. Good stuff indeed. Right, there we go. More action coming up throughout the course of the day indeed. You can just see what it means to these drivers, can't you? A bit of an emotional James Sherrington there. It's been a great weekend for him, though. Rookie win yesterday. 3rd place in this race as well. Leading, actually, as they started the last lap. It's all a learning curve. That's what motorsport is. Just 16 years of age. Right, Caterham action coming up now. We've pretty much got wall-to-wall racing all day. It's going to be an absolute thriller. I'm going to hand back to Dave to tell you what is up next.
Thanks, Ian. I've just about got my breath back after that race. That was brilliant stuff. Well, next up, we have the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. They opened their season yesterday with a victory for Taylor O'Flanagan after a big scrap with Lars Hoffmann from Germany. They'll be forming up on the grid very shortly for their second race of the weekend. But Ian caught up and Sam caught up with a few of the drivers earlier on today down in the paddock.
Yes, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. I've got to say the sun is shining, the weather is absolutely perfect. And there's a figure here who wasn't here yesterday. All I can see is gold over here. Paul, you've had a busy weekend, but not actually here, have you?
No, yesterday I was racing at Alton Park.
Are you mad?
Pretty insane. Finished at Alton Park yesterday and then spent 4 hours driving to come to sunny Snetterton.
And that means, unfortunately, you do start at the back, doesn't it?
It does, yes. So I start this race too from the back, but it's a small grid, so starting at 13. Unlucky for some, maybe, but hoping I can propel myself at least halfway up the grid.
Yeah. And of course, you mentioned the reverse grid later, so there is an opportunity to do something special here.
There is. Race 3, I don't quite know how it's working. I think anything between top 5 and top 10 is reverse grid for the last race. So if I can get halfway up, there's a chance I could be much nearer the front and the faster boys behind me to give me a decent race 3.
Top man, Paul, it was great to see you. Thanks for making a trip over. I just look at that livery, unbelievable, wasn't it? Talking of liveries as well, I just want to very quickly grab James. Can I just borrow you for a second? You've just told me the story about the livery on your car here. It is fantastic, isn't it? Tell me the story behind this.
I had a little incident last year here, and while I was in a bit of pain, my other half said she'd design the car for me. And she did design it as Kermit, which is the name of her horse. So we've got a Kermit horse and a Kermit car.
And she also said if you do have an accident, it's because you are a Muppet.
That's exactly right.
That's not me saying it. That's not me saying it. Do it, James. Best of luck in the race. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, everybody, time to go racing. The Caterham 310Rs. It's going to be a corker. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian. And the grid will be formed up once the bit of debris cleared from the mini challenge race. And this grid lines up in order of the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session yesterday. The Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship. This is the excuse me. This is the rung on the ladder just below the Caterham 7 UK Championship, isn't it, Chris?
Yep. This is the final evolution of the academy car that they will have all started with back in their racing career. But yes, it's quite a different beast by the time we get here. They've got 155 horsepower. They've got a limited slip rear differential, and just generally speaking, from the Academy car, they've not got the windscreen or the lights and everything, so it's no longer a road legal car, but it's certainly a very race focused one, uprated suspension as well. So yeah, these are drivers that have been pedaling these cars for quite a number of years as well, and they gave us a fantastic race yesterday. As I say, a bit of a new regulation this year, so fastest qualifying lap was for race 1, second fastest qualifying lap will set the grid for race 2 that we're just about to see, and then later on today for their third and final race they will have that slight reversal at the front of the grid. I think it's a random draw number as to how many cars get reversed, but given the kind of nature of this racing, I think we'll see some fantastic racing. I mean, I don't think that reversal is going to cause too much hassle because they've all been using every single part of this racetrack and it being in every single position all the way through. But here is that grid then for this second race.
Yes, indeed, and it is Lars Hoffmann, the German, who starts on pole with the second fastest times from qualifying determining this grid. He starts alongside Taylor O'Flanagan in the number 11. They had that huge battle in yesterday's race. Second row, number 4, Duncan Mallet alongside 21, Charlie Lower. Then on row 3, we've got 88, Ryan Wilby on his debut in 310R this weekend, alongside Hugo Bush, number 22. Now, Hugo should have been on pole for this race, but he got a 5-place grid penalty for some contact with Duncan Mallet at the hairpin in yesterday's race. Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5, starts alongside the 20 of James Empson, the Kermit the Frog liveried car, as we've just seen. And then we've got the first of the AM class drivers. We've got Pro-Am and AM drivers, the same as in the Caterham 7 UK Championship this year. Peter Motts, number 96, and 38, Jeff Price on row 5. Row 6, 77, Harvey Lawrence, who won the AM class yesterday, starts alongside Philip Bianchi, number 16. Now, he was excluded from qualifying yesterday for a tyre infringement. And of course at the back we have number 50, Paul Goldstein, who was absent yesterday.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Paul Goldstein gets through the field. Philip Bianchi's got to do it all again, so the new qualifying format's not worked for him. And Harvey Lawrence also coming to the front of that AM class, and he will have to get past the couple of cars that are just in front of him. So a slightly smaller grid for this 310R, but the absolute quality is still there with Lars Hoffmann, Taylor O'Flanagan. Duncan Mallet was fully involved, and obviously had that little incident with Hugo Bush towards the end of the race, but he was involved with the battle all the way through. And Hugo Bush has obviously got a little bit of work to do now, but he was not denied that podium yesterday, but he has got that penalty, so that's why he's not where he qualified. As they head off then onto their green flag lap, an opportunity for them to check out conditions. It's going to be the first action for them today, obviously, so they'll have had to watch some of the racing this morning. They're going to get used to this new wind direction. Everyone's been talking about it. It's definitely the talk of the paddock and the talk of the commentary box, because they got a headwind now coming up the start-finish straight, a tailwind as they go down through to the end of the Bentley Straight. Changes entirely the tactics they're going to have to use on how are they going to win this race. Well, it's going to be seeing whether Taylor O'Flanagan can do it once more and make it 2 for 2, but Hoffmann, Bush, Bianchi, Lowe, all of them are going to make it hard for him to do that, and I'm pretty sure, as per yesterday, we're going to be fully together as we head through to the latter stage of this race.
Last year's 310R champion was Harry Cook, who has now moved up to the Caterham 7 UK Championship, of course. Taylor O'Flanagan was second, ahead of Lars Hoffmann after dropped scores had been applied. Tom Willis fourth in the points, he's not out today, and Hugo Bush rounded out the top 5 ahead of Philip Bianchi and Duncan Mallet. Last year, of course, we had the former CEO of Caterham Cars, Graham McDonald, racing in the 310Rs as well. Hopefully we'll see him back out on track later this year.
He's on the entry list, so he is definitely sort of on the list of people who might well come back. And like I say, slightly smaller abbreviated grid this weekend, but that will change throughout the season as well as the 310R. It's a fantastic machine to be driving around, and as we said, we saw the 270s already. This is just that one step above them. Other, outwardly very, very similar cars. There's not really anything you can discernibly differ between the two cars, but underneath the hood, more power, more revs, and the limited slip rear differential, which really does make the character of this car change. So it means midway through the corner, when you're getting on that power, the car's really eager to turn more. You can get that power oversteer sort of happening, and in such a light car as this, it really does change the dynamic and the balance, and it's considered to be one of the best balanced cars, with the power to rate ratio. It's just fantastic. So yeah, it's a car that I love. I won my championship in this specification, and it's good to see them all out there really sort of living up to so last year's 310 grid had an absolutely barnstormer from the first round to the last, and it's looking like this one's shaping up to do the same.
Yes, they should be galloping round in one big packet. I think the entire field was covered by 1.8 seconds in qualifying yesterday, as the cars now starting to make their way up to the grid. Lars Alexander Hoffmann from Germany in the Motul liveried car. The red and white will be in pole position. The yellow car of Taylor O'Flanagan, last year's championship runner-up, will be alongside him. Duncan Mallet will be on the second row in the black car. Always seems to have all the bad luck, does Duncan, so a good result here would be very welcome indeed.
Takes two to tango as ever, doesn't it? So but he's will be looking, one of our young racers looking to gain experience, and has been, sort of came in from the academy a couple of years back, did some 270 last year, and now is in this 310R class. And yeah, we saw a lap record for the 270s, taking about a second off of their time, so I wonder whether we're going to see that. So the current lap record for the 310s is a 207.902. Let's see whether they can improve that. You can see the difference that power and revs gives. These quite significantly faster than 270 are around this long Snetterton circuit.
Charlie Lower on the second row, that's the Dayglow yellow and grey car. In Dayglow orange and grey on row 3, Ryan Wilby, new to 310R this weekend, and Hugo Bush, similarly coloured car, starts alongside him. Watch for him coming through. Very tenacious driver is Hugo. Will be fired up by that grid penalty. Should have been on the front row of the grid. 20-minute race then for the Vertex watches. Caterham 7 310R Championship. The red light is on. Quite a long hold on the red lights. It goes out now and away they go down towards Ridgel. We've got a problem there. Somebody facing the wrong way. That was Ben Lopez Appleton got taken out, the number 5 car. Not sure what happened there. He's got it going again. That was right below our commentary box. And as the leaders head up towards the hairpin for the first time, it's Hoffmann from O'Flanagan. Up into third is Duncan Mallet. Trying to get through on the inside of the hairpin is Hugo Bush in the number 22, but he finds his route blocked by Charlie Lower. Behind him Ryan Wilby, and then behind them the Kermit the Frog car, number 20 James Empson.
Right, Ryan will be one of the drivers that really pushed up in the race yesterday, and yeah, we'll be looking to see whether he can recover a little bit back from there. So yeah, lots of drivers got a lot of position changes to happen, but there's not that many cars in front of them, so it's all going to come together, and this is like a lead pack of any kind of a Caterham race that we see, but they are going to stick like this for the rest of this race. I didn't also see what happened off the line. It's very unusual to see. I didn't hear any contact, so they've got another spin. That's Jeff Price, who we saw fighting for the AM win yesterday. That's not how he wants to start his race either, so unusual couple of spins there earlier on for the 310s.
Well, they say it's a bit cooler here at Snetterton today. Cold tyres, possibly?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, just not getting enough heat in those tyres, but also maybe the conditions out there, maybe some of the previous races have left some fluid out there that they're finding for the first time. Obviously, you only have that one green flag to really feel out what's there, and as we said already, the wind direction means all your braking points are going to be slightly different today compared to yesterday, as they're coming down then into the Bentley straight. 3 wide, 4 wide, why not? Let's do it.
21 of Charlie Lower trying to go around the outside of everybody. Taylor O'Flanagan's taken the lead. Hoffmann's going to lose out in the shuffle. It's Duncan Mallet up into second place. Lower gets third, and in the blink of an eye, Lars Hoffmann goes down from first to fourth. Well, first to fourth was a feature of the minis in their closing laps. I think the Caterham's been watching the mini challenge today.
Absolutely, and I think the only reason Hoffmann sort of gave that position quite so easily is because it's the first lap of the race, and there's a lot more to lose than there is to gain at this point. Remember, they've still got a final race to go later on, but Taylor O'Flanagan a little bit of a gap then over the top of Duncan Mallet and Charlie Lower, so the order has shuffled already, so there's some drivers making a move nice and early, but they're going to come over the line then to complete their first lap.
Here they come then, and Hugo Bush trying to make a move on Lars Hoffmann, pops out of the slipstream, making a move for the lead is Duncan Mallet. He goes through into riches. Charlie Lower tries to follow suit up the inside, but Taylor O'Flanagan covers on the exit of the right-hander up towards the hairpin. Mallet under fire from O'Flanagan now. Here comes Charlie Lower very late on the brakes. He's not going to get both of them, surely. Yes, he is. Superb from Charlie Lower. That was a brave move indeed, and he's got the lead.
His brakes and tyres are up to speed, and he is as well, isn't he? So Duncan Mallet, after getting collected a little bit late on in the race yesterday, he's going to be fired up to try and get that, and he put himself in that lead position at the end of lap 1, but Charlie Lower showing everyone that there was a little bit more braking performance available left on the table. He didn't lock up or anything, so as they're coming down to Agostini, again, this headwind as they come down is going to affect each of these corners. They're going to be learning them as they go, and they're experienced enough drivers to quickly make those adjustments that they need. So where we saw Jeff maybe out braking himself into the hairpin last time through, hopefully he'll make those nice adjustments and he can get back involved in this battle. But yeah, it's kind of line astern at the moment. It's kind of, there's a bit of movement at the front of the field, but the rest of them are all clinging on in there, just at the moment taking a watching brief.
And certainly watching from the back is Paul Goldstein in the number 50 car, just waiting for the right time to make his move. Trying to make a move there is Lars Hoffmann on the back of Hugo Busch. And as they start the snake down the Bentley straight, Charlie Lower weaves from one side of the straight to the other. Now goes right to the outside to throw the car into the left-hander at Brundle. Hugo Busch stays ahead of Lars Hoffmann. 6 behind them in the car with the red wheels there is Ryan Wilby. He's got Philip Bianchi from the back of the grid up behind him. Then it's Emson, Harvey Lawrence and the rest of them. Lawrence leading the AM class.
Yeah, welcome back to the grid, Paul Goldstein. He's finding a wall of Caterhams in front of him. He's not able to penetrate at the moment and make that gap through. He obviously got a few miles under his car to get here today. But yeah, welcome back to the grid, and good to see you that you're out there circulating. But Charlie Lower, I think, actually ended up costing himself a little bit more. He's still got that little bit of a gap over the chasing group, but I think he, by flinging it into Bentley, at the end of Bentley's, into Nelson and Brundle there, he cost himself. And you can see that the cars are now all coming together as they head up now with the new headwind up this main straight. We're going to go 3 wide, and there goes Taylor O'Flanagan, seeing whether he can make it. Hugo Busch, a late move up the inside there underneath Charlie Lower, but they all sort of come back together. In fact, I think that cost Hugo Busch in the end, because he's going to lose a position around the outside.
He had to hit the brakes there to avoid making contact into Riches. Duncan Mallet will lead them into the hairpin then. Charlie Lower down to third behind Taylor O'Flanagan. Then it's Hoffmann. Ryan Wilby side by side with the slightly similar liveried car of Hugo Busch. You can tell them apart by the colour of the wheels. And in behind them is Philip Bianchi, the man from Malta. Richard Emson on the tail of this group, and these 8 starting to break away from the AM class leader Harvey Lawrence.
Yeah, so Harvey Lawrence made up a couple of places that time through, so he does move himself into the lead. Lock up there from Emson. He's got it all stopped though. Ryan will be losing out to Hugo Busch and now having to defend from Bianchi. So all of these names capable of winning this race. It's just about trying to sort out what the running order is, and at the moment Emson's looking down the inside of Hamilton. It's not, again, a normal place to overtake, although we did see it happen yesterday. Charlie Lower diving down through Oggies. Again, not a normal place, because you've got the long Bentley straight upcoming, and then really it generally costs you more than it saves you. But here we go then with Duncan Mallet leading, Taylor O'Flanagan leading Charlie Lower, and there's Hoffmann.
Fastest lap of the race, Ben Lopez Appleton at the back of the field, recovering after his spin off the start line. So he's in clear air, so he can get the lap times in. 2:10.81 is his fastest lap time. Duncan Mallet leads. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan going to the outside. Charlie Lower, he is being a bit reckless here. He's really throwing that car around, but it's worked if he can get it stopped for Nelson, and he's got the lead back again.
It will work a number of times, won't it? Not necessarily every single time for 20 minutes, but off he goes. Hugo Busch fighting with... Oh, that was very tight with Hoffmann there. Nothing between the two cars. It did look like they were about to clip wheels, but it is Hugo Busch that maintains that position over Ryan Wilby then. So Ryan will be looking to see whether he can do anything about moving forward. He's done a little bit of moving forward, but not managed to maintain it. Every time Charlie Lower is pushed backwards, he is diving straight to the front. He means business today.
Here they come up to complete their 3rd lap then of this 20-minute race. We're not even close to halfway yet. Charlie Lower and Duncan Mallet drafting at the front of the field. Here comes Taylor O'Flanagan. He's going to send it up the inside. Can he take the lead? No. Mallet covers the line through Rich's corner. It's Hugo Busch and Hoffmann next, then Hugo Busch, then Ryan Wilby. Here comes O'Flanagan. He's going to leave it until the hairpin to attack. He goes up the inside, takes the lead. Charlie Lower's going to try and follow through up the inside of the number 4. Doesn't quite manage to do so. Lars Hoffmann sits in 4th place behind them. That's exactly as I thought it would be this race, with the exception of a couple of the cars that spun earlier on. The rest of the field is covered by just over 3 seconds, 11 of them fighting for the lead.
Yeah, it's just like a compressed front pack, isn't it, with the quality of this field. But Taylor O'Flanagan down the inside, then managing to protect that, keeping Duncan Mallet to the outside, who's now going to lose out to Charlie Lower because he got manoeuvred out there. And will Hoffmann also try and go for that? No, he's going to slip back into line, as is the normal at this stage of the race. But it's Hugo Busch next up, and it's just changing order every single corner. Charlie Lower, though, is willing to go anywhere, do anything to put that car in front. Was that even a little bit of contact there? It was very close anyway. Slightly different of opinion on the line taken out there. It's time for Taylor O'Flanagan to see whether he can break this pack. They're not going to break it in the next 10 minutes, though. I think it's going to stay like this for the rest of the race.
It certainly is, yes. Taylor O'Flanagan is trying to break away, but I don't think he's going to be able to do so, especially not with Charlie Lower lunging at him at every opportunity. He's going to try it again here, I think. Positions himself to the inside. No, you don't, says Taylor O'Flanagan. And Duncan Mallet covering the outside line, so no change in order this time through. Hoffmann still 4th, then Busch, Wilby, and that's Bianchi linking behind them. Emson, Lawrence has towed up onto the back of them. Peter Mott in the black and yellow car, and Goldstein is at the back of this line of 11. Lopez Appleton's got back ahead of Jeff Price with another fastest lap last time through, but they're about 9 seconds down on this lot.
Yeah, I think even working together, they're just going to have a race of their own. So Taylor O'Flanagan's led the majority of this race, but he won't be leading by the time we get to turn 1. I can guarantee you that. With then it's Mallet with him and Charlie Lower again looking up the inside. Then Hoffman does protect to the inside, but they're going to go 3 wide as they go over the line. But by the time they get into turn 1, Charlie Lower's out front. Hoffman is piling down the inside, as is Hugo Bush. How did they make that all work? They had to use a little bit of the grass on the inside, and there's actually dust being pulled onto the track because I've seen it a couple of times. Hoffman had an absolute head of steam. He was at least 10 mile an hour quicker into turn 1 that time through.
Something flew off. I think that was a wing off the back of Taylor O'Flanagan's car that came off there. So we got the first wing gone missing. They head up towards Palmer. I don't know how all 5 of them got round through there. That was scary stuff there. Charlie Lower ahead of Hoffman now. O'Flanagan down to 3rd, and Mallet, who had been leading, he was leading at the line, in fact, that time through. He's down to 4th, with Bush under fire from Bianchi. Ryan will be under fire from Empson, who's already nearly gone straight on at this corner, Agostini earlier on. Harvey Lawrence now trying to go around the outside of him, then Mott and Goldstein in behind. 11 of them still fighting for the lead effectively.
Yeah, obviously Harvey Lawrence is having to fight with Mott for the AM Championship, so they've got a battle within a battle here. But honestly, they'll probably just be trying for the real podium because they're within touching distance at the moment. Bianchi looks like he's got some speed in his car and trying to move forward, but every time he gets ahead of Hugo Bush, Hugo Bush stabs straight back at him. There is that battle with Harvey Lawrence now ahead of Empson, so Empson dropping behind Harvey Lawrence that time. Peter Mott though is going to follow him through, so that battle is going to come back together. Charlie Lower down the inside then as Hoffman goes to the outside, and Taylor O'Flanagan even wider still, but I think Charlie Lower will have that as the wind direction today is going to help him. The inside line there is really complicated to get that car stopped. You can see how hard Charlie's having to work on the wheel to keep that all facing in the right direction.
Hoffman still up there in 2nd place. Duncan Mallet trying his hardest to fight back, and Hugo Bush goes wide there, coming out of the bomb hole up towards Coram. He's battling with Ryan Wilby and Phil Bianchi, who's going well. Of course, has had to start from the back in the first couple of races after losing his qualifying times with that tyre infringement. Completing the lap at Murray's, then coming through to complete lap at number 5. Still 9 minutes left on the clock. Who's going to start slipstreaming this time? There's a black and white flag going out to car number 5, which is Ben Lopez Appleton. We've already seen it go out to Ryan Wilby as well, I think. Here they come towards Riches. What's going to happen this time? Charlie Lower will fly up the inside, but Hoffman's already gone through to take the lead down the straight, and O'Flanagan up into 2nd.
Yep, time for Hoffman to take his lead after the pole start. He's been drifted all the way back to about 6th place, and now he's back. Duncan Mallet's late on the brakes. He did get it all stopped. It was perfect in the end, but it was looking like he was really late of the last of the late breakers, absolutely outdoing Charlie Lower, who's also shown how late he is on the brakes. But Goldstein still holding behind Mott at the moment, not able to make an impression on this, and there's a gap appearing behind this front sort of 4-5 cars now. So if Goldstein does want to come in play at the front of this race, he's going to have to get his get going now. But Hoffman is still managing to maintain over Taylor O'Flanagan. These, like I said, lost that rear right wing, won't cause any problems for him. In fact, it might actually aid with a little bit of tyre cooling. Charlie Lower though has settled in a little bit, but that means that he's now down in 4th place.
So Lars Hoffman leads it then, and Charlie Lower back behind Duncan Mallet now. A little more settled as they go through the right-hand road doggies. 5th is Ryan Wilby. He's got ahead of Hugo Bush after he ran wide on the previous lap. What's going to happen down the Bentley Straight this time? Got just over 7.5 minutes of this race to go. Hoffman first to come through the heat haze in the red car with the white nose, but Taylor O'Flanagan's already got ahead of him on the outside. Hoffman back towards the inside. We're going to see another lunge from Charlie Lower here into Nelson. Don't think so. Duncan Mallet holds him off. Will be 5th, then that's Bush, I think, behind in 6th. Then the AM battle is led through by Harvey Lawrence. Peter Mott in 2nd. They've got ahead of the number 20 car, which is James Empson. And Paul Goldstein staying at the back of this battle at the moment.
Yep, still not able to make an impression just yet, and you can see that trailing 4 have got a little air gap ahead of Harvey Lawrence there, so they will be a little bit worried, but Harvey Lawrence is more interested in making sure that Mott isn't there. Hugo Bush is slowing.
Yes,
what's
Bush.
going on with Hugo Bush? So
I thought I couldn't see him in the battle through that time, sorry Chris, but I thought he was still possibly in the middle there and we just couldn't see him. But yeah, he's had a problem. He's heading for the pits, I think. Side by side up front between Mallet and Hoffman.
Yeah, I wonder whether there was any contact. Maybe he's had a radiator spring a leak. We saw him have that incident yesterday. Last of the late breakers, Taylor O'Flanagan, this time right up the inside, does manage to make it all stop. Charlie Lower there now having to think about his rear view panel because Bianchi and Ryan will be right up there and pressuring him from behind as well. But it's Mallet now putting pressure on Taylor O'Flanagan. It's time for Lars Hoffman to have just the smidgen of a comfort gap behind his car.
Won't be there for long though once they hit the Bentley straight, or maybe not even that long, because O'Flanagan closes back up as they slow for Agostini going for the inside. Oh, there's contact there. That was Lower, clipped the back of Duncan Mallet. He loses a wing, Duncan Mallet, off the back of his car, but retains that third place. That's Lower's backed up, slowed up a bit, and everybody else has backed up behind him. So he's got Philip Bianchi in P5, who's got ahead of Ryan Wilby in 6th. 7th behind him is Harvey Lawrence, trying to go with the leaders now. So it's a 10-car pack now. We've lost Hugo Bush into the pits, unfortunately, as they head towards the Bentley straight once again.
Yeah, and it's all coming together. There is that wing from the rear of Duncan Mallet's car. Little replay here. You can see Charlie Lower down the inside. Duncan Mallet's on the outside. Charlie Lower, I think, just lost the front of his car. I'm wondering whether that wing was already there. He seemed to already lose the front. It kind of washed out into the side. Anyway, they're still going side by side as they go through Brundle and Nelson. It looks like Charlie Lower will now have the advantage, although Duncan Mallet's not willing to capitulate. No, Duncan still carries that speed around the outside then. Without that wing, maybe that's adding to his extra speed as he comes out there. You can see all the cars leaning on that left rear as they go out through the bomb hole and into Coram, this endless right-hander, and at some point you've got to work out, how do I kill all the speed to get down through Murray's at the last corner. One of the most vital corners on the track this weekend with the wind in this direction, because you can overtake by the time you get to the line. Ryan Wilby did the fastest lap last time around, 209.178. The black and white flag is out for a few cars for track limits warnings. Duncan Mallet, Taylor O'Flanagan and Philip Bianchi side by side as they go into the first corner. Hoffman is there in front ahead of O'Flanagan as they go through Riches up towards the hairpin. What's Ryan Wilby going to try this time? He's going to go to the outside. He's got to defend from Philip Bianchi and attack at the same time. Average speed of nearly 83, and there's contact in there at the hairpin. O'Flanagan and Mallet lost out in there. Harvey Lawrence nearly spun it. Ryan Wilby went out wide onto the grass to avoid all that, so that's completely shaken up the order. Yeah, what was going on there? They all seem to just compress. There's still cars running wide. Again, it feels like fluid
Bianchi's
or
got
something.
A problem, I think.
I wonder whether Bianchi was leaking fluid, and that's what caused everyone else to have a little bit of an incident there, because they all looked like they were struggling for grip, even when they were trying to recover the track. But now Ryan Wilby's having to defend from Harvey Lawrence, and has Mott got in front of Harvey Lawrence now for the lead of that championship? No, he's still behind, so Harvey Lawrence still maintained his AM championship. But yeah, it's getting a little bit scrappy out there, isn't it? Yeah, something happened there into the hairpin. I don't know whether somebody just missed their braking point and skittled everybody else, but is Philip Bianchi still in there? I don't think he is, so he's had a problem, and that could be what the catalyst of all that was. Yeah, I think maybe he lost his nose, and that meant the fluid was leaking out and everyone else was struggling on that fluid, which is probably would explain it. But yeah, let's see whether this replay opens up anything else. Bianchi on the outside there. Let's have a look as they're going in. No, it's Duncan Mallet going to the side of Taylor O'Flanagan, so it doesn't look like there's any sort of misdemeanor there. I wonder whether as he was rejoining, no, Bianchi didn't seem to hit anyone or come into contact with anyone, so it's strange. Yeah, it's very strange indeed what happened to Bianchi. His car just seemed to let go on him there. Meanwhile, that's split the pack into two battles really. Ryan Wilby heading the second of them. The first four have been able to break away as a result of that. He's got Harvey Lawrence on his tail. There is Bianchi. Yeah, the nose is damaged. You can see the steam. Definitely the radiator. Yeah. So, but we didn't see that happen in that incident. So I'm not. Maybe that happened a little bit earlier or something like that. But anyway, definitely was the end of his race then, and he will have to put a new radiator on that for the start of the third race a little bit later on this afternoon. But meanwhile, the battle continues. Like you say, it's splintered just slightly, but it's still Hoffman and Taylor O'Flanagan with Charlie Lower in that sort of lead pack. Duncan Mallet follows on closely behind, so it's still those four protagonists looking for the podium. And Duncan Mallet, after that little contact, he'll have to be a little bit careful into the hairpin this time through. Doesn't want to do that too many times, and again, it's risking his nose cone as well. Won't be long before Ryan Wilby's back up there. Emson and Harvey Lawrence still having their battle. Harvey Lawrence just trying to keep ahead of Mott, which he's successfully managed to do. Goldstein still in that watching brief behind.
Yes, when is Goldstein going to make his move? We know he's going to, but is he going to leave it till the last lap? We're on the penultimate lap now as they head up towards Agostini. You can see Ryan Wilby's broken away slightly. He wants to have a go at the leaders.
Yeah, and he might well get back up to them with this penultimate lap. Goldstein going down the inside of Mott doesn't make it. You'd have thought if he's going to make a move, he would have done it by now. If he had it in the car and himself today, I think he would have done so. He's going to have to work out, as it does, he need to make setup changes. Obviously, he's coming in here cold off of racing at Alton Park, so he's not had any of the practice. He's really having to learn the track and the conditions that we've got out there as well. So maybe he can learn from this race and take that into the second race. But Harvey Lawrence still ahead of Empson again, and Empson is still heading Mott. So as they continue then down the Bentley Straight for the penultimate time, there's a few more overtaking opportunities, and there will be plenty more overtakes before we get to the checkered flag. It is Taylor O'Flanagan that leads them into the Rundle Nelson complex. Hoffman just protecting to the inside there as this second chase group. Harvey Lawrence still heading Empson.
Yes, Empson in the green machine there, holding off Peter Mott in turn. He's got Goldstein behind him. Lopez Appleton no longer has the fastest lap. It's now with Ryan Wilby. 5-second penalty for Philip Bianchi, but that's irrelevant because he's out of the race. So they come round to start their final lap at this time. Still Lars Hoffman who leads the way, but for... No, it's not. It's Taylor O'Flanagan up front. I told you I can't keep up with this. O'Flanagan leads it, but for how much longer?
Not until the end of this straight, I would imagine, would be my prediction. And no, here we go. Hoffman is to the outside. Charlie Lower's going to go 3 wide, and Mallett's sort of doing a watching brief. Wonder whether Mallett did get some damage in that contact, because he's been a bit slower and off the pace since that contact. Here's Hoffman up the inside, though. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to follow him through. Charlie Lower's going to lose out once more, although Duncan Mallett's right back in it now.
So 4 of them line astern here towards the hairpin. O'Flanagan's just done the fastest lap of the race, but O'Flanagan's got a time penalty. He's got a 5-second penalty for track limits, so that will drop him provisionally to 8th place.
Ouch, that's painful. That's not going to go down very well, and unfortunately that's happened so late in this race. So it's going to be these 3 drivers on the podium. What order then? Is it going to be Taylor O'Flanagan? Is it going to be Hoffman and Charlie Lower and Duncan Mallett? They still might get a penalty by the end. Maybe we'll all be on penalties. Ryan Wilby's getting closer and closer as they come towards the end of this race as well. Can Ryan Wilby get his first podium? He'll be really pleased if he can do that in the 310R class.
Lars Alexander Hoffman, the German, leads them towards Hamilton. O'Flanagan second on the road, but that penalty provisionally dropping him further down at the top 10. So Charlie Lower is the de facto second place driver. Duncan Mallett in third. Ryan will be trying to close up on them. He's going to have to push hard here, though, in the last few corners of this race. Onto the Bentley Straight they go. O'Flanagan, I don't think he'll know yet that he's got that time penalty, so he's going to continue to battle as hard as he can to try and make up as much time as he can. He moves out from behind Lars Hoffman. Here comes Charlie Lower down the outside. Doesn't want to put a wheel onto the grass at that speed, so O'Flanagan will go to the front. Charlie Lower tucks in on the inside of Hoffman, doesn't manage to get through. Duncan Mallett jinks out from behind. Charlie Lower doesn't give way, holds third.
Charlie Lower absolutely elbows out then, was not willing to give an absolute millimetre. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to think he's on with a podium chance, and I think he's going to be sorely disappointed when he gets to that part Ferme. And actually Hoffman might well get him by the time we get up to the start-finish line anyway, with the tow that we've got today. Can Charlie Lower do anything about Hoffman? Doesn't look like it. Can Duncan Mallett do anything about Charlie Lower? Doesn't look like it.
Here they come up towards the checkered flag then in our second race of the weekend for the Vertex Caterham 310Rs. They're going to finish side by side, Hoffman and O'Flanagan, but it will be Hoffman who takes the win with O'Flanagan with the penalty. Hoffman wins it ahead of Lower by 0.3 of a second. Duncan Mallett third, and Ryan Wilby fourth. Harvey Lawrence into the top 5. He wins the AM category ahead of James Empson. Goldstein gets 7th place. So Goldstein did make a move past Peter Mott in the closing stages. Peter Mott 9th because O'Flanagan's penalty relegates him to 8th place. Ben Lopez Appleton, who spun at the start, will be classified 10th. Then Jeff Price also had a spin on the opening lap, 11th, and we lost Bianchi and Bush.
And that was Duncan Mallett just saying sorry there for the contact to Charlie Lower as he went by. Obviously you've got to go and face up to your rivals now in the Parc Ferme area, but yeah, so Hoffman had overhauled. So again, it's another example where out of the last corner there is still that overtaking opportunity. As you can see, they will peel off into the shortcut. Here's confirmation then, the provisional results.
Yes, provisional result then. Lars Alexander Hoffman in the Motul car takes the win ahead of Charlie Lower, 0.378 of a second, the winning margin. Duncan Mallett's in 3rd place ahead of Ryan Wilby. Harvey Lawrence a good 5th overall. He wins the AM division. James Empson a fine 6th ahead of Paul Goldstein from the back of the grid. Taylor O'Flanagan's penalty dropping him down to 8th place. He had finished just 0.042 behind Hoffman, but on the corrected time with the penalty drops to 8th. Then Mott, Lopez, Appleton and Price the final finishers, because we lost Bianchi and Bush into retirement. Let's head down into Parc Fermé to hear from our race winner.
Ah, yes, welcome down everybody. We've just had Charlie Lower pulled in first, actually gave a roar of happiness there. Let's grab Lars, just let him get out the car. What a great race that was. Got Duncan Mallett coming home in 3rd place. Lars, these Caterhams, they never disappoint, do they?
Never, no.
How do you feel to get the win?
In each class, it's such amazing driving performance of all these drivers. Well, yeah, huge experience. For all who doesn't know how Caterham racing is, I think you have to do it. It's amazing.
Couldn't have said it better. You've got to do it, Lars. Enjoy that one, won't you? Well deserved. Great racing indeed. Let's go. Sorry, Danny, we'll reverse out very slowly indeed. Let's go grab Charlie, shall we, for a quick chat. We'll grab the boys over here. Charlie, you came in, you're pretty happy with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely stoked. Yeah, I'm well happy. A shame Taylor got a 5-second penalty because he was absolutely rapid. Yep. But no, just happy we brought it home. I know we've got a race later on, so trying to position well for that. But apparently there's going to be some sort of reverse grid, so not sure where we're going to start.
Okay, so it could be a bit of a lottery in the next one. But we've just seen you have the pace.
Yes, yeah, I've definitely got the pace. I never doubted it, to be honest. These boys are real hard racers, so it's really good fun.
Well done, mate. Enjoy it, won't you? And good luck for the race a little bit later as well. There's James having a bit of a swig of water as well. Paul, how was it out there? Well, it was tough on the back, wasn't it?
Tough, yeah. No one makes mistakes. Apart from me, I was making mistakes on the back straight and around Coram, and I was just losing space. I never really got close enough to do anything, really. Fortunately, people started to knock themselves out of the race, which then meant I could get further through. But tough grid.
Good luck for later. Thanks for talking to us. Right, there you go. Another one coming up a little bit later. In fact, the next race, they're already on the grid. Roadsport coming up. I'm going to hand back to your commentator, Dave. He'll take you through the action.
Yes, cars coming out onto track then for our last race before the lunch break. It's the Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship. They had a great race yesterday, and it was the Harris brothers who finished in a photo finish over the line, with the results of that race determining the grid for today's race. They will line up on the front row. It was Charlie Harris who took the victory in his Team Lotus lookalike machine, the number 96. And looking at the winning margin from yesterday's race, that was just 0.031 of a second. It doesn't get much closer than that. Well, it does in Caterham racing, as we saw yesterday in other events. Charles Harris took the win then ahead of his brother William Harris. They line up on the front row. Scott Helm and Craig Evans on row 2, with Alistair Morton and Aaron Oliver on row 3. Luciano Caruso in the Rothmans lookalike car lines up alongside Brian Thornton, who were on the 4th row of the grid. Brian Thornton, the man who took pole in yesterday's qualifying session. Ben Snape and Dan Crawley completing the top 10 on what should be a 30-car grid. Row 6 is 38 Jimmy Y and 36 Chris Buck, then 32 Ivan Searle alongside 24 Ollie White. Row 8, 16 Benoit Carnet, the man from Toulouse in France, alongside 13 Liam Baslington. Row 9, William Coop in number 22 and Steve Lorriman number 20. Eduardo Pontes number 6 and our very own Sam Parker completing the top 20 on the grid for this second race. Row 11, number 5 Steve Harris, the third member of the family, alongside 71 Richard Haig. Then Andrew Davison and James Platt on row 12. Row 13 Chris Morling and Alistair Kinnear. Penultimate row Charles Chapman and Mark Stancer. And the final row Scott Darling alongside Zina Al-Jalili. The green flag lap about to get underway. And we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on down in the paddock.
Right, everybody, we find ourselves back in the assembly area. Second race of the weekend for the Roadsport category with Caterham Motorsport. And we thought we'd jump down here and grab a quick chat with Chris Morling and find out how yesterday went for you, Chris. How was it?
Well, it was a game of two halves. I had a blinding start, took 8 places, and then gave it all back because I couldn't find the gear after the 3rd corner.
So you got one tiny mistake and you are punished, aren't you, in these?
Tell me about it, yeah, but it's great. I mean, even though I'm towards the back, we still got our own race. I think it's just as exciting as those guys up front.
Well, that's why we've come over here. It's not just a battle at the front, although it was a cracker yesterday, wasn't it? But it goes all the way through the field in these caterings, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it doesn't matter what standard you are, you still get your own race. Love it.
So you made up 8 yesterday. Does that mean you're going to make up 8 at least in this one?
Well, my start is my best bit. It's just everything else is a bit shit.
Okay, right. Thank you, Chris. Remember that, everybody. Number 19, Chris Morley. Watch out for him. Don't bother watching him after lap 2, though. Good luck, Chris. Appreciate it. Let's very quickly grab a word with James. He's alongside him. James, how are we doing? It's good to see you again. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
I'm a little nervous.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is that? Did yesterday not quite go how you wanted it?
I qualified pretty terribly, made up some places, and then made a load of mistakes. So.
Yeah, but the good thing is that you won't make those mistakes in this race. So it's going to be a different kettle of fish now, isn't it?
It is. I hope you talked to Charles down there, who tried to kill me as well at turn 1 halfway through the race.
Okay, I didn't speak to him.
Yeah, it's a shame actually.
Maybe I'll avoid that for now, but maybe we'll chat to him later.
No, it should be a really good race, and actually down this end of the grid, it's still a real battle all the way around.
Well,
so.
I was just saying actually to Chris, that's why we've come down. It's not just a battle at the front; it's everywhere in these, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. It is. I mean, you probably don't see so much of us on the telly, but it's absolutely a hoot out there.
Right, top man. Thank you for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Good luck out there. Stay safe, James, won't you? Right, time to go racing for the Roadsport. This is going to be an absolute cracker, just like it was yesterday. Dave, over to you.
Cars heading round on their green flag lap ahead of our Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship race then. And Chris, is this one going to be as close as it was yesterday?
Oh, I hope so. It's been fantastic racing from this Roadsport. So the second step of our motorsport ladder. Last year's Academy contingent of the 2 grids that we had in Academy last year, all being brought together into one jumbo grid for the Roadsports. And going to be good to see how they get on after putting on such a good display yesterday. Big shout out to Market Bosworth rugby team, who Sam Parker's family are all out on a rugby tour in North Wales, so they can't be here, but I believe that they'll be watching us on the live stream in the clubhouse after a fantastic looking 80s fancy dress party last night, so I'm sure there's a few sore heads there for the adults and maybe even the kids, but good to see them and watching the stream as we go along. Ready for the second race. Sam's going to be looking to do better. She actually got collected into this section of track we're looking yesterday, and it sent her back from sort of the top 10 to around about 20th position, so she is out of position, and we'll be looking to see whether she can move her Caterham further up the field. But there's going to be plenty of cars around and about, and can the Harris family continue their podium ways? Well, let's hope so from their stake, but there's going to be plenty of people looking to try and dethrone them.
80s fancy dress party. I wouldn't need to dress up for that. Everybody says I look like one of the Bee Gees. Thought I'd better say that before anyone else did. Anyway, cars coming up to the grid. It's the green and yellow Team Lotus lookalike of Charles Harris in pole position. Brother William in the green and black car alongside him. Second row, Scott Helm, the Academy graduate in the black and orange, number 42, a race winner in the Caterham Academy last season. Starts alongside 86 Craig Evans in the white and black car, not to be confused with the former truck racer of the same name. Row 3, we've got Alistair Morton, number 12. He's in a grey car with an orange nose and stripe. Starting alongside number 10, Aaron Oliver. He's the yellow and black car. Luciano Caruso mentioned is the Rothmans liveried car, number 88, alongside Brian Thornton, the Irishman, number 33. He's in blue and orange. And completing the top 10, Ben Snape, number 99. His car is green and black. And alongside him, Dan Crawley, number 17, is in another British Racing green and yellow car. So it's the brothers Harris on the front of the grid. Then Charles Harris taking his maiden victory yesterday. This will be a 20-minute race to take us into the lunch break. The Bilstein Suspension Caterham Roadsport Championship, the second rung on the Caterham ladder. Most of these drivers moving up from last season's Academy. Most of these cars are also road legal as well. Only changes being the tyres and the rear anti-roll bar added to these machines. Revs are up, red light is on for Caterham Roadsport's race 2 of the weekend. They are underway. Down towards that first corner at Ridges. Looks like everybody has got away cleanly. It is the Harris brothers together at the front of the field, trying to get up the inside is Scott Helm. Now all into Rich's okay so far. It's the Harrises from the front row who lead the way. Looks like it's Charles has kept his advantage over Will. Side by side there for third place, Scott Helm defending from Craig Evans in the white car. Charging down the outside there is the black and green machine of, I think that was possibly Ben Snape, as they make their way around the hairpin for the first time. But all okay so far. Nice and close as ever, and Charles Harris has the lead.
Contact between Brian Thornton and Snape there as they went through Palmer's that time. So yeah, that wasn't a comfortable place. I'm not sure they realised the cars were alongside each other. They've both recovered, but remember, Brian Thornton was leading the majority of yesterday's race until he drifted wide in Rich's late on, and that cost him time. But yeah, Snape then is drifting backwards into the pack as that contact really did upset them, and you can see the little gap that it caused as well in the field.
Somebody else going wide into the grass on the exit of Agostini there. Didn't see who it was, but Charles from Will Harris up front. It's Scott Helm in third place, then Evans in fourth. Yes, Brian Thornton, who's in sixth place at the moment, coming out of Rich's. He got completely sideways on the grass, was power sliding the car to get it to rejoin. This dancing, writhing snake of Caterham's coming through Williams corner onto the Bentley straight. It's all going to break apart, of course, as they try to slipstream each other. Here comes Will Harris. Brian Thornton pulls to the inside. Will Harris has taken the lead. That's Scott Helm trying to make a move, and he stays in third place. Evans fourth, up into fifth position. That's Alistair Morton, in fact, in fifth. He's just about stayed ahead of Brian Thornton there, and the rest of them come thrashing through behind.
Yes, he started fifth on the grid, still maintains fifth, but it's been an adventure to get this far. Brian Thornton was in eighth, so he's made a couple of places up as we watch the number 20 going through there, and that's Lorryman making good progress up through the field then to make a sweep around the outside of Coram, but it's still the Harrises out front over the top of Scott Helm, Craig Evans at the moment. But it is Thornton who's making that progress, and I think he is going to be a threat by the time we get to the end of the next lap.
Up and over the line on the centre straights come the leaders then to complete their opening lap. The rest of the pack thrashes their way through behind. Craig Evans side by side trying to go for third place on the inside, and he's taken Scott Helm. So Craig Evans up into P3 as they come down towards the hairpin. It's still the two Harris brothers who have the lead. Charles ahead of Will. Evans in third, side by side now for fifth position. Brian Thornton had a look on the outside there. There's Caruso, the Rothmans car, battling with the number 99 of Ben Snape. Aaron Oliver, number 10, in behind there. Had to fight back after running wide early on in yesterday's race. As the leaders head up towards Agostini, once again still Charles Harris setting the pace from pole position.
Sam Parker's made up a couple of places on that last lap through, so making way up from 20th to 18th at the moment, so we're looking to make more progress. There's Ben Snape on his recovery with that Rothmans livery fighting away as they go. Still a big pack of cars here, aren't they? So they're still doing what they did yesterday, which is not spreading out. Got a spin there, and that was Lorryman who we're just saying, so he's now going to drop back through the field, and that's an unfortunate way for the middle of his race. He was just making some really good progress, and he's got to do it all again.
Steve Lorryman, the Union flag livery car, he was battling with Sam Parker early on, but spinning it through Agostini. He's managed to rejoin though. Somebody very sideways, I think that was Ben Snape again in there, coming through Williams corner, sliding the Caterham around. There is Parker in 18th position. New livery for her this year, raced in the Dutch Barn Vodka colours last year. Moving to the inside then, trying to have a look for the lead is Craig Evans. William Harris has taken the lead from his brother Charles at the sharp end of the pack. It's the bright green and black machine that's now heads them round. Out of Nelson they come, a couple of cars side by side almost in there.
So Sam Parker's really catching up with this lead group now, isn't she? So after that spin, whatever happened down at Agostini, she was on the right side of it and actually looks to be joining the back of this long front train of cars. So great for her. She's in the Caterham Drift car colours. She's an instructor with the Caterham Drift experience, and go on to Caterham Motorsport or caterhamcars.com and go and see where you can get involved. Those are very popular drift days that we run throughout the UK, so come get involved, and maybe Sam can teach you how to slide the car. She's in their slipstream there of the car just in front, and looking to see whether she can get past. But out front we're still having manoeuvres all the way up into this turn one. Roadsport still got the windscreen from the Academy year, and therefore will be even more affected by the headwind that we've got coming up the start-finish straight today.
That's Chris Buck we saw challenging Brian Thornton. Now Chris is going well. He started back on the 6th row of the grid and he's up into P6 here, so he's come through very nicely indeed from the midfield. Still the Harrises 1 and 2. I think Charles has got the lead back again there. Yes, he has. Evans third. There is the battle between Buck and Thornton a little bit further back, so it's 4P6 now. Here come the leaders down into Agostini. Craig Evans in the Blood Records sponsored car, and Brian Thornton's been tagged, I think, there by Chris Buck. There's a bit of contact there. Caruso in behind them.
I think Thornton chopped across Buck a little bit there. I think he wasn't leaving him a car's width, which is why the contact was there, but it kind of worked for him as he is in front now and looking to see whether he can get back to that group of cars in front.
So Evans battling with Helm and Morton for third place up ahead. This is the fight for P6. I think one of the car's transponders possibly not working because Buck appearing a place higher than he was last lap through. We'll work that out in a moment though, because the pack is heading down the Bentley straight. Are we going to see any changes for the lead this time? Charles Harris continuing to lead them, but certainly family ties have been ditched here because Will Harris retakes the lead. Craig Evans has a quick look up the inside. It's Helm and Morton in behind them. There's Thornton in 6th place, Buck 7th, Caruso is 8th behind them. He's got ahead of Ben Snape, and it's Oliver Lee rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, Buck started in 12th place, so he's made up 6th place in the early part of this. Really does look like he's on the move alongside Thornton. There was a bit of a side-by-side moment through Coram there, which is unusual to see, but the two the Harrises are still out front. Actually got a little bit of a comfort gap, and I wonder whether it was... there's a car going wide. Is that... can't see the number at the moment, but yeah,
I think that's the number 26, Zina Al Jalili at the back of the field.
So Zina having a bit of a wild ride, but still fully involved. That was alongside Lorriman on his recovery drive on the way through. So it looks like we're getting quicker and quicker lap times as we go through this race. Thornton has stuck into that 6th place ahead of Chris Buck in that 7th. Then Caruso 8th, Snape, Oliver, Crawley, White. And it's Parker's still in that 16th place. She's got a little bit of work to do to try and get past Searle and then onto the back of the group.
Craig Evans diving up the inside there of Alistair Morton for 4th place. Craig Evans has got the fastest lap of the race, 2:15.170. So about 16 seconds a lap slower than the Caterham 7 UK cars, these more entry-level road sports machines. Evans to the inside with Scott Helm defending this time. Craig Evans is certainly on the move here, up the inside into Agostini into P3.
Well, he was in 3 before, so it was him that lost out around Coram that time, I think, but the car looks really good and quick. He's just not been able to penetrate the two Harrises out in front, who are absolutely blocking the road, and they've got some good speed in that car. And the fact that Thornton hasn't just rocked right back up to the front of this field is also a sign that the pace out front is high.
There's a battle further back in the order. The number 29 of Scott Darling holding off the other Harris, number 5 Steve Harris, the governor it says on his car, but it's the two younger members of the family, William and Charles, battling for the lead out in front, and Steve Harris, number 5, is currently down in 24th. Great if we could have an all-family podium someday, wouldn't it?
Well, I'm sure they'll be going for it. They'll be asking him to get a bit quicker so they can do that, won't they? As he's having a fantastic battle out there with Scott Darling, though. Scott Darling, the dad of Louis, who we were seeing in the 310R race a little bit earlier on. But it's still that battling there going on. So it's not Helm in that 3rd place anymore. It is Evans. He's made it past and through, and it actually could have quickly got onto the rear of the two Harrises again. He's just not managed to find a way through just yet.
Here they come through Murray's. Still Charles Harris just about holding off his brother for the lead of the race. Somebody's kicked up a big cloud of dust there coming out of Nelson's. This is the pack just behind where that will have happened. That's the 29 of Scott Darling, so we didn't see who it was who ran wide there. But here comes Steve the Governor Harris on the attack. Here comes Craig Evans. He's got the run down the inside. He slingshots up the inside, and he take both the Harrises. Nobody split them. Charles Harris goes down to 3rd. William Harris has got the lead then, and now who's this coming into the equation as well? That's Scott Helm, Academy race winner last season. Charles Harris back up the inside, retakes 2nd, and Helm goes into 3rd place. Craig Evans has gone from 3rd to 2nd to 4th.
And now I think he might just about get back to 3rd again by the time they get round Palmer's. But that was the first little chink in the Harris armour, and are they going to be able to sort of penetrate that anymore? It doesn't look like it, with now Scott Helm and Evans having a fight all of their own. Thornton is next up on the track, so he's just behind I can't see the number now, but yeah, Thornton is not having it all his own way, whereas at the beginning of the race yesterday it did look like he was pulling away slightly, but this is still a tight battle as we only just reached halfway through this race.
I love the upside down help me number plates on Scott Helm's car. That is superb. Reminds me of Jeff Windsor when he used to race a Ford Puma. He had on his boot lid upside down, "If you can read this, I've run out of talent." Thought that was fantastic. Oh, and a double spin there. That's the 58 of James Platt and the 19 of Chris Morling, the two cars we heard from in the assembly area before the race started. Sorry, Ian Waterhouse, that was Curse of the Commentator, I think.
Yep, they do their quick pirouettes, but they've lost all those positions and will be back down towards the end of this 30-car field. As it's still William then coming down towards us, heading the field of swarming Caterhams. They've got a bit of a comfort gap behind Brian Thornton. They back to Chris Bucks. It's almost 2 seconds the last time over the line. In fact, Evans missed a gear there out of the, or something went wrong there. But they're squeeze onto the grasses. Thornton. He's not willing to give that up though, and he kept his foot in. That was a very dicey moment. I think Evans just missed a gear as he came out through that complex, and that does mean that Thornton has made one place up, but it was looking very sketchy at one point.
I think that was Scott's helmet slowed actually just in front of Evans there, and Evans had to slow up in turn. They all backed up into the two behind them. We'll have a look at again the double spin there. Very nice bit of
spinning.
Yes, very nicely synchronised. That's the word I'm looking for. Meanwhile, here come the leaders. It's still Will Harris ahead of Charles down into the right-hander at Riches, and they've pulled slightly clear now, a couple of seconds clear of third place as a result of that little contretemps down at Nelson.
Yeah, it was quite important for them. That's sprung them clear with 8 minutes of this race to go. Are they going to work together? You'd expect them to. They have done for the rest of the race so far, but there is now a 2-second gap back to the chase group who are going to be working hard to see what they can do. Evans obviously won't be happy to be seeing himself slipping down the order as this point of the race, and obviously Morton's was in 5th place and seeing himself slip a little bit further back as well. So all these drivers will want to be up and chasing back, and I think they've still got just about enough time to do it if they work together.
Here they come down towards Agostini. Craig Evans, is he going to go for the inside line again on Brian Thornton? Thornton closes the door. He always does there when there's someone up behind him, but here comes the Blood Records car. He takes the place on the exit up into 4th position. Now having a go is Alistair Morton, the number 12 car, and from just outside London. He's on the tail of the man from Westmeath in Ireland. It's the Harrises from Northampton still out in front. William Harris and Charles now still a couple of seconds clear of this fight for third. Here's a battle further back in the order. This is Aaron Oliver, I think, the yellow number 10 car. He's being chased by Chris Buck, who after his rapid start has dropped back a bit. This is the fight for 7th position. Also in there will be Ben Snape. He's got a black and white flag for track limits. Somebody else has been black and white flagged as well, number 60 of Mark Stancer towards the rear of the field. Here's the fight between Evans and Thornton. They're really throwing these cars through the complex towards the end of the lap. And talking of throwing it sideways, oh dear, that was Buck and Oliver. What happened there?
Yeah, it just seemed to. I think they're just starting to push the car a little bit, and the tyres are getting a little bit angst, and there's a bit of needle between some of these cars now. You can feel that as we're getting later into this race, there's a few more grudges being held, I think, as Thornton looks like he has now got to the front of this chase pack then. So is he? Yes, he's in that 4th place, isn't he, as he's heading up towards that. But can they do anything about it? There's plenty of dust now down in this. There's Lorryman on his recovery, and he's just ahead of that Harris, the 3rd of the Harrises, as he goes through the bomb hole that time.
Here's the battle just behind the leaders. Craig Evans has a go at Brian Thornton, who's made his way back up into P4, I think, now. This is the battle for 4th place. Yes, Alistair Morton behind. That means that Scott Helm is ahead of them somewhere, I think, or is he? No, this is for 3rd. So Scott Helm has dropped back on the straight there. My apologies there. I thought he was a little further up the road. So proves that that's how quickly it can change. And Charlie Harris is back in front as well.
Yeah, so 3rd place for Thornton there. Yeah, Scott Helm must have got eaten alive up the start-finish straight that time. Remember, they're road legal cars, full lights, full number plates, full windscreen, which means they really are quite a wind push. The tow will be significant for them. Still quite a brisk headwind I can see with the flags flapping outside my commentary window as the rest of the field flowing through Agostini's this time through.
Ben Snape has escaped at the front of this next group, which is led by Chris Buck. and he's being chased by Ollie White in the 24. He's got Aaron Oliver in behind him as well. There is Ben Snape, had a bit of contact early on. I wonder if that wing belongs to him that's sitting on the outside of Oggie's, the 99 car from Hertfordshire. This is the battle for 8th, headed up by Chris Buck. Back of this group, we've got the number 17 of Dan Crawley, and in behind him the number 38 of Jimmy Y, as William Harris retakes the lead from Charles Harris once again. Everybody else trying to be third.
Yeah, Chris Buck weaving there to try and shake the toe of the cars following behind him, but is not able to do so. This is definitely another battle pack, isn't it? They've kind of got ensconced in their own fights and not willing to give up those fights in order to try and catch the cars in front, but they've absolutely nose to tail in these road sports. Remember, they're just the second rung of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. They were last year's Academy graduates, all upgraded their cars, and as you mentioned at the start, strapped on a set of Toyo AAARs and put a rear anti-roll bar on, and suddenly you're over 2 seconds a lap quicker, if not more, around this Snetterton track. It's such a long track, this Snetterton circuit, with so many different corner types, but the two Harrises still way out in front over the top of Thornton, who's got Evans absolutely for company. So it's 2 for the lead, and it's 2 for third place as well.
Just under 4 minutes of this race to go now, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this, including the one that they've just gone on to. Here's Aaron Oliver flying up the inside in the battle for 8th place. Chris Buck tries to tuck in on the exit there. He may have just clipped the back of Aaron Oliver there. Somebody else going wide onto the grass behind them, so that's going to break this group apart. That's the 24 car, which is Ollie White up on the outside. Chris Buck goes through the middle. He's been tagged. Now if he pulled that off, it would have been a brilliant move, but unfortunately it all came apart on the exit, and round goes Chris Buck.
Yeah, and it did look like he was actually tagged there. I don't think that was anything to do with him. It's an unfortunate manoeuvre, and he's taken his car out this battle, and it was Oliver that tagged him just as his car was really leaning on that left rear. Just that tiny tap was enough to send him spinning, so he is out of that battle for now. Aaron Oliver leads then this angry chase pack of cars, and yeah, unfortunate that's all happened, but out front it is still the two Harrises. Thornton is still over the top of Evans right now, but those 4 cars do look like they are going to be for the podium. Here are the 2 leaders then. Craig ahead of William at this point in the race, but they are quite happily just swapping it, and does look like at the moment they've just got to make a decision in the next couple of laps. In fact, this one is our penultimate, so the next lap where they're going to be. Here's a replay.
Yes, this is the moment down at the hairpin. Through the middle went Chris Buck, but he tried to cut in, clipped the front of Aaron Oliver. Round he went. Jimmy Y did very well to avoid him there as well. Still a tale of 2 Harrises at the front of the field. This is the fight for third place. Brian Thornton and Craig Evans. Craig's still got the fastest lap of the race.
And Brian to join them.
Brian a little bit sideways there coming out of Nelson. They've got Helm and Morton up behind them. Here's the fight further back. Chris Buck will be somewhere behind this lot. There he is, the white and blue car after spinning earlier on. Just under 80 miles an hour average around the Snetterton circuit for Craig Evans earlier on in this race. 2 minutes left on the clock then, so they'll be going onto their last lap any moment now. Yes, the last lap board is out on the left of the screen there from the start line marshals. As over the line go the Harrises. It's William who leads at completion of the penultimate lap by half a second over Charles. And then a gap of just over 3 seconds back to this trio up the inside. Craig Evans takes third place away from Brian Thornton. Alistair Morton is in behind them. He's got ahead of Scott Helm, who's down to 6th, and fastest lap for the man in no man's land, Ben Snape, in 7th.
And it's a new lap record as well, 2:13.978. As Brian Thornton just didn't seem to break at all for that corner when we joined him. He was heading off to the scenery, but he just about managed to keep it on the track. They are on their last lap, and again we saw him lose out yesterday on the last lap, and he seems to have done it to himself again. Is that Scott Helm now ahead of Evans and Morton as well in that battle? So it's all coming together. William Harris has also got a flapping front wing. You can see it's just departed his car, so that's no longer a problem for him. Hopefully it won't be a problem for these cars coasting down, but it is Evans who's still trying to get that third place. He's been so close to it for such a long time, but not worked out. Helm is in front, and then it's Morton, and then Thornton's finding himself just a little bit further back than maybe he wanted to be, and just over trying a little bit too much on this last lap.
So here comes the battle for that final podium spot then. Fantastic between 5 of them now, because Ben Snape has been able to catch it up. Here's a fight further back in the order. 32 is Ivan Searle. Richard Haig in the 71 gets forced out wide there. 3 of them at it. This is right down the order for about 16th place at the moment. That's Benoit Carnet, the Frenchman, in the 16 car. flings his way through. Now the Harrises are really going at it tooth and nail for the lead. William from Charles, are they going to try and dead heat again, do we reckon?
Well, let's just hope they don't take each other out. That's kind of what the thing in motorsport, isn't it? You don't want to do that. It is this chase back, though. Evans still in that 4th place, can't quite make it past Morton, who now finds himself in that 3rd place over the top of the number 42 of Helm. So it is all shuffling all the time, and yeah, we got Snape coming in to join the battle as well. He's done well to come across that gap with that extra speed he had and just absolutely zoom to the rear of this pack. Can he do anything about it? It does look like William Harris, though, is going to have it over the line as they come up. Still Aaron Oliver's off and late in the race as well.
Checkered flag is at the ready. Is it going to be Charles 1, William 1 in terms of victories? Certainly is. William Harris takes the victory from Charles in 2nd and dragged race to the line 3rd. I think Craig Evans just got there ahead of showing us Alistair Morton next. I couldn't tell who was alongside him there. 0.062 of a second. Yeah, Alistair Morton 4th, Scott Helm 5th, Brian Thornton relegated down to 6th on that final lap, and Peter and Ben Snape in 7th. Ollie White, Dan Crawley and Luciano Caruso completing the top 10 in the end. Aaron Oliver dropping down the order as a result of that grassy moment. It's William Harris who evens the score with his brother Charles, winning by 0.653 of a second. It was 0.03 in the race yesterday in favour of Charles, so that evens it up between the Harris brothers. The decider coming up between them later on.
No, that's their last race.
Oh no, yes, they've only got 2 races.
They're going to have to re-establish this race at Thruxton, where we'll be on the 3rd and 4th of May. But what a Roadsport race, and yeah, fantastic to see them all out there using all the skills they learnt last year and moving it up into this top flight. Here's confirmation then of the provisional results.
Yes, the Harris boys 1 and 2 again. William the winner this time, 0.65 of a second. Craig Evans completing the podium, just ahead of Alistair Morton, Scott Helm and Brian Thornton, with Ben Snape tacking onto the back of that battle late on. Ollie White headed the next group in 8th, ahead of Dan Crawley, Luciano Caruso, Jimmy Y in 11th, then Liam Baslington, Chris Buck after a spin at the hairpin, and Sam Parker finishes in 14th. So that does conclude the action from the road sports category. Apologies there, I'm used to Caterham classes having 3 races, or perhaps it's wishful thinking after the excellent racing that the Bilstein Caterham Road Sport Championship has produced this weekend. Let's hand down to Park Ferme to hear from some of the drivers.
Well, I've got a sneaky feeling this might be a familiar scene this season. Yesterday, of course, it was Charles. Today, William, but it is a family affair once again. Well, let's talk to you first. That was something special, right?
That was pretty special, yeah. I think we worked together very well, executed it very well, broke away, and then we were working together really until saw the last lap board, and it was like, right, now we'll fight.
So that was it? Was it almost like team rules or family rules?
Well, the idea is try and get a bit of a gap and then scrap between ourselves and have enough of a gap that we don't lose all of the time and then have to worry about people behind. So we managed to do that, and then last lap he got a cracking exit onto the back straight, and unfortunately I wasn't able to come by. So
yeah. You had your day yesterday, all right, let him have it today, but you've got to keep it in. How is your mum going to cope with this season?
She'll probably be blasé this time. We'll see. She's coming up now.
She is, right.
She'll get used to it.
Yesterday we spoke to a very emotional mum. Let's go find her again and see how she's feeling now. Come on, Mum, let's have a chat. Yes. I was just saying now, I've got a feeling this might happen a lot this season.
I am slightly calmer today.
Yes,
Can you notice that?
They said you would be.
Yeah, I hope so. That is going to make an interesting season.
A bit of a weekend you'll never forget this weekend, will you?
Never, no.
Well done. Go celebrate. Go celebrate. Good stuff indeed. We've got Craig as well. Let's just grab a word with him. Craig, did you want to high five anybody first, or before we go in? Let him do the celebration. We've got loads of time. Don't worry, everybody. We're going into the lunch break now, so you're not missing any of the on-track action at all. But let's hear from Craig. Craig, almost a bit of an impossible task with these two teaming up against you, really, weren't they?
Yeah, it was tough. I managed to stay with them for a bit, but they were just breaking away, and I could see the hand signals on the straight, so I kind of knew what that meant.
Okay.
Brotherly love, not brotherly tussles. So.
Mind you, it's a long season. You can get them this campaign, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. They got 1-2 in both of these races, but I don't know, Thruxton. Maybe me and Scott will have to have a chat and try and work together a bit more.
I like it. Tactics already building. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Third place finish. Right, stay with us, everybody. Like I said, we're going into the lunch break now, so you're not missing any action on track. Of course, when we do come back for the on-track action, straight into the sevens, which is going to be great. There should be a grid walk scheduled too. We're not too sure what's going to happen. Of course, we are running quite late on the timetable, aren't we? So let's just move down a little. Let's go find Sam Parker, shall we? And she had quite a good race. So let's just make our way through the cars. And I can see Sam just having a quick chat with a couple of people. Mentioned about the number plates here as well. Look at this one. Obviously, the Top Gun reference there. How cool is that? Let's go get Sam now, shall we? There she is, talking away as always. Are we giving her tips? Talking away as always, Sam. How was it?
Yes. Oh, do you know what? It was so much fun, actually. I really, really enjoyed it. Had a great race with Ivan. He put up a mega fight. Had to take.
Where is Ivan? I've not met Ivan.
Ivan's over there taking the water on. But yeah, it was great. I even had to take to the sausage curb because we were like, it was either hit him or go over the sausage curb. Anyway, no, it was really, really good. Some great racing from everyone out there. Lots of wings, so I don't know what happened there, but I think it was quite exciting up the front. Right,
Sam, I've got a question for you. There's a lot of people tuning in, of course, and a lot of people know how Caterham work, but not everybody does. This weekend we've got Roadsports, we've got 270s, 310s, we've got the 7s. What does it all mean?
What does it all mean? It's a family. We're all a family. Everyone, like, there's the whole ladder. You start in Academy, which is on next weekend at Brands Hatch, their first round.
And you can watch that live as well.
You can. And then from Thruxton, we're all together, apart from the 420s, because they are doing a round at the touring car event in Brands Hatch. So, but yeah, it's a great atmosphere. Like, we have the best time, and everyone's hugging each other in Parc Ferme, and it's family.
Just say, like, if people watched us last year, we do Hospitality Wars, don't we?
Oh, we do.
I have to officially announce the Caterham Hospitality is the best one. And the chicken burger today with the chocolate brownie was on point. You won't have had that
already. I haven't had it yet.
Okay. Whilst you were out there working hard, I was stuffing my face.
Oh, good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad we finally won that war because I was questioning your decision last year.
You have won it. You have won it. So we're going to come down and do the podiums in a second as well. So I'll let you crack on. Is that Ivan? Ivan, can I just very quickly grab you for a chat? I've wanted to talk to you all weekend, but finally good to see you. And I know you were very proud of it. A superb performance yesterday.
I was really pleased with that, and then normally I make too many mistakes, and so to get through yesterday and get a really good result was just fantastic for me. So yeah, chuffed to bits with that. Really
How did you find today?
Well, I was a bit more nervous because I was in a position in the pack that I'm looking around me. Sam, I'm like
having a good battle with Sam.
I had a brilliant battle with Sam, and then she got past me, and then I got her back, so I was like, "Wee!" But then she got me back again, and but no, that was a really good battle, and I had a few good battles, so really enjoyed today, and I was happy that I finished 15th. So for me, that is just brilliant. Yeah, and last year I was kind of like 20th. Round about there. So, yeah, chuffed a bit. It's really good. Yeah.
I really appreciate you talking to us.
Thank you.
I'm really glad you've had a great weekend as well. Good stuff. Let's keep moving on. We're going to head down to the podium. You coming, Sam? You coming?
My headlight.
What's happened to it? Where is it? Oh, yeah.
It's a bit wobbly.
Yeah.
Luckily, that can get fixed.
Never mind. Right, let's make our way down to the podium. It was great talking to Ivan, wasn't it? It's not just about, of course, congratulations to the Harris family. Wow, what a weekend for them. A 1-2 yesterday, and again, a 1-2 today. Yesterday it was Charles, today it was Will. We just spoke to Mum as well, and she's pretty proud, as one can imagine. But it's about everybody in the grid as well. Going from 20th and finishing 13th and 15th, it means the world to everybody. You don't have to be on the podium. It's a case of everything. Dan, I don't know if you want to go up there. We'll get a good shot at the podium, shall we? We're going to stick around. As I said, you're in the lunch break now, so you're not actually missing anything. I'll let Danny go up the stairs, see if he wants to get a good space, and we'll talk through the podium. I've got a couple of drivers. Hopefully you can still pick the audio up as well. Chaps, how was it out there? All right?
Great fun, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Great fun. Shame I span at the second hairpin and went dead last. but then had great fun fighting back as well.
I was going to say, you've got this big smile on your face. That's sometimes what it's about, isn't it?
100%.
It's not just about the top three, it's about everyone.
No, well, there's 35 of us out there. There's only 3 top 3 places, so if you're not having fun, there's no point being here, is there? So we're just having a great laugh and racing with buddies and just loving it. So that's what it's all about.
Is that why people should come and join Caterham Motorsport?
100%. I had a great race. Really great that you span, because that took the pressure off me, which thank you very much. Had a great race. Today was probably one of my best races, where there were 3 of us battling the whole last 2 laps. And we ended up doing all the tactics of trying to get in the tow and everything, and then we across the finishing line within, like, side by side, the 3 of us. No idea who came kind of first, second, third out of that, but yeah, great racing. What a day.
You got to bear in mind, we're battling here for like 17th, 20th, 9th. It doesn't matter. You know, as I say, there's only 3 places on the podium. The rest of us are just battling for fun. It's brilliant.
Fantastic, guys. Thank you for talking to us. Enjoy the podium, won't you? We'll pop the camera around onto the podium now. We're about to go through the formalities. Of course, we do this for every championship. Laura Payne's here as well. Laura with Caterham. These have been some fantastic races this weekend, haven't they?
Some fantastic racing. Always fantastic racing at Caterham.
Very close indeed as well. A little bit more coming up this afternoon. What are you looking forward to?
Oh, good question. I look forward to all of them, because they're fantastic drivers.
Laura, well done. Saying the company line there. Brilliant stuff. Right, we are about to do the podiums now, and it's Craig Evans, of course, who's been called up in 3rd place in this race. They do this for every single race. We can't bring you all the podiums, of course, because as soon as they do the podiums, the next race has started. So that's why you haven't had a glimpse of the podium yet, but here we are. Coming up now is Charles Harris to take his 2nd place trophy. Of course, did pick up the win yesterday in Roadsport. And here comes Will Harris, his brother, to take the top spot. We've come up here as well, so we should be out of the way of the champagne. That is actually it now as well for Roadsport here this weekend. So if they don't have to drive home, they can have a little tipple. I imagine it's going to be a bit of a party in the Harris household tonight. So there they are. Will Harris, Charles Harris and Craig Evans, your top 3 in the Bilstein Caterham Roadsport Championship. Like I said, we are in the lunch break. You're not missing anything. And now we have the champagne. Whee, the best bit. I call it champagne. It's something fizzy. I'm not quite sure what it is. Brilliant stuff. Right, a lot coming up for you this afternoon as well. Like I say, we're in the lunch break at the minute. However, we go straight into the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. We might actually have a grid walk as well for that very, very shortly. And then after that, we go into the first race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Then it's into the Edge Caterham 7270R Championship. Then the final race of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy. That's proved to be some cracking racing so far in that, hasn't it? And then it was scheduled to be around about 4 o'clock. It's probably going to be a little bit later than that. Is the Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship. We round the day out with the 2nd and final race of the weekend for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. So we still have 6 races to go. Great scenes indeed. It started to get a little bit overcast, started to get a little bit chilly. Weather-wise as well, there was about a 35% chance of rain this afternoon. I'm not convinced that's going to happen. However, the clouds are starting to form here at Snetterton. So that's the podium for the Caterham Motorsport, the Roadsport. And yesterday, I did a little bit of a challenge. Now, last year, you may remember, we did a manpower versus horsepower challenge up at Croft. I went up against Ashley Gregory, one of the Mini Challenge Trophy drivers. She was in the safety car. We did a series of sprint races. I'm claiming that I won that particular challenge. Yesterday, I went up against Gabe Fairbrother. He was driving, again, the Vertu Mini Challenge safety car. He was driving it around Snetterton on the 300. My task was to see if I could complete 100 press-ups in the time he did 1 lap round the 300 circuit. I'll tell you something, closer than you think. Let's roll VT. Right, everybody, we've got a very unique challenge coming up. If you watched our coverage with the BARC last year, you will know I did a manpower versus horsepower challenge up at Croft. It was a sequence of short sprint races against this, the Vertu Mini safety car. I won, or at least I'm adamant that I won, and today we've got a new challenge as well. Today, I am going to try and do 100 press-ups before Gabe Fairbrother here in the Vertu Mini safety car can do a full lap around Snetterton on the 300 circuit. Gabe, thank you for taking part in this. You've had a good morning already, actually. You're going to start on pole position for the first race for the Mini Challenge UK. But for this is quite a unique challenge. You've got to take it slow, Gabe, all right?
Well, I mean, I've been told to beat you, so...
Yeah, you could go really slow about that. Don't worry about that. This is kind of fun, isn't it? A little bit different?
Yeah, it's different. It's unique for a championship to do this. Gets people engaged, and it's just a lot of good fun.
Top man. Gabe, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it. Remember, go as slow as you possibly can. A big thank you as well, by the way, to everybody at Snetterton for allowing us to do this. Big thank you to Deborah, Peter in race control, everybody at BARC, and of course Ria as well. I'm going to get in position. We've got, who's our young man? Can you come over? You're going to count for us. Whoa. You're going to count for us. Can I give you that? Would you mind talking in and counting for us? I'm going to get into position. Ria, whenever you're ready, here we go. 100 press-ups.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. Come on.
Where is he?
Probably turn 3. 43. 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56.
Where is he?
Agostini. 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Go on, keep it going. Lost count. What am I at? 61. 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70. Keep it up.
Right, we're in.
Come on. 30 to go. You can do this. To go. You got this, Ian.
No, you haven't.
71, 72, 73, 74, 75.
Tell him to slow down. We did say 2 laps, didn't we?
Go around the ball now. 25, go on, quick.
25.
Go on, you can do it.
76, 77, 78, 79, 80.
Come on, 20 to go. Come on, he's coming right, I can see it now.
He's coming.
See him, bang, 20, that's the amount. 20.
Slow, isn't it? It's going really
Yeah.
slow.
He's giving you a chance, eh?
81, 82, 83, 84.
Come on, Ian.
I'm at 84.
84. Come on, 64. It's nearly stopped. Come on. So is Ian. He stopped us, Ian.
I love you, Gabe.
85. 86. 87.
Oh, just... We said 75, didn't we?
13. 13. Come on, you've only got 13 left. 13. Yeah. Come on.
I'm at 87. 87. I'm at 87.
Come on, 13, quick! Come on, big push!
12. 11. 10.
10.
9. Oh, and he's passed. Finish.
Thank you. Thanks, mate. Thank you. So, might have been a little bit more off than I could chew. We will grab a word with Gabe as he comes back round, and I can just catch my breath. Don't go far. Right, here he comes, Gabe Fairbrother. I've got to concede defeat there. I can't, hang on. There we go. Gabe, you did everything you could there to try and let me win. I really appreciate it. But you did win. Of course, I got to 91. I'll be honest, I raced to 40. And then the lactic acid kicked in, and that was that. And I managed to get a few more done. I appreciate you going just 60 miles an hour down the back straight, and you stopped literally at the hairpin. So thank you. How was it?
It was good. I mean, quite a nice drive. I mean, listening to some music, good fun.
Oh, nice. Well, you can't do that in your race car, though, can you?
No,
So.
no chance.
What's the expectation for you this season with the Mini Challenge Trophy?
Well, we're going for the championship. There's a lot of strong competition here, but I'd love to come on top.
Top man. Look, Gabe, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you as well to our safety car observer for sitting in. Big thank you to Peter as well at Race Control for allowing us to do it. We'll let those guys go off. Big thank you, of course, to everybody here at the Marshals as well. Give them a big G up. Thank you, guys. Thanks for letting us do that. Really appreciate it. It is the lunch break. You're not missing anything. Big thank you to Gabe as well for doing everything he possibly could to try and get me to win that. I think, unfortunately, as I said, I got to 40 quick. And then from there, lactic acid, that was it. I was done for. But we go to the next one. There will be a third and final challenge. Manpower versus horsepower. That will be the decider. It is officially 1 to me, 1 to the Vertu Mini safety car. It's all to play for at the next round. Right, lunch break here. Almost time to get back to the action. I'm going to hand back to your commentator and let's go racing. Right, everybody, we're in the outer paddock here at Snetterton, and as you can see, I'm joined by Paul Manning and Monroe Renard here. We've got the experience of the Mini Challenge Trophy and the new young hotshot coming into it. Paul, let's start with you. No rookie here, are you? How long have you been competing in Minis?
This is my 7th season.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I've done a few races now, been to Snetterton a few times. But it's good to see the new drivers come through each year. And they seem to get quicker and quicker, so yeah,
it's annoying, doesn't it?
It does. But we'll give it give it a good shot. So,
Monroe, it's your first weekend, of course, with Minis, but no stranger to cars. What have you done before?
So I've done C1 Endurance last year, and I did a bit of grassroots karting a few years beforehand. That's all I've done really.
So why did you want to get involved with the Mini Challenge?
Well, originally I was meant to do Clios, but that fell through, and it's just what I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to move into that British touring car sort of region, and this is obviously the best step into it, isn't it?
It certainly is. Now, Paul, I don't want to make you feel old, but Monroe, you were born in 2007. That's correct, 2007. Now, I'll let everybody know, I was born in 1985, so we're a bit closer to each other, aren't we? Monroe, do you know what was in the charts in 2000? Can you name me one song maybe that was in the charts in 2007?
You know what, I'd love to be able to let you know, but maybe like someone like Keisha Cole or someone. That's my guess.
Maybe, actually, I've got 3 songs written down. It quite possibly could be Keisha Cole. I can tell you, Umbrella by Rihanna. We all know that one. That was #1 for like forever, wasn't it? Another one is Ruby by Kaiser Chiefs. And Shine by Take That. Have you heard of any of them?
No.
You've heard of Rihanna?
Yeah, I've heard of the Rihanna one, but the others I've never heard of in my life.
Right, Paul, sorry to do this to you. 1972. Now you know what was number one when you were born.
Only because we googled it this morning.
We did.
Yeah.
So what was it?
I'd Like to Teach the World to Sing by the New Seekers.
Okay. I can also tell you, Puppy Love by Donny Osmond was out in 1972 and Got to Be There by Michael Jackson was also out as well.
They don't make them like that anymore.
There you go. No, let's just talk about this season. We spoke about it's great seeing these young drivers come through. What are you looking to achieve this season? What's your expectation for yourself?
We're just here to enjoy it, really. It's a nice place to be at the weekend. Mini Challenge is a great series to be in. We do a little bit of other racing as well, but this is always the best one. It's great to be on the touring car package for 3 of the rounds. So it's a nice place to be. They're really busy weekends, and it's good to be out there with so many people watching you. If we can get mid-grid and have a few good races, then we're happy. I think we're always learning the car. I'm certainly learning more every race we have. But it's just good to be here, and while we're reasonably competitive, we'll keep going.
Monroe, let's touch on you. What brought you to the Mini Challenge? What really thought, I've got to try this?
You know what? I've just seen it a lot all over social media, and obviously with it following British Touring Car, it's like it's I call it big boy league in a nice way. You know, it's got a lot of people watching and stuff. You know, it follows through to a lot of stuff. So I think it's just a good starting point. You know.
And of course, as Paul mentioned, it's going to be quite special, those TOCA rounds as well.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be good to race alongside some of the greats, you know, in British Touring Car and stuff, and obviously have a big crowd like all of them do all the time. So it'll be lovely to do that.
Good stuff. Well, plenty of racing action coming up this weekend here at Snetterton. We've got the experienced side of the Mini Challenge and the new younger side of the Mini Challenge, all coming up for you live with the British Automobile Racing Club. Don't forget, you can keep up to speed with all of it across the Mini Challenge UK social media channels as well. Gentlemen, best of luck this weekend, and remember, if you do see each other on track, just respect your elders. All right? Enjoy the race. Begin. 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 114 press-ups. Sam, 115. I did 91 yesterday, and I thought that was impressive. I'm no word of a lie. You've just done a race. That was your cool down. You just said.
I know it was, yeah.
115. I'm a little bit embarrassed, actually. Right, I'm just going to give that to you for the rest of the day. I'm going to go home. Nobody needs me anymore. Right, Sam, in all seriousness, though, Roadsport finish. You're done for the day, but you're not done in front of camera for the day. So we are going to go make our way to the grid, aren't we? Because we've got a grid walk for the Sevens coming up. Let's just talk about what happened yesterday with the Sevens.
Oh, in the Sevens. Oh, well, do you know what? It's what is so interesting. It's so close now with the AMs and the Pro-Ams. Because you've got the AMs right up there. They're not getting away, the Pro-Ams. So it's a real fight amongst them all, really.
Yeah.
It's so close.
The racing has been remarkable from everybody as well, at the minis as well. That second race today was superb. But I know yesterday, was it the 270s? One of the gaps was 0.001 between second and third over the. I mean, that is. I saw the picture. If you haven't seen it, I think it might be on the BARC social media. I'm not totally sure, but do check it out. It is. There's nothing to tell between anybody. It is absolutely insane. And of course, we had the Harris brothers as well in Roadsport going well. We're just going to try and make our way onto the track here, if they don't mind us. Can we just skip through everybody? Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. How you doing? All right. There we go. And we're on the track here. Look at this. What a sight. Let's put the camera down there. Absolutely beautiful. Big thank you as ever, Sam, of course, to the marshals. What a job.
Without them, we wouldn't be here, would we? So we couldn't go racing.
No, it does sound cliche to say, but we do generally mean it.
Yeah,
you know,
we do.
like they really do give up their time, and they've actually cut their own lunch break down to enable us to go racing quicker. So thank you to all the marshals here. Superb job. Thank you to you, everybody watching as well on the BARC YouTube channel and the Caterham Motorsport YouTube channel. If you haven't liked or subscribed to either or, please go and do it. It is so worth it. Every single minute that we are live is completely free for you to tune in. It doesn't cost you anything to hit that subscribe button either, but it does make a difference for us to be able to bring you this incredible live coverage throughout the course of the weekend. And of course, we're live next weekend at Brands Hatch, and the Academy cars are there, aren't they?
I'm so excited to watch that. Unfortunately, I can't go. I should be there in person, but I will be tuning in to you and the others watching closely.
That's going to be fantastic. I am going to be there as well. Right, plenty of action still coming up. So let's just talk about your experience in Caterham so far. Of course, you were part of the Academy last year, wasn't it? So how did it go for you?
Academy was incredible, absolutely incredible. So much to learn in that first year. It's just unbelievable. One race a weekend, but that's all really you can manage. You know, if you're a complete novice, that is all you need. 15-minute qualifying, a 20-minute race. And yeah, it's brilliant. And then you'll see the spread of the grid, you know, from the back to the front. The time difference is huge at the beginning, and then as the time goes on, it gets smaller and smaller because everyone's improving.
And now you're into Roadsport. What's the big difference between the two?
Well, there's only a few things you need to change on it. The biggest difference is the tyres.
Yeah.
So the tyres on the Academy car are very, lots of tread on them. They're just a cheap road tyre. And they're such hard wearing, they will last you the entire season.
Yeah.
To keep the costs down, and you learn a lot from being on those tyres because there's a lot of oversteer. And these tyres we've got now, the Toyo R888s, are fantastic. They are so grippy. They literally keep the car on rails. And we do have an anti-roll bar now on the rear, and we can change the front anti-roll bar too.
I've got to say, it's good of you to stick around because your racing's finished, as we just touched on there. So you could go home now, but you said no. No, I'm seeing this day out with the rest of Caterham. Right, if we turn the camera around, if that's okay, Danny, because we've got the cars just coming up. They're about to line up. What a lovely shot this is now in the glorious sunshine at Snetterton. I did say it might rain a little bit later. I'm not so sure now, though. We've got safety car coming up. And in a minute, Sam, you are going to go talk to some of the drivers, aren't you?
I will. I'm intrigued to speak to Henry, actually. I want to know what happened in the last race because I didn't quite find out.
Well, I spoke to Henry whilst I was having a comfort break. We were stood next to each other.
Lovely.
He didn't touch on it too much, but I did ask him about his ice bath.
Did you? Okay.
So, for those of you who don't know, Henry's a bit of a fitness fanatic, isn't he? And he brings an ice bath with him, doesn't he?
He does. I saw him jump in it yesterday, fully submerged, head under and everything.
So,
are you going to go in?
Not today, no. And he's not at Thruxton the next round. However, he has promised me that he will be at least 2 or 3 more meetings with Caterham this year, and he will bring it. And he has agreed to let me go in it with him.
With you?
Yes.
Both of you?
We're going to go in it together.
I'm not sure it's big enough.
What are you saying? I don't know whether that's a compliment or not. Right, Sam, we've got some drivers up here. I think it's about time we go and have a bit of a chat with them, shall we? I'm going to hand over to you. You enjoy. We'll leave it on that note.
Thank you very much, Ian. Right, we did have a brief chat with Paul earlier and with Harry. I'll just wait for the others to come up into their grid slots, and then I will have a quick chat with Harry Cook, who's doing amazingly well in the 420s. New to him this season. He dominated in 310s last year and won the championship. Harry, so how is it all going now? You've had your second race, about to start your third, and you're still right up here with the boys.
Yeah, really good. Just getting used to the tyres mainly, I think, and obviously racing these new guys. But last race I really noticed they started to go off a lot more, because you get so much grip on that first race and qualifying, but yeah, they've really started to go off. So it'll be interesting to see how it works this race, because the Toyos from last year, they stayed the same the whole time. Yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah, lots to learn, isn't there, with the new car, especially like this with the sequential gearbox. How are you finding that?
Initially, I was a bit, I was really worried about how I'd deal with it, but I actually quite like it now. There's a lot more to do, there's a lot more gears down the straights and in the braking zone, but once you get the hang of it, it's actually it's quite a sort of sturdy gearbox. I say that now, hopefully it's all right, but yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, and from earlier, and good luck for this one. Thank you. Right, let's move on down. They're still gridding up, as you can see. They've still got a few to put into the right places. Matt's looking over me, shaking his head. He's like, no, don't interview me. He's just said thank you. Justin, we spoke to briefly earlier. I'll have a quick word, lean across the car. Justin, you're in a good position here, I think, aren't you, for keeping up with these boys at the top?
Yeah, that's going to be the plan. Just hope we get a good start, keep it clean, and try and keep with them.
Yeah, brilliant. And obviously, where Chris Fraser, he didn't finish, did he, that last race, or he broke down on the last lap?
Yeah, that's right. I think he had a drive shaft failure on the last lap, which is a shame. So he's starting a long way back, but I'm sure we'll see Chris at some point.
Yeah, he'll be making his way through, won't he?
I'm sure.
Yeah, have a good one, Justin. Yeah, we'll drive. We'll have a walk down and speak to Chris Fraser, because that must have been very frustrating. I think he was up for second in the AM class, so he'll be quite disappointed with that. Harry Landy, I'll just nip round the other side so it's easier for these guys. Harry, how are you getting on in the races? I think did you have a couple of lockups in those? Because I think it was the same corner, and Chris on the commentary mentioned it as well. And did you really notice that difference in the tyres?
Yeah, I had some lockups. A bit of late braking too hard or not getting to pressure quick enough just locks it up, and then it's a real struggle. And it was both at the beginning of the restart, so everyone was a bit close, just trying to get a little bit too much extra, but I managed to get through and finish the race, so pretty happy with that, really.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though you locked up, you held it there and you got round that hairpin, so it worked.
Yeah, it did. I don't know if it was luck or judgment, but I just eased out the pressure and reduced it a little bit and managed to turn it and get it round, so I did well. I was really happy.
Good. Do you have a plan for this race?
Just try and overtake these guys in front.
Yeah, good. Good plan. Brilliant. Have a good race.
Yeah.
So this is a good position for Darren. He must be quite happy with this one, actually. I'll just have a quick word. Darren, you must be quite happy with your position for today?
Yeah, it was marginally improved on yesterday. A few more mistakes which enabled Harry to get past. But that kind of inter-team rivalry, hopefully I'll get past him now.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's see if we've got time to walk down to Chris. And then once we've spoken to him, if we've got time, we can move our way back up. But obviously there's a bit of a collision, wasn't there, in the first race with Craig Story and Greg Muntz, so they will be starting at the back of the grid, and I'm sure they will make their way through. Just having a look at all these guys concentrating. Actually, Henry hasn't even got his helmet on yet, so there's definitely time. He's still getting himself ready. Chris, was gutted for you earlier in this race. Was it a drive shaft?
Yeah, drive shaft coming out of Agostini. Just snapped. But thankfully no one collected me, so it's all right. But now I get to have fun from the back.
That's it. You have some fun making your way through the pack.
It's a long way now, the way we set the grid up.
It is a long way, because normally you're side by side, aren't you?
Yeah, so normally I'd be probably about more than halfway up there, but that's all right. Have some fun.
That's it. Get a good launch.
Yeah, that's the way.
Brilliant. Well, wish you all the best. Have fun. Let's have a quick word with Henry, shall we? Because I haven't spoken to him this weekend on camera. We had a quick chat the other day. Henry, you're very chilled here. Just getting your helmet on.
Topping up the tan, why not, Sam?
Why not? Ian and I were talking about your ice bath earlier.
Oh yeah, I love it. Well, I ran out of water actually. It's funny, in the motorhome this morning, so I was forced to have a proper bath this morning at 7 o'clock to get myself going for the day. But yeah, it's a good way to get things started. So yeah, might have to make another appearance at some of the other rounds coming up.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah.
But now let's talk about the racing. What happened in the race 2 this morning?
Unfortunately, drive shaft went off the line, so it just went straight away. That put paid to my race. At least it went on the green flag, so I didn't have the whole grid bearing down on me. But it means I start at the back of the grid now. A lot of work to do. Looks like a fair old distance to the front there. But
Chris was saying exactly the same things. Normally you're side by side.
Yeah. Well, I reckon I've got a shot at catching up with the lead pack. So just need to put a decent first lap together, and we'll see where we are at the end of the first lap. Because the tow's all important here, and I back myself. We'll see how the first lap goes.
Oh, I've got faith in you. You'll do it.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see.
Let's see. I still love this car. It's one of my favourite colours. It's very, very nice. Might be quite bright for some of the others behind, who's behind him, but yeah, it looks great. Now, Greg, I'll have a quick word with Greg. Greg, unfortunate race 2, wasn't it, this morning? I saw you get turned around.
Yeah, it was a bit unlucky getting shunted off, just coming under the bridge there. Carrying a lot of speed through there, so we're doing about 90 miles an hour when I got punted from behind. There's nothing I could do.
No.
That was the end of the race.
Just a passenger then, aren't
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
But thankfully no one was hurt, and we're good to go. The guys did an amazing job of fixing up the car, so happy to be back on the grid.
Good, excellent. Well, enjoy it.
Thanks so much.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Right, I don't know, everyone's coming back onto the grid now, so we've got some more time. So let's have a quick word with Craig Story, because he's the one that had the collision with Greg earlier. Craig, I love the matching suit and the gloves and the helmet of the car. It looks awesome. Unfortunately, obviously, race 2 didn't go quite to plan, did it?
No, it didn't. Yeah, such fine margins, and tailwind behind, first lap, tyres perhaps not in, and like I say, fine lines, bit of a misjudgment on the braking, clipped into the back of Greg, causing a bit of a spin, and then just got collected. So, yeah, feeling a bit fragile at the moment, if I'm being honest. So, just gonna sit at the back and see what happens.
It's amazing what it does, isn't it? When you have a moment like that, you can either, some people can just get over it quite quickly, but others, you really beat yourself up about it, and I'm definitely one of those.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, I got to jump back in the car. I think that's the worst thing, to kind of not jump back in and get back on it. Just looking forward to seeing what race 3 kind of gives us. At least the weather's out.
The weather's great. It's consistent, isn't it? And have fun.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Craig. Well, we got some time to move back up. It's nice the family have been able to come onto the grid as well. So it's a nice treat for them. Because this is quite, we don't always get to do this start procedure. So it's actually really nice for everyone to come onto the grid. So let's move up and have a chat with... I was going to speak to James Hall, see how he got on in his first race this morning. Oh, look who I've bumped into. There's Ian.
Right.
Hello, Ian.
I've just come for a stroll.
Come for a stroll?
Yeah, it's pretty amazing though, isn't it?
It is. Everyone's very chilled.
They are. I've just been. There was a bit of confusion actually at the top as to whether it's a general public thing or just a Caterham thing. I think it's just for Caterham people for the grid walk. But it's nice to be able to just come on, have a little walk around, and how are the drivers feeling today? It's a bit different for them. You don't normally do this, do we?
We have done it before, but we don't always get to do it. So I think that's the whistle to get us off the grid. But we don't always get to do this. It's nice for the, there's some family that can come onto the grid.
Yeah.
But also they're staggered this year for this one. So they're normally side by side. So they're all saying they feel like they're really far back compared to where they normally are.
We better start walking. Are you okay holding that? Because those 115 press-ups must be quite tight on your arms you did earlier.
My arms are aching a lot, especially after a race.
Right, there we go, guys. It is time finally to go racing. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Sam, I think it's time for us to hand over to the commentator, Dave Goddard, to take you through it, and you'll be at Parc Fermé after, won't you?
I will indeed.
Yes, let's go racing.
Well, thanks to Ian and Sam for taking us through the grid walk there ahead of our first race after lunch. We have a total of 6 races coming up for you. Third race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. The grid based on the results of the race we saw this morning. So it's Paul Donkin on pole position in the number 24 alongside the 28 of Harry Senior, Harry Cook and Matt Armstrong on the second row. Then we've got the first of the AM-class drivers, Justin Armstrong and Tom Eden on row 3. Harry Landy lines up on row 4 alongside Derek McCormack. Mark Kendall and Gary Curtis round out the top 10. On row 6, James Hall alongside Steve Metcalf. Then row 7, 68, Chris Welch. And the number 8 of Chris Fraser, who's repaired that drive shaft from earlier on when he was fighting for the AM-class win with Justin Armstrong. Row 8, we've got Henry Heaton in his car, broke down on the restart of the earlier race, starts alongside Greg Monks, and Craig Story will start at the back. Good to see those two cars are back out there after their crash in the race this morning up at Nelson. Still very breezy conditions here at Snetterton today, as the cars start to move away for our green flag lap. This will be a 20-minute race. I'm really not sure which way this one's going to go. Chris Hutchinson back alongside me. I reckon Harry Cook could be with a chance of a debut victory here.
They've all taken so many of the places so often. They've all been in those sort of championship positions, those trophy winning positions, that actually it could go any way. It's one for Matt Armstrong, one for Paul Donkin, but there's been plenty of others. Harry Senior and Harry Cook have both led plenty of the laps of these races. I think Matthew, did he get demoted slightly into the grid here? I'm not sure. I thought he was on the front row, but I might have just downloaded the wrong file. So he's in that 4th place anyway. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's been right at the front of this grid for quite a long time, and his dad just behind him. We did hear from them on the grid. It's nice to hear from all of the drivers that have got a little bit of a story to tell, because they've got a bit of work to do from the rear end of that track. And watch for Henry Heaton's car coming through. He's not had his best weekend so far, so so he'll be looking to see whether he can do something about that. But Donkin, though, starting from that prime position, he's had a couple of great starts off the line as well. So he's they've got his car spinning working the tyres so hard that he's actually just spun. I think that's is that McCormack, or
it's either McCormack or Mark Kendall.
I think it's Kendall. Yeah, it's Kendall. So just weaving so hard to get the tyres warm, because he didn't drift to the back of the field. He should be able to retake his qualifying position though.
We had one of the TCR UK cars do that at Donington last month as well on cold tyres. Cedric Block in his Audi went off at Schwantz Curve. So it can happen to the best of them.
Yeah, Cedric, an ex-Caterham racer as well.
He is, yes.
To see him back out on the track after a nasty bike incident has seen him having to recover back to the motor racing circuit, but great to have him back on and driving out on the cars. Just working the tyres so hard there that he just lost the rear out of Palmer and spun to the inside. Luckily didn't catch any of the Armco barriers. But yes, there's some cars looking to come through the field, and they'll have a bit of a job, because it's not an easy field to work way through these. All these drivers know what they're doing. They know how to pedal these cars. 180 horsepower, slick tyres, 6-speed sequential gearbox, a real race-focused car. Sub 2-minute lap here. In fact, a couple of seconds under 2 minutes around the Snetterton track, and if you've ever driven around here, you'll know that is rapid. And actually, something like 16 to 20 seconds faster than the opening leg of our sort of the academy cars, our first level of our motorsport ladder, and actually still about 6 or 7 seconds faster than even the 310R. So it's a real step up. It shows it really is this national level champion, and it's the reason why they go for the title of British Caterham champion. And the machinery under them is absolutely spectacular as well. A fantastic car to drive, and all these drivers know how to do that. So yes, who's going to take it? Are we going to share a one for different drivers? We've already had 2 different winners so far. Let's try and get 3.
So the 2 winners, 1st and 4th on the grid for this one. Paul Donkin, the red and white car, on pole position. Comes from Bishop Auckland up in the northeast of England. Starts alongside Harry Senior, the light blue car. He's from Ascot in Berkshire. Second row, Harry Cook, the new recruit to the Caterham 7 UK Championship this year. Comes from Wimborne in Dorset in the Williams Motorsport car, the black and gold car. And Matt Armstrong, winner yesterday, alongside him. He's from Manchester.
To see teams represented, DPR there with Paul Donkin on pole, PT Sports Cars with Harry Senior. Then we've got Williams with Harry Cook, and then we've got Team Parker Racing with Matt Armstrong. So really spreading around the teams as well. Really shows the level that we're at. There's a little between them. These cars are absolutely identical, just a little bit of setup, but they are just about ready to go.
Yes, almost ready to go then. The full grid into line, which is great to see after the couple of incidents earlier on. 17 cars out on track for a 20-minute race for the Dutch Blonde Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship. Waiting for the red lights to come on. They do now. The revs are up and away we go. Great start by Paul Donkin. from pole position, leads the way down towards Riches for the first time. Harry Senior tucked in second place. Matt Armstrong holding off Tom Eden, who made a quick start. He's got ahead of Justin Armstrong. Armstrong Senior in the number 23 car, but up towards the hairpin they go for the first time. Donkin leads it. Senior in second place, trying to go around the outside is Matt Armstrong. A little bit of a lock up there for Justin Armstrong, and a bigger lock up for Craig Story, and a tangle there at the back. 68 Chris Welch and number 10 Henry Heaton. Welch left stranded.
Yeah, just left out there. Just caught his tyres, and I'm not sure whether there's any damage that's caused him to stop, but he is no longer moving. Donkin, though, does still lead over the top of Harry Senior. Senior had a little bit of had to maybe even dip the clutch again. It seemed like the revs just dipped on him, and let Donkin let him get away with a stack of grid as well. That meant there's all very calm pretty much into that first corner, but it all kicked off as we went into the second one. Harry Landy, I think, was the guy locking up once more, and remember, he's got a couple of flat spots on his front tyres, so he's got to still massage them, but he's right where he needs to be in that sort of battle pack. But Donkin leads Senior, and then it's Cook, and then Matt Armstrong.
Yes, Harry Landy needs to work on the brake bars. I think that keeps locking up the fronts on the 21 car. Here's a replay of what happened at the hairpin for the first time. Paul Donkin led into it, but we watch further back towards the rear of the pack. A couple of cars locking up, and it was on the outside there. Just Chris Welch just didn't seem deterred, and that took Henry Heaton out wide.
They were keeping cars on the inside, pushing everyone wide at that point. I think that's what actually ended up happening. And yeah, I misidentified. It wasn't Harry Landy. There's a bit of bodywork already flying, so one of the wings is departed from there. There's Gary Curtis over the top of James Hall. We spoke to him briefly running the Oakmere car as they head around Corran. They're the everlasting right-hander that turned into a tight left-hander at Murray's. It's now Harry Senior leading over the top of Donkin, over the top of Cook.
Yes, Harry Senior has taken up the lead then as they head over the line to complete the opening lap. The blue car with the lead. Harry Cook tucked in third place behind. Donkin's going to go for the outside. Really slipstreams his way back into the lead. Harry Cook in third. Then Matt Armstrong in fourth. Matt Armstrong from Leicestershire, not Manchester, as I said earlier. Apologies there, reading the wrong line on my entry list. It's Steve Metcalf, the Mancunian, and Matt Armstrong does go down the outside there. Side by side for fifth, Tom Eden going well up there with Justin Armstrong, then Harry Landy, and the rest of them come charging through. It's McCormack next in the order. 22 there giving chase further back. That's Gary Curtis.
Chris Fraser making good progress up from the back of the field, then up 4 places on that last lap. In fact, all of the drivers at the back sort of pushing that way forward, but Harry Senior still tucked up in that second place. Cook maintains that third place even under fight from Matt Armstrong behind. And yes, it is Tom Eden who's kind of solidified his good starting position and really moved forward in the early parts of this race, taking that yellow car ahead of Harry Landy, and they're just trailing on slightly behind this lead pack.
Justin Armstrong ahead of Tom Eden. Now that's for the lead of the AM class as well. Armstrong and Eden fighting in that third of the AMs is Harry Landy. Pro-Am leader overall is now Paul Donkin ahead of Harry Senior. Senior's got the fastest lap though, 2:05.452, and who's that pulling over?
That was the guy that we saw spinning in the opening lap, I think. So is it Kendall?
It's either Mark Kendall or 62 Darren McCormack. Similar looking cars, those two.
Pretty sure Kendall, yeah, it looks like the car that spun, so he's obviously still having problems. I think McCormack I can see at the back of the field here, so he's still in this big front group. And Matt Armstrong, can he do anything this time into turn 1? He's got his dad behind him for acting as rear gunner. That car is off. Where is that? Is that Riches, or is that a bit further around the lap?
I think that's coming out of Oggie's up towards Williams on the outside there.
Yeah, so maybe that's in a safe enough position. There's not too many cars go off route up there other than mechanicals, so maybe they'll deem that to be coverable under yellow flags for the time being. But let's keep an eye out for the safety car just in case that happens. Yeah, definitely can see McCormack still circulating, 4th place in the AM class. But Donkin leads Senior after that fantastic move late on in that race to almost let Senior get back in front of him, knowing that he'd be able to tow him up to the line. And that did meant it was first and second. Matt Armstrong looking down the inside of Cook. Cook just left a car's width. Matt said, I'm going to put my Caterham in that car's width, and position changed. I think Harry Cook didn't fight that too much as they were only 5 minutes into this race.
Justin Armstrong fighting his way up as well, the AM leader. He's done the fastest lap, 1:59.416, the quickest lap of the race so far. Tom Eden going with them, 6 of them line astern for the lead. Harry Landy further back in 7th ahead of Darren McCormack as they swing their way through the long left-hander of Agostini. Now out towards the left flick of Hamilton, which does doesn't look as tight on our footage as it actually is. A deceptively tight left-hander, that one. Into Oggy. Still Paul Donkin shows at the front of the field ahead of Senior, with Matt Armstrong now up in the third. They head out of the right-hander. There'll be yellow flags out there because of Mark Kendall's stranded car. Then through the right at Williams, named after the Grand Prix team and its founder, the late great Sir Frank Williams, of course. And onto the Bentley straight. There is 68 Chris Welch, still going after his problems on the opening lap.
Yeah, so it didn't look like, he just looked like he got stuck between two cars and just didn't have anywhere to go. And then had to stay there and wait until everything cleared out so he could get going again. As we said before, Hamilton, it might look like it is quite a tight little bend, but it's still taken 83 miles an hour. Then they have to get it off to 50 miles an hour for Oggies, 80-ish miles an hour to get to Williams. They start that back straight, and where we are now, going around Coram, they start that at over 100 miles an hour, and they have to drop all the way back down to about 50 miles an hour to take the left here at Murray's. So a lot of speed sort of being gained and lost all the way around this track. You did all sorts of different corner types. It's a fantastic place to come testing for that very reason. You really do get to try out a load of the different styles, but it's Donkin leading over the line and has done probably for the last 4 laps or so. So Senior's still in that second place, Cook and Armstrong. Justin still leading the AM battle against Eden and Landy.
They swapped places on the Bentley straight. Harry Senior took the lead, but Donkin's got it back again. Harry Cook also on Bentley straight retook Matt Armstrong for third. Matt up the inside into the hairpin. They're side by side for P3. This time Cook gets his foot down exactly the right spot and retains that third position. Looks like it's Justin Armstrong still there in P5. He's still got the fastest lap of the race. Tom Eden on his tail. Landy is next to us. Going to change further back. Henry Heaton coming through from the back of the field has taken Craig Story for P11. I can tell you looking at the TSL timing screen. There is Tom Eden missing a front wing. I noticed in the pit lane by race control here there is quite a stack of wings that the marshals collected during Friday testing as well, so there's going to be a fair few replacements needed.
Yeah, fair few wing replacements, but often we'll go and have a look and see whether we can find our own wing, and if it's recoverable then you can always add a little bit of patchwork to it and get it back on the car. And as you've seen today, they do detach the cars quite readily. We only attach them with glue or plastic bolts deliberately so that they do depart the car. We don't want them hanging on. If they are dislodged slightly, we want them to completely depart the car, which you've seen a majority of. But here we go down the start finish as the back straight then. Harry Senior to the middle, Cook around the outside. Donkin's going to go down to third place. You can see the chase group. Here comes Chris Fraser and Henry Heaton as they've made their way through the field. Henry making some good progress but needs to do more. Monk's on their tail, so the three of them are all pushing their way through and making their way forward. They've still got plenty of time to get to the front group.
So Chris Fraser, the Australian, currently running in 9th position, 5th in the AM class, with Henry Heaton now right up behind him. There's the two cars that tangled in race 2 earlier on this morning. Monks and Story now running together. They went off at Nelson, of course. Swing their way onto the main straight. Once again, the centre straight. It's Senior ahead of the line, ahead of Cook and Donkin. Those three covered by just 0.27 of a second, those three, with Matt Armstrong a further 0.3 of a second behind them. Justin Armstrong drawing his way up onto the back of this battle as well. It's soon going to be 5 for the lead in our third race of the weekend for the Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Matt Armstrong will take P3 from Donkin through the hairpin. Can his father Justin get up there as well?
He's gone to the inside to protect from that Justin attack, although Justin's going to try the outside move. We saw him do it earlier and he's going to do it again right round the outside, making it work. Remember, those tyres, they only get 1 new set per race weekend, so it's now a qualifying session and 3 races old as they come into it. So that, as we heard Harry Cook saying at the beginning of the race, you've got to work out your grip levels at all times because it slowly deteriorates through the course of the race meeting. Henry Heaton showing a little bit of a lock-up puff of smoke there on his front right as he was just tipping that into Agostini that time, but Greg Monks and Chris Fraser also making their way back through. But Matt Armstrong, that is the first time he's penetrated that top 3 in this race, and looking like he's now moving towards those front 2. He wants more.
Justin Armstrong, we're going to have to rename him Mr. Outside Line, the way he's been overtaking this weekend. He got a bit sideways into out of Hamilton's into Oggy's though, so we're going to see Paul Donkin draw up alongside him here. Could be an attack for the lead. Matt Armstrong, he's never going to go through the middle, is he, to try and take the lead? He's got past Harry Cook. He's got through the middle. That is superb. The Armstrongs have been the overtakers of the weekend for me. That's a fantastic move. Right through the centre there into Brundle, and he's pulling away at the front.
And he's got 1 win already to his name, so can he make it 2 from 3 coming away from Snetterton? I'm sure he would have taken that if that ends up being the result by the time that we get to the checkered flag today, but that is by no means guaranteed with all these angry cars looking to see whether they can do what they can to. Justin Armstrong, excuse me, is not that far behind. Tom Eden having a stellar race, isn't he? But here comes that chase group of 3 fast cars working their way from the back of the field. It's not had it all their own way, so it's taken them a little bit of time, and they've still got some air gaps that they've got to make it across. They really need this front group to start battling just like they are now, costing themselves time so that they can actually catch up, and it's going to depend on how much of a battle we have at the front here. 3 wide into Wilson this time. That's a lot of wheels that could come into contact. Donkin may have just done the move of the century. No, he only gets 1 position potentially, as long as he can hold it around the outside here as well. We've seen that Justin could make it happen, so let's see whether Donkin can. I think Donkin's going to slip back behind.
Well, Matt Armstrong held his lead until just after the start-finish line, then he went down to third, now he's back to second again. It's Harry Cook looking for his maiden Caterham 7 Championship UK victory on his debut weekend in the class, having moved up from the 310Rs last year where he won the championship. There's the battle further back, Chris Fraser being taken by Greg Monks in the repaired number 5 car. Behind them is Henry Heaton and then Craig Story in that very bright Dayglow liveried number 56 car, sponsored by Donkin Group, the company owned by Paul Donkin, the man currently fighting for the lead of this race. This battle is currently for 9th position.
Yeah, good to see. I think Henry runs his own car, so he's running out his own sort of awning, so they're good for him out there to be pushing and pushing forward. Just got to find that little bit more speed after a drive shaft failure in the race earlier on in the day, so that's cost him a little bit of momentum, but he'll be looking to the next round. A little bit sideways there for Harry Senior as he went round the Brundle part of that, and it meant that Matt Armstrong then could take the speed through, but Harry Cook absolutely bedded into this front battle. What a way to start your 420. I promise you it's not easy to jump into one of these cars and be quick, and he's done just that. But these trio are constantly battling each other, which is not kind of what they want to be doing in order to actually move forward and catch up with this group in front, and the distance is looking a bit ominous with only 8 minutes to go.
Here they come up over the line then, so just over half distance really through this third race of the weekend for the Dutch Vodka Caterham 7 Championship UK. Black and white flag for track limits for car 22. That's the car of Gary Curtis a little further down the order. Here's the lead battle. It's Harry Cook who led into the right-hander of Riches this time. Could they go 4 wide through here? Matt Armstrong's not going to go through the middle again, is he? No, Harry Cook moves to cover him, but Armstrong up the inside of the 28 car of Harry Senior. Paul Donkin just, I think, enjoying watching all this ahead of him at the moment. These 3 squabbling away.
I think it's safe to give an air gap, isn't it, to the cars in front, just in case they all collect each other, but there's such of the margins, these drivers, they're very experienced drivers and they do know how these Caterhams work, and they are literally millimetres. You can tell by even the way they chop across the front, they know exactly the sort of space their car takes up. Harry Senior not giving any room to Donkin there. Donkin not having everything his own way, and Justin Armstrong got a head of steam behind him as well, with Tom Eden coming to join the fight as well. So they are battling enough up front to be able to allow the drivers following to catch back up again, and that's just going to make things even more complicated as they head down the next couple of straights.
This is brilliant. 6 of them line astern for the lead now. Any one of these 6 could still win. I think Harry Landy's not far away either. Yes, the blue car could close up if these lots take any more time off each other by scrapping as they are now. Start to do the rattlesnake down the straight once again. It's Harry Cook to the outside, Matt Armstrong going for the inside, Harry Senior trying for the inside on both of them. Can he squeeze through? Yes, he's done it. Harry Senior takes the lead. Paul Donkin latches onto the tail of the number 9 of Harry Cook, who's gone from first to third. 5th position behind them is Justin Armstrong. He still leads the AM class ahead of Tom Eden and Harry Landy.
So the breeze is still pretty brisk out there, and you can see the clouds are starting to build up. Where we had sort of clear skies earlier, they're big fluffy ones, they're starting to get more grey as well, so the temperature will probably be dropping slightly. Definitely a bit cooler than it was yesterday, but that's good for race engines. But that brisk wind still causing them sort of the headwind into up this straight that we're watching them go through now. And whilst the front group are slightly detached from this chase group, the chase group are all together, and like I say, it won't take too much of scrapping up front for them to all catch up again.
Paul Donkin just maybe biding his time here to make his move, as he did in the first race of the day today, the second race of the weekend. He timed it perfectly against Harry Senior to take the victory. He's gone round the outside of Senior there on the hairpin. We'll have the inside line for Palmer, the left-hander. He's up into P3, so now he's starting to make his attack. He's left until the final 5 minutes or so of this race, but he's a very calculating driver, as we saw earlier, Paul Donkin, when he took the win in this morning's race. But Senior not finished yet, back up the inside. Snaking a little bit there as he breaks for Agostini. He's back up into P3. It's soon going to be 7 for the lead because Harry Landy's caught up as well. Here's the second group. Chris Fraser under fire from the number 5 of Greg Monks. Henry Heaton side by side with Darren McCormack in the 62. Gets through there at Agostini. Behind them we've got the cars of Story and James Hall.
Chris Fraser is leading this chase group at the moment, but they keep swapping positions just like we're seeing the swaps at the front. So Greg Muntz and Henry Heaton, so that's the order at the moment, but it does keep changing, swapping and backwards and forwards here as well. They're obviously not going for anything as far as the podiums go, but they're still having a fantastic time, and every single point counts in this championship. They do get to drop 3 of their scores by the end of the season, but you desperately don't want to use them up early on. So every single point, every single position they make up now is an extra point in their championship. Matt Armstrong just drifting a little bit wide there, has to be careful of those sensors just in case that he's triggered them too many times. We have seen track limits already come to an effect in the previous race, and that was Garen McCormack missing out on the left of Brundles. There's a little escape route down there. If you take a little bit too much speed or you get squeezed off, then you can take to a safe route back through where we saw him rejoin.
Yes, so little shortcut taken there by McCormack, which lost him a few spots as the leaders go towards the line. Who's going to be in front as they cross the line this time? It's Matt Armstrong at the line. It's Harry Cook who goes through. Harry Senior follows him as they go into Rich's corner. And again, Donkin is back to 4th place. He doesn't want to leave it too late to make his finishing move, as it were. So a couple of laps to go now, I would think. And here comes Justin Armstrong to attack Donkin. Tom Eden's there, and Harry Landy has caught them up. It is now 7 for the lead.
7 for the lead, and also interesting that Matt Armstrong made it over the line that time without losing his position. So is that wind dropping just a little bit to mean that you can't slipstream before the start-finish late? They've all got to take a note of that because it's going to be so important. We saw earlier Donkin move himself to 2nd place to do just that, to slipstream over the line, confident that he could do it. But at the moment, I'm not confident that you can do that slipstream manoeuvre anymore, so it's going to be even more important for Donkin and everyone that's in that sort of 2nd, 3rd and 4th to figure out where do they want to be at what point of this track. Harry Cook currently though has decided he wants to be out front with Matt Armstrong just behind him, Harry Senior and then full Donkin, and then we've got the leading of the AM drivers, Justin Armstrong.
Harry Landy's just in the fastest lap of the race as well, 159.128. That was the only driver last time around to lap under 2 minutes, so he's using that clearer air to draw himself onto the back of this pack, making it 7 now for the lead. Harry Senior and Matt Armstrong side by side. Donkin's going for the inside on all 3 of them. He can't go from 4th to 1st, surely. Not quite. He might get 2nd with a bit of luck. Harry Senior's got the lead. Donkin's going to have to go wide. Harry Cook's going to make it 3 wide towards the bomb hole. Matt Armstrong cuts across. It is fantastic. It's not quite last lap just yet, gents. Justin Armstrong thinks, I'll have some of this as well. He goes up the inside. Donkin's going to be relegated back to 5th, and he sees his chances of victory maybe beginning to slip away as they head out of Coram.
He rolled the dice that time, and I'm not sure everything came up roses for him because he is now in a difficult position. They are coming to start their final lap of the race then, so he decided he was going to make his move that time through. It cost him more than it gained him, and he's got a lot of work now to do, including getting past Justin, who is not really racing, but Justin will surely be helping to protect Matt. Matt's going to have to defend up the inside. No, it's going to be Harry Senior on the inside. Matt tries to keep it up around the outside. That's going to give Harry Cook a head of steam as they head down to the hairpin. It's all going to come to a head at the hairpin this time through, and Justin Armstrong diving down the inside of Harry Cook to take the podium. He's actually pushing Harry Cook wide. That's going to actually disrupt all of their momentum. Duncan gets back through. Harry Cook was absolutely hung out to dry by a really late braking Armstrong that time.
They've seen that last lap board. That's a signal to go hell for leather in a Caterham race, especially one as close as this. Up towards Agostini they go for the final time. Harry Cook going for the outside. Justin Armstrong covers the inside to block the attack of Paul Donkin. It's Harry Senior who's got the lead ahead of Matt Armstrong. Justin Armstrong 3rd. Harry Cook on the outside of Donkin, and Landy's up to 6th place. He's got ahead of Tom Eden, so he's now 2nd in the AM division. It's Justin Armstrong he wants to get ahead of to take the class victory there. But the first 2, if anything, have pulled away very slightly from Justin Armstrong. Senior ahead of Matt Armstrong as they head towards the Bentley Straight for the last time.
Yeah, I think that's Donkin now's going to have to be thinking about 3rd place is his maximum potential, and that's what he wants to do to not lose too many points. But these 2 out front look like they've got a bit of a comfort gap. Harry Senior over the top of Matt Armstrong. Matt Armstrong's going to have a head of steam as they head down to the Bentley Straight. And does he want to be ahead? He was able to maintain that lead going up the start-finish straight. He is going to try and go ahead. Harry Senior's this time going to do that follow job. He let him go through. He has decided that he can do that. Donkin around the outside side of Justin Armstrong, who does lose a couple of positions. Now it's going to be Donkin to see whether he can get that third place. He will probably sit in line and hope for the draft. It's all going to come down to a head as they go through Murray's for the last time and up towards the start-finish straight.
Matt Armstrong nearly blew it there. He ran a bit wide coming out of Nelson onto the curve. If he'd gone any wider onto the grass, it would have lost him his chance, but he's leading Harry Senior as they come towards Murray's for the final time in this Dutch Barn Vodka Caterham 7 UK Championship race. Can Harry Senior get into the slipstream and snatch it on the line as they come up towards the flag? He goes to the right. They're going to finish side by side. It's a photo finish. Harry Senior gets it on the line. Everybody else finishes third.
Yeah, he did exactly what Paul Donkin did to him last time. As we get more side-by-side action as that chase group comes through as well. But Senior did exactly what he needed to do. He sat into that second place, waited for Matt Armstrong to disappear up the road and had the perfect toe. Got a good exit. And Cook had a delightful third, I'm sure, given the stress of that race. Donkin probably happy enough with fourth, but just got squeezed out in those tile. That dicey roll didn't work. Justin Armstrong, what a race for him. Nearly making that outright podium. But remember, if he gets too many of those throughout the season, he'll be moved up into the Pro-Am category. Landy and Eden really solidifying towards the end of this weekend. So great to see them up there in the results as well.
Harry Landy, very impressive there. He was only a tenth of a second off Justin Armstrong there in the AM class. Harry Senior wins by 43 1,000ths of a second over Matt Armstrong. Harry Cook in third, Paul Donkin in fourth. Less than a second covers the top four at the line. Justin Armstrong fifth ahead of Landy and Tom Eden. That's the top three in the AM division. The top seven covered by a whisker over 2 seconds. Greg Monks from the back of the field takes eighth ahead of Henry Heaton and Chris Fraser. They all came through very nicely indeed. It was James Hall, Craig Story, Darren McCormack after a mistake late on, and Gary Curtis, Steve Metcalf and Chris Welch complete the finishers. Of course, we lost Mark Kendall midway through.
We'll see the CS UK cars out on track with Brands Hatch Indy on the 10th, 11th of May on the Tocker package. So if you're going to go there, do give them a support. Go and say hello. They'd love to see you.
Let's head down into Parc Fermé then to talk to some of the drivers after that brilliant final race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 Championship UK.
Well, that's it for the 420s. That is their last race today, but what a fantastic race. And Harry is going to be delighted with that, because this is what he wanted to do, is get on the top step. So we'll just wait for him to take all his gear off. I'm sure he'll be pleased. And the same for Harry. More good points for these guys, and Matt. Absolutely brilliant. And Justin, another finish in first place in the AM class. So let's move on in and speak to Harry. Come over here, Harry. You did it.
Yeah,
you wanted to get on that top spec.
I mean, yeah, so close all weekend, and then, yeah, finally got it right on the last lap. Only took 3 tries. Brilliant race. Really clean. Some punchy moves, but everything right. Nothing over the line. Oh, epic race. Awesome.
A lovely way to finish, isn't it? The first race weekend of the year.
Yeah, brilliant. 2 seconds on a win. You know, I think that's puts me on top. Early doors, but you know, I'll take it. It's great weekend.
Yeah. Excellent. Now you can chill out.
Yes.
Well done. We'll just move on round this way, because I know that I'll just wait for Snappy John to. That's all right. Move through here and speak to Harry. Harry in third place. Harry, did you enjoy that race?
I did enjoy it, yeah, and I thought I was in a great position on the last lap. Then I got a bit of a kamikaze from Justin, I think, which wasn't a bit unfortunate because I'd sort of timed it quite well. But yeah, happy with 3/3. First weekend's fine. So, and the slipstream's so powerful here, anything can sort of happen. So to hold on to that, I'm pretty happy with.
That's it. Brands Hatch Indy's next one for you, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So that should be alright.
Yeah, much shorter than different to this track.
Yeah, exactly. But I think again, there's a lot of it's difficult to pull away there. So I think tracks like sort of Alton Park or more like, I'm looking forward to ones like that. I think. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, great first weekend in the 420s. Well done.
Thank you. Thanks.
Right, where is Matt? Now, where's he gone? They do walk away sometimes. Oh, here he is. He's talking to Paul Donkin. Just watch yourself coming through with the hot exhaust there. He's talking to Paul. Matt, here we go. Well, you do keep getting on the podium.
Can't help myself.
Yeah, but that was a great race. Obviously, more points for you for the championship as well.
Yeah, it was a good race. I struggled with a bit of power, so I had to be a bit aggressive at times. But all in all, it was a pretty good race. Pretty clean.
Yeah, good. You must be happy. Good way to end the day.
Yeah, very happy. Good start to championship.
Exactly. Excellent. Well done. Thank you, Matt. Right, they will go through to have their podium in a few moments, but I think we just check with Ian over there if we've got time. Maybe we have got time because I'm not sure if the cars are gridded up yet. So I'm going to have a quick walk through. We've got Harry Landy. Where's Harry Landy? Let's talk to Justin. He won't, mate. He's going to be like, no, not again. I know. Come on, Justin. I mean, it's a hat trick. Fantastic.
Yes, it's been a good weekend, to be fair.
Really good.
Good pace today. Race 3, I think we stuck it in with the big boys again, and I thought at one point we were going to get an outright podium, but it wasn't to be. But no, I was very pleased. Very
Really?
good.
I think that will come.
Yeah, let's hope so. Thanks to the guys at Team Parker, did an amazing job all weekend. Made some changes, and the car was mega.
Excellent. Yeah, you look good out there. And then moving on to Brands Hatch is the next one.
Yes, the Brands Indy, all 4 corners of it. So it's going to be it'll be tight. It'll be hot and on the Toka weekend as well. So it'll be an interesting, busy weekend.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, make sure you tune in for that one. But yes, right. Thank you very much. Well done. I'll hand back to Chris and Dave in the comms box.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well, we're going to take a break from the Caterham action next up because we have the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship on the grid. They had their qualifying session this morning, and it's young Jake McDermott who has put his MG ZR on pole. ZR's all the way at the front of the field in this one. Matt Harvey, great effort to get onto the front row alongside him. Steve McDermott, Jake's father, on row 2. Double winner at the opening round at Donington. Starts alongside Tony Wigley in car number 58. Row 3, 84 John Candler alongside 88 Rob Addison. Had a problem at the end of qualifying with that car, but he is on the grid. Scott Buckner likewise, he's there on row 4 alongside 68 the former class champion Lee Sullivan. Completing the top 10, 27 Nick Reynolds alongside number 19 Jimmy Work. Row 6 we have 13 of Luke Boniface, starts alongside 53 Mark Baker in the first of the MGFs. Row 7 Chris Lawson, number 431 alongside the MGF of number 5 Stuart Plotnick. More ZRs next up, 215 Reese Lawson alongside 18 Jack Chapman. Row 9 number 3 Adrian Olsen, starts alongside 39 of James Blake. On the 10th row Darren Leonard, number 76 alongside number 17 Riley Price. Moving on back, we've got the 11th row is number 101 Connor Lawson. 3 members of the Lawson family from Kent on this grid in their ZRs. He starts alongside number 23 Riaz Keswani. And we've got Simon Kendrick, who's repaired his MGF after it was involved in a smash at Donington. Starting alongside the lone Austin MG Maestro on the grid of Anthony Bates from Cornwall. Row 13, Lewis Sharp with his ZR alongside the first of the Class A Classic class cars. That's Jim Bainham with his famous MGB Roadster. On the 14th row, a pair of MGBs, the Roadster of David Amphlett, the Class A champion last year, alongside Carl Bates in his MGB GT. 15th row, Chris Millard's MGB Roadster alongside Alex Forster, the current points leader after Donington in the MGF category. And the final row, we have number 10 Hannah Leonard in her ZR, running in Class B, the less powerful ZR, alongside the MGB GT of Malcolm Best. And as the cars get ready for their green flag lap, we caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier on today.
Yes, everybody, time for the MG Owners Club race. One about to get underway very, very shortly. Got Anthony Bay here in the Maestro. This is one of the most iconic cars here, isn't it? I know we often come and talk to you about this car, don't we? But we have to, because it's a thing of absolute beauty. Tell us a story about it.
Well, I bought the car about 5 years ago, raced the last 4 seasons, and to be honest with you, it looked like an absolute dog's dinner. So I thought over the winter I'd better try and make it look a bit pretty, but it's a great car. It's the only Maestro on the grid. To my knowledge, it's the only racing Maestro in the UK at the minute, although I'm sure there are a few in the garages. And it's an absolute pleasure to drive. I mean, this thing is not the fastest in a straight line. I'm expecting to get swamped at a circuit like Snetterton where it's all about power. Yeah. But it handles fantastically, and I'm kind of in love with it.
Who would have thought back in the day when Montegos were almost 10 to a dozen, that they'd almost become iconic?
Well, these had 2 grids of 30 cars back in the day. So I'm sure there are a few tucked in people's garages that I would love to encourage people to come out and race and play. But yeah, I mean, like they're a rarity now and a thing of beauty. I often get comments saying what a great car it is, how it's fantastic to see something different. So yeah, I'm just hoping for a bit of clean racing today, no damage, and to go home safe.
Thanks for bringing it out to play, mate. Really appreciate it. Top man. Now, if you remember at Donington Park as well, there's Steve McDermott and Jake McDermott, father and son, going toe to toe. Can Jake, he's just literally right here, can he get the better of him this weekend at Snetterton? We're going to find out very shortly. Just before they head out, Scott's here. Scott, how are we feeling? All right?
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Nice to be back.
Good to see you, mate. I'll let you crack on because you guys are heading out. Right, time to go racing. MG Owners Club, race 1 of the weekend. Let's go, everybody. Dave, over to you.
So the cars on their green flag lap heading around towards the grid for their first race of the day. Rounds 3 and 4 of the championship here at the Snetterton circuit. As you say, it was very much McDermott and Son all the way at Donington earlier this season in damp and rather foggy conditions. Thankfully much better weather here on the Snetterton 300 circuit today. There is Anthony Bate in the lone MG Maestro. There are still a couple of them out there. I think this championship back in the 90s used to get full grids of Maestros and even a few Montegos as well. When was the last time you saw one of those? Well, Alan Forster, whose son Alex is out on the grid in the MGF in this one. Alan briefly raced a Montego Estate in this championship, and it was liveried like the Volvo Estates that he had in the British Touring Car Championship briefly as well. Admittedly, it wasn't really Montego underneath the shell, it was on ZR running gear, but still, it was a talking point, something different. Alan, the ex-short oval racer, among other things, used to race Legends cars. So, young Jake McDermott on pole. Can he defeat his father Steve this time? Steve, it's not often we see him off the front row. Great qualifying effort by Matt Harvey, number 20, the iTech racing car from Wellington. Used to race in other MG championships, his first year with the MG Owners Club Championship. Nice to have number 58 of Tony Wigley up there as well, also a newcomer to this championship but has raced MG ZRs elsewhere. Lewis Sharp making his debut this season further back, a famous name in the championship. Will Sharp, of course, a former champion, has raced ZRs and also his beloved MG Midget, but no Will this weekend. His MG Midget blew its differential at Donington in the first round. He's not out this weekend. There are the more classic machines at the back, along with Hannah Leonard in her ZR running in Class B. Right at the back, Mount Best, the ex-Ford Capri racer, among other things. Missed the Donington round, sadly, with a stomach bug, but back in action here. Jake McDermott, the orange and grey car on pole, alongside the black car with the red wheels. That's Matt Harvey. And orange and black is the 4 times champion and reigning champion Steve McDermott. Alongside him on the grid, it is Tony Wigley. He's in the black and green machine. Also in black and green is Jonathan Candler, the man from the British Army, alongside the yellow car of Rob Addison, another ex-MG Maestro racer from years gone by in this championship. And watch out for Scott Bugner. He took the fight to Steve McDermott on several occasions last year. He used to race a Ford Focus and Fiesta, sharing with his brother Sean. Missed the opening round, so looking to make up for lost points here. Lee Sullivan is a former class champion as well. He's in the bright blue car. This will be a 20-minute race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Second meeting of the year, one of the friendliest club championships in the UK. Revs just beginning to rise, then we wait for the red lights to come on the gantry. The red lights come on, the revs are up. Jake McDermott and Matt Harvey on the front row, away they go, and it's Harvey gets away pretty well. Tony Wigley makes a decent start from the second row as well. This wonderful variety of MGs make their way towards the first corner, and Steve McDermott coming through from the second row. Rob Addison coming through from row 3 as well, so quite a change in the order as they make their way towards Riches and through towards Wilson's hairpin. Now Steve McDermott from the second row has already made his way through into the lead of the race. Jake is on the outside of Rob Addison, who's going to go through into second place. Tony Wigley's up there in 4th position. This huge field of MGs of all ages, everything from A to ZR. This championship makes its way through. Hannah Leonard at the back there in her ZR. Not sure if she's any relation to Darren Leonard, who's a bit further forward on this grid. There's Stuart Plotneck, number 5. First time I've seen him this year, the White Tiger liveried MGF. Running mate of Simon Kendrick. Lee Sullivan sliding up the inside there. That was a daring. Oh, he's tagged Jake McDermott, who goes sideways. Matt Harvey just avoids him. Amazingly, they've all missed him there. That's ruined it for Lee and for Jake as well. They've dropped back into the pack, and there's more pushing and shoving as they try and find space. There's just so many MG ZRs out there. The track's a bit overfull there. That was who that was that getting involved? The number 13, I think, of Luke Boniface was caught up in that as well. So they've sorted themselves out. Steve McDermott from Rob Addison. It's Tony Wigley, number 58, in 3rd position. Pick up the class leaders at the end of the first lap as well. There's Lee Sullivan. He's got going again ahead of Adrian Olsen in the number 3 machine. But the championship has broken all records, especially for the ZR category. Over 20 of them out there this year. Look how many of them there are. There's Jake McDermott, the orange car. He's got going again. Mark Baker's leading the MGF class, number 53. Won that class's championship last season. Stuart Plotneck, the 2nd of the MGF sports coupes. Simon Kendrick's in there as well. Alex Forster, the 4th of the MGFs, in there further back. There is the maestro of Cornishman Anthony Bates. Wonderful to look at, isn't it? A rather maligned road car in its day, the maestro, but still a few of them involved in motorsport. This is the only one we think currently racing. Let's have a look at what happened into Agostini. Lee Sullivan just threw it down the inside, missed his braking point and walloped into the side of Jake McDermott, which has spoiled things for our pole sitter, but at least he wasn't collected again by that swarm of ZRs coming past him. There we see it from the other angle, and that was Tony Wigley going across the grass to avoid them. Jonathan Candler in the other green and black car just avoided them as well. So Jake McDermott trying to make his way back up the order. He's on the tail of Scott Bugner there as they go into the hairpin for the 2nd time. Steve McDermott led by just under a second at the end of the opening lap. Leading MGF in 9th overall is Mark Baker. The number 18 of Jack Chapman going well there. He's gained 7 places so far. He struggled in qualifying. I think he had a misfire in qualifying. His car was sounding a bit rough. That's the white ZR. Leading Class B is Anthony Bate. 2 cars in Class B today. Class A is being led by Jim Bainham towards the back of the field. Jake McDermott makes up another place. He's past Scott Bugner. There is Mark Baker, the number 53. Leading Class F for MGFs. Class Z, of course, is for ZRs. Class A is for Abingdon, which is where the older MGs, the MGBs and midgets were built. And Class B is for the cars in between, the less powerful ZRs, the MG Maestros and anything like that. We have yet to see any MG Metros in this championship because they have their own dedicated championship that runs elsewhere, so we've not yet seen any Metros run in the MG Owners Club. I do like a Metro myself. My first car was a Metro back in the mid-2000s, and there's somebody going off. That's Jimmy Work in the number 19 car, lucky not to be collected there as he spun going into the Bentley straights. The tattooist from Milton Keynes left facing the wrong way, so he's going to have some work to do to get back up the order. Yes, I know. Meanwhile, Stuart Plotneck coming on under fire there from the 39, which is James Blake, but he loses out in turn to one of the Lawson family. That's Chris Lawson in the grey car. And there is Lee Sullivan's slightly battered machine, the headlamp broken there. It's past the 39 of Blake. Riley Price, one of the younger men in the championship, behind him in the blue and pink number 17. And off goes the number 18 of Jack Chapman now. Is that a reoccurrence of his problem from qualifying, or has he spun out? Not too clear where that is on track, but he's making his way into the marshal's post there. Here's a replay of Jimmy Works' problems for earlier on. There he goes. He got a long way off on the outside. Round he went. Just avoided there by Chapman and somebody else. Now, did Chapman slow up as a result of that in the engine cut, I wonder? There's number 26, which is Mount Best. First time I've seen him in this championship with his MGB. Jake McDermott, rather, continuing to make his way back up the order. He's past Matt Harvey now, so that's P5, I think. Jonathan Candler ahead of him in P4. Still McDermott from Addison, but Rob Addison not giving Steve McDermott any peace at all at the front of the field, and Rob attacking for the lead here. Down into Agostini, weaving about Caterham style on the tail of the man from Buckingham. Third place is still Tony Wigley. He's running well, looking for his first podium in the championship. Was the McDermidds all the way at the front at Donington. Lee Sullivan took a pair of third places, but he's now back in the pack in 13th overall. Rob Addison in the Window Centre Suffolk sponsored car. Comes from Bury St Edmunds, attacking for the lead. Tony Wigley just keeping a look on. He's from Stevenage in Hertfordshire. And problems there for Riley Price, the number 17, slowing down. So a couple of the ZRs hitting problems. And the young gun looks to be out of the race. Down the Bentley Straight, there's yellow flags waving there. So somebody, I wonder if that's where Jack Chapman has come to grief. Now, up the inside there, Jonathan Candler went past Jake McDermott. Now, was that under yellow flags? I think it may have been, because we saw the double yellows out at the end of the straight there. Just trying to work out why that yellow flag is there. No, there's a green light on the left, so that was okay. He was out of the yellow flag zone, as was the number 215 there, Reece Lawson. I think that might be the reason for the yellow, possibly. No, that's at Hamilton, sorry, where Riley Price has pulled up. So it could well be Jack Chapman's. Just under 13 minutes to go. 76, the green car, Darren Lennon. We used to see him race a ZS Saloon rather than a ZR. Similar to the cars that appeared in the early 2000s in the British Touring Car Championship, with the likes of Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid driving them, the ZS's, and the Atomic Kitten cars as well. Remember those in 2002? Gareth Howell and somebody called Colin Turkington raced those. Whatever happened to him? Jake McDermott coming under fire again as he battles away for fourth place with Jonathan Candler. Matt Harvey, the front row starter, closing up on them. There's Jack Chapman's car, so I think that's why the possibly the yellow flag is out. He's stopped midway down the Bentley Straight after getting caught up with Jimmy Work. Steve McDermott's just on the fastest lap, 2:20.133. He's half a second ahead of Rob Addison. A little bit of a lock-up there for Jonathan Candler. This could allow Jake McDermott to attack for fourth position. Yes, yellow flags there, that's for Riley Price's car. Incident involving car 68 and 77 at turn 4 under investigation by the stewards, we've just been informed. That's when Lee Sullivan and Jake McDermott made contact. There's your MGF class leader, number 53, Mark Baker in 9th place. Somebody else going off there. I think that's one of the Lawsons, the blue car. Yeah, the blue car with the grey bonnet is Connor Lawson. I think he was the car that was involved in a shunt with Simon Kendrick, sorry, at the opening round at Donington. They hit each other going into Redgate, and Kendrick dropped out of the race. McDermott at the inside looks like he's about to take fourth position. ZR's trying to go 3 wide there behind Mark Baker. Looking out of the commentary box window, I see the safety car moving in the pit lane, so yes, I think the safety car is about to be deployed, with a couple of cars stranded out on circuit, so the safety car's going out. Jimmy Work's gone off again. He's having a tough race. That's his second spin. There's the Maestro still going of Anthony Bate. He's leading Class B in 20th overall. So the safety car is out. And the pack will form up behind it with Steve McDermott in the lead. He was just starting to pull away very slightly from Rob Addison, although Addison had just done the fastest first sector of all. Tony Wigley third. Jake McDermott has got past Jonathan Candler, was up at Brundle, up into fourth place. He's recovered well from his spin earlier on. There's some of the MGB Roadsters. I think that's the battle for second in that class. No, it's not. It's Carl Bate in the orange MGB GT leading Class A. What's happened to Jim Bainham? He's dropped back. He's fourth in that class. So something's happened there to Jim Bainham's car number 2. Yeah, he's at the back of those 3. He was leading the class, and he's had an off somewhere as well. Just over 9 minutes of this race to go. So it is leading Class A. We have Carl Bates. David Amflett, the reigning class champion, number 14, is second in that division. And Chris Millard's number 11 is third. Jimmy Work has made his way into the pits after his couple of spins. And Scott Bugner's pulled in as well. So maybe a reoccurrence of his problem from qualifying. Ahead of the MGBs there. That is Hannah Leonard. She started at the back of the grid. She's going well. Just looking out of the ComBox window at the pit lane there. I think Jimmy Work is pulling into the paddock, is he? Or is he going back out? Yeah, I think he's into retirement. We're under the safety car here at Snetterton. Thanks for all your comments coming in on the stream. We've not had much chance to read them since lunch. Daytona Motorsport says, come on, Matt Harvey, number 20. Got a few messages for Matt on there. He's got a couple of people cheering him on. Later, C. Parody, who's watching from the United States. And Calm Kenny watching from Germany. Steve McDermott, your leader, ahead of Rob Addison. Tony Wigley going great guns in third place. This is going to allow Jake McDermott to catch to the back of him. There's the orange MGB GT of Carl Bates. He's leading Class A. Jake McDermott is fourth, then Jonathan Candler fifth. Matt Harvey's in sixth. Lights are out atop the safety car, so just one lap behind the Ford Focus. I suspect it's because they were clearing Jack Chapman's car out of the way. Nick Reynolds going well in seventh in the number 27 car. No relation, incidentally, to Martin Reynolds, the historic Ford racer who uses the same number. Mark Baker's up to 8th, Chris Lawson 9th, and it's Luke Boniface, number 13, rounding out the top 10. The safety car heads into pit lane and Steve McDermott backs up the field a little there. Wants to get his best restart he can over the chasing Rob Addison. We've got just over 6 minutes of this race to go, so I make it around 3 more laps of the Snetterton 300 circuit. Here they go. And it's McDermott who does get a decent restart, so does Rob Addison. Going down to Riches, Jake McDermott gets away well up on the outside of Tony Wigley. Make their way into the right hand of Riches. Nick Reynolds, the blue and yellow car there, was on the attack on the back of Matt Harvey, but Rob Addison has stayed with Steve McDermott here as they go into Wilson's hairpin. Jake McDermott up the inside takes P3 away from Tony Wigley. Is it going to be McDermott and Son in the top 2 places shortly, once again, as we saw at Donington? James Blake there further back battling with Lee Sullivan. Behind them they've got the number 215 of Reese Lawson. The Lawson family moving into circuit racing from Autograss, we're told, this season. Jonathan Candler on the back of Tony Wigley. That's the battle for what is now 4th place. Matt Harvey, the number 20, behind them. Rob Addison is not giving Steve McDermott any peace at all here at the front of the field. He wants his first win of his return. And is it going to be 3 for the season for McDermott, who's going for title number 5 this season? Out of Oggies. Here are the Class A cars. Yeah, Jim Bainham has dropped right back. He's got a problem, unfortunately, with the number 2 car. He's dropped behind Mount Best now. And the MGB is catching novice Hannah Leonard. She's got the black cross on the back of her car for a novice racer. Just learning the ropes on her debut. Number 11 there, getting some body roll. That's Chris Millard's MGB. The man from Maidenhead. Here are the leaders. Jake McDermott's closing up on Rob Addison now, so the McDermott's in front of and behind the MG veteran from Suffolk in the number 88 car. He's got to attack and defend at the same time. Wigley looking on from 4th place. Through to Cora. Anthony Bates still leading Class B, Class F by Mark Baker. 26 of the 30 cars that started are still running. Here they come up over the line. Once again, it'll be a couple of laps to go this time. Over the line they go. First 3 have broken away slightly. Jake McDermott wants to make it a family 1-2. What he really wants to do is attack his father Steve and take the win off him. He's all over the back of Rob Addison there, young Jake. He's going to have a go down the outside into the hairpin. He can stay alongside. He'll get the inside for Palmer, but he hasn't done so. And now the 4th place car is being caught as well. I've just noticed Scott Bugner rejoining out of the pits a couple of laps down, so he's going to go out and do a couple more racing laps just to get the car dialed in for race 2 at the or towards the end of the programme. Yes, the MGs are the last race of the day today, scheduled for 4:45, but possibly a little later than that. Here they come down into Agostini. Steve McDermott, we got a bit of contact there, I think. Yes, Rob Addison's pushing him as they go around Agostini. Get off, says Steve McDermott, and holds his lead. Now Jake's going to have a go at the inside. You hit my dad's car, I'll overtake you, says Jake McDermott, and that's Riley Price's car off again. He had tried to rejoin after that earlier problem, but it's not worked for him. He's in the infield. So Jake McDermott, now he goes to the inside into Williams' corner. He's surely going to go through, gets the tighter line. The 88 of Addison goes wide, he's on the grass, he goes rally crossing, and Jake McDermott through for 2nd place. There's the battle in Class A. I think we've had a change to the lead. Yes, Carl Bates dropped back there. Hannah Leonard runs wide onto the grass. Look out MGBs as she rejoins. So that's put the number 14 of David Amphlett into the class lead there. So it is now McDermott and Son up front, and yeah, Carl Bates has been overtaken there by, that's Scott Bugner, yes, who's rejoined out of the pits in the 25 car. It's all happening out there, isn't it? I think we've lost Lee Sullivan as well. He was been into the pits too in the 68 car with that bit of damage from earlier on. This is the lead battle in the MGBs then. David Amphlett, the black car with the white bonnet stripes, the reigning class champion. McDermott and Son, meanwhile, are on the centre straights. They're clear at the front of the field, and there's been a change for 3rd as well. Tony Wigley has got past Rob Addison. The black and white flag has been shown to number 88 for driving standards. That's Rob Addison. So the stewards have noted that bit of contact at Agostini for Rob Addison, who's back through into 3rd place, and Jonathan Candler's got through as well into 4th. So Rob Addison is being watched by the stewards here. It's the McDermott and Son pairing start to pull away. It's just as we saw at Donington, in slightly more clement conditions, it has to be said. And the line of ZRs behind them: Addison, Candler, Wigley and Harvey. Nick Reynolds behind. We've got the MGF class leader Mark Baker. Less than 30 seconds to go now, so we are on the final lap of this first race for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship, and it looks like it is going to be 3 from 3 for the season for Steve McDermott, or is his son Jake going to ambush him in the final corners of this race? Here's the battle further back. It's hard to know where to look. We've got the 76 there of Darren Leonard, chased by 101 Connor Lawson. Adrian Olsen in number 3 just ahead of them. Stuart Plotneck under fire from 215 Reese Lawson. Stuart Plotneck is 2nd in the MGF class, but well behind Mark Baker. Here come the leaders down into Brundle for the last time. Now, is Jake attacking? Remember, he spun on the first lap. He got some contact with Lee Sullivan. It's between the father and son pairing once again through the bomb hole. See the damage on the left side of Jake McDermott's car. He's done so well to recover. Can he win this? Can he snatch it from his father? Through Coram. Checkered flag is awaiting them. Into the left-hander at Murray's. Can he slipstream him Caterham style on the run to the line? Rob Addison in third place. Up towards the checkered flag is Steve McDermott. Gonna hang on. Here they come towards the line. Jake pulls out to the left. They're going to cross the line together. He's not going to do it. Steve McDermott takes the win. Rob Addison is third. Candler fourth. Wigley fifth. Harvey sixth. 0.33 of a second, the winning margin. Jake McDermott gets the consolation of the fastest lap. Mark Baker wins the MGF class. Here comes Anthony Bates through Coram in the MG Maestro. He's going to win Class B. Wetzy is going to win Class A for the classic car as well. Looks like it is going to be the number 14 of David Amphlett. There he is. Hannah Leonard up there ahead of him in her ZR. I think it's her debut in the championship. She's done well to come through from the back of the grid in the ZR. Anthony Bate takes the win in Class B. We've lost Carl Bate into the pits, the early Class A pace setter. Thought he had a problem there, the way he dropped back. There's Hannah Leonard over the line, and David Amphlett wins Class A ahead of Chris Millard. They've been with this championship for many, many years now. Here comes Malk Best in his MGB. First time with the championship. And here comes Jim Bainham. Well, he was the pace setter in qualifying in Class A, but all is not well with that car, unfortunately. But he brings it in just to get a few championship points on the board. The man who runs and coordinates this championship, Jim Basher Bainham. Certainly one of the nice guys of British Motorsports. Shame to see him struggling a bit in that race, but I'm sure he'll have it fettled for race 2. Provisional result then, Steve and Jake McDermott take another 1-2, that's their third of the season, separated by a third of a second. Rob Addison takes third. Full credit to Jake there for recovering after that contact with Lee Sullivan. Jonathan Candler fourth, ahead of Tony Wigley, Matt Harvey and Nick Reynolds. Mark Baker in 8th wins the MGF class. Good result for Chris Lawson as well, coming over in 9th position overall, and Luke Boniface rounds out the top 10 ahead of James Blake. Stuart Plotneck the second of the MGFs. Third of the MGFs was Simon Kendrick a bit further back. Reese Lawson and Adrian Olsen behind Plotneck. Class B was won by Anthony Bates ahead of Hannah Leonard. Class A won by Stuart Amphlett ahead of Chris Millard and Malk Best, as Jim Bainham's car put us past my commentary box. Certainly not running on its full complement of cylinders there. A bad misfire for Jim, sadly. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian to talk to McDermott and Son, our top two.
Yeah, welcome down to Parc Fermé, everybody. Steve McDermott taking the win. Of course, Jake in second. We've seen this before, haven't we? Rob coming home in third. Let's just grab Steve very quickly for a chat. Steve, you had to work for that one quite. Actually, I'll just let you get your helmet off a second whilst he does that. Steve McDermott, of course, a winner last time out at Donington Park, picking up the win again. But you had to work for that one, didn't you?
Yeah, it was hard from the beginning. Luckily, I sneaked past Jake on the inside and got the first corner. But then, obviously, Rob was right up behind us, pushing us all the way. But then Jake's come past him, and then he was stuck to my bumper again. But I think someone's gone in the side of him, T-boned him. So
yeah. We're looking at it now. We'll keep it off camera. There is a bit of damage there, but anyway, Steve, you got to go again a little bit later.
Yeah, definitely. So just got to hope we'll sort this one out.
Top man, thanks for talking to us, Steve. Appreciate that. Let's grab Rob for a second. I think Rob, we'll just grab a quick. Jake, you're here. I know a bit of damage to the car.
Yeah, first lap. I don't know if Matey Boy was being silly or whatever, but all I see in my mirror is him go flying down the inside. And I'm in the corner, and he's from about 4 rows back. So, but then there was a driving after come back.
You flew through the field, didn't you? That was great. Must be a bit satisfied with that, right?
I was catching him at the end, and I thought I could do it, but I pole on the next lap, on the next race, so I'm not going to mess the start.
You're looking very quick today? Very quick.
It's my favourite track. I love it here. It's best track in the country, in my opinion.
Top man, cheers, Jake. Thanks for talking to us, mate. Let's grab Rob very quickly. Rob, nice P3 there. Sorry, nice P3. Happy?
Yes, I did come across the start-finish line and I had a black and white warning flag. It may be for when Jake come down the inside of me going up the back straight, and I missed the curb and went over the rumble strips and onto the grass. So hopefully that sort of triggered it off, and that's why I'm here. And obviously P3.
Yeah.
I was expecting a 5-second penalty, which is my favourite one for this year. So, but really good race. Shame it got sort of stopped really, or safety card. We were catching Steve in places and he was getting away in places, but it's good. Car's straight, so that's the main thing. Ready to go.
Fingers crossed you hold on to it. Cheers, Rob. Thank you very much. Right, there we go. More Caterham action coming up right now as well. Still lots of racing action to happen this afternoon here at Snetterton. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks, Ian. We'll see the MGs out again a little bit later on. Next up is going to be the Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship for their third and final race of the weekend. We caught up with some of the drivers a little bit earlier.
Right, so we've come down to assembly area for the final Edge 270R Championship race. I'm here with Harrison Cavers. Harrison, how comes you're down here at the back of the grid?
Well, I had a bit of a fuel leak at the start and I got told by some of the drivers. So I came in, pitted, then everyone went on the red lights. So I'm at the back and then made my way up, bit of a mishap, about 5 minutes in. No, 5 minutes left, sorry, broke too late. Went into one and then burst the radiator, so I wasn't going to carry on. I've already had a new engine, I don't need another one. So
you made the right decision.
Yes, I did, yeah.
I did wonder why you were starting from the pit lane earlier.
Yeah, it just leaked out. I did it yesterday, did it this morning. It should be fixed now. They've put it on, tilted it up, so if it leaks, I'm staying out. It's like Mario Kart.
You need a race.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I've got no doubt you'll make your way through that pack quite quickly, because you did before, didn't you, on the last race?
Yeah, I think I got up to, 17, 18, something like that, I'm not too sure. But hopefully I can do the same, yeah.
Well, I wish you all the best, thank you. Right, so I'm now with Anne Hall, who has come up through the ladder, the Caterham Motorsport ladder. She did Academy, Roadsport, and now she's in 270R Championship. How are you finding the car?
I do like the car, I must say. I really feel perhaps I've bonded with it a bit more this season, and not that we've had so much of it yet, but the time I've had in it, with luckily a little bit at the end of last year as well, in Estoril, I was lucky enough to be out there for some hours practice, so that was good fun, and a good opportunity to get familiar with it, and of course the wonderful conditions, and we've been lucky this weekend with the weather as well. So yeah, I do feel perhaps we're getting on all right, even though I'm still at the back, but I have a lot of fun and still enjoying it, so we'll just see how we go.
That is the main thing, isn't it? Having fun. But it with these cars, it is all about seat time, isn't it? The more time in it, the more you get to know its little traits, how it feels beneath you.
That's right. I probably should put in more seat time. And I think this season as well, getting to know who's on the grid, because there's a big group of quite a lot of guys that, we're different years that have now merged together. So lots of new faces and people to get to know. And yes, just keep going at it and hope for the best, really.
Yeah. Have a good race, enjoy it.
Great, and good luck to you as well in yours.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne.
Here we go with the final race of the weekend for the Edge Caterham 270R Championship then, and the man on a hat-trick is Ben Wheatley on pole position. Two fairly dominant wins so far this weekend. Starts alongside Adam Keane in the 88 car. Bruno van Dijk and Lionel Tolmarsh, they are almost dead heated for third place in the race earlier today on the second row. Row 3, Louis Darling will be one to watch here in the 69 car alongside the 18 of Paul Oglesby. Dan Hope and Alex Coombs on row 4. Completing the top 10, Harvey Ashmore and Monty Hine. Row 6, number 37, Henry Speaks. He came through for 11th from the back of the grid in the race earlier today following a collision yesterday. He starts alongside Django Jones in the number 8. Row 7, 6 Tim Hardcastle, 31 Andy Bailey. Sol Rogers starts alongside Nick Heighton. He got a penalty in the race earlier today for track limits. Barry Hanif starts alongside Gary Cross on row 9. The 10th row, Graham Handy alongside Tim Payne. Outside the top 20, we've got Oliver Kibblewhite on row 11 in number 66. 92 Howard Ashmore alongside him. Graham Finlayson and Brian Joyce are on row 12. Row 13, Andrew Mackay and Anne Hall, who we just heard from. On row 14, Jasmine Shaw alongside Nick Sampson. Hopefully Nick is there after that crash at Agostini earlier on. And the other two cars that failed to finish the race this morning, Harrison Cavers and Andy Palmer, at the back of the field. Let's just take a look as they come through the hairpin. Yes, Nick Sampson is there. Harrison Cavers is there. Andy Palmer isn't.
So, as you say, Ben Wheatley on for the hat-trick at the moment, looking pretty dominant out there. Adam Keane taking a couple of second places as well, and he's Lionel Tolmarsh has been on the receiving end of two extremely close finishes, but not taking it in either case. So he took a third in the first race, but slipped to fourth over Bruno van Dijk, who had sneaked that third place. Louis Darling, though, is one to watch out for. He's come all the way back through the field after an accident in the first race, was competing with them all at the front. So there are some more challenges to Ben Wheatley's dominance here, and it's going to be interesting to see whether they can, as a group, work to depose him of that win. But at the moment it doesn't look like it. He looks very dominant. But we got Paul Oglesby, Daniel Hope, all of them were fully involved in that opening, as well as the cars that we've seen at the rear, who are going to have to just work out how many points can they recover. Remember, every single position they make up in this race will be an extra point in the championship. So you see all the cars, another bumper grid. They've given us some fantastic racing throughout the course of this weekend, so I'm looking forward to this third. Their final outing for this weekend. They'll be next out with us at Thruxton on the 3rd, 4th of May. So we're looking forward to seeing how they can develop their championship. But we've still got the matter of their third 20-minute race for this weekend in the 270R, the third step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. So this is the Roadsport car, but it's quite adapted from that. They've got more power. They've got wide track suspension all round, so the front of the car is actually as wide as the rear now. They've got uprated dampers and more power. They've removed the windscreen, removed the lights. It's no longer road legal in the form that they race it in, but it doesn't take too much to put the number plates and lights back on and get it back on the road if you want to drive it home after a race weekend. Some of them have done that in the past. I'm not sure if anyone's doing it this time around, but what can they do about Ben Wheatley, the man in the white and blue car? He's been dominant. In fact, it's light blue and blue, isn't it? He's dominant over the first two races, but his lead was significantly less, while still a large lead. It was only 6 seconds last time out. Can they subdivide that time even more? Can they keep within his toe? Can they keep hold of him? They're going to be trying to do that, and we've got a couple of new pretenders to see whether they can add to the mix.
So Ben Wheatley, the blue and black car on pole. It's the army green car with the white cage of Adam Keane alongside him. Ben Wheatley won by over 12 seconds yesterday because everybody else was bunched up in a battle for second behind him, and he was able to pull away. It was just over 6 seconds this morning. Two black cars on row 2. Bruno van Dijk in black. The black with gold wheels is Lionel Tolmarsh. Young Louis Darling also in black and gold, car number 69, completing the top 5 on the grid alongside the bright green car, which is Paul Oglesby. Last couple of cars on the grid just coming into line for this Edge Caterham 7 270R Championship, third and final race of the weekend. This is going to be a close one. Can they finally stop the winning streak of Ben Wheatley? 5-second board about to be displayed. Wait for the red light to come on. It's started to cloud over a little here at Snetterton. Let's hope that no precipitation is going to make its appearance. The red light is on. The Caterham 270Rs get underway. Good start by Ben Wheatley. Good start by Lionel Tolmarsh down the outside as well. Not the best of getaways for Adam Keane, and he's been slightly swallowed up. Wheatley leads. Is that Van Dijk coming through on the inside into second place? By the look of it in the black car. Everybody else making it round Rich's corner. OK. Down towards the hairpin already. Ben Wheatley is in the clear. Adam Keane recovering that slightly poor start. Alex Coombs with a bit of a lock up there around the outside. 1 up 2 more cars locking wheels on the run into the hairpin. Nick Heighton was one of them in the 78. That's everybody round the hairpin Okay, it is Ben Wheatley who leads the way. Van Dijk second, Keane third. Then it looks like it's Tolmash and Darling rounding out the top 5, the 2 black and gold cars, with Dan Hope having got away well with the white nose there. He's in P6.
Look at that gap already, even in these early stages. Lots of black and gold cars at the front just to confuse us in the commentary box. And as you said, a bit of a lock up from Coombs as he went in there. Going to be quite a dusty track after the MG Owners' Cup. It was quite a lot of grass tracking going on in that race, bringing all that dust and dirt onto the circuit. So they've got to figure out where the grip levels are, and also their tyres are going to be starting to get a little bit more tired compared to how they started the race weekend. So they've also got that to manage. But that gap is already ominous. It's going to be Lionel Tolmarsh that sees whether he can catch up and got someone sideways. There was that Bruno Van Dijk really sideways as they went through. There's Barry Haniff, who's having to fight back through after the accident in race 1. Did make a good chunk of time up in race 2, but now can see whether he can join that front group. I don't think we've lost anyone from that lead group, so hopefully they're all going to get it all tied up. But as we see that already racing happening in here, I think it's actually maybe Van Dijk that actually did drift backwards through the field there as lost his rear.
Yes, indeed, he's lost about 3 or 4 places there as through Nelson comes the midfield. On the attack there is the number 2 of Graham Handy, who's had a difficult weekend so far. He's got Gary Cross, number 23, on his tail. Graham Handy having had a couple of spins in the first 2 races. Here come your leaders. It is Ben Wheatley. See what his lead is going to be. It looks like it's Tolmash up there in second position. So they wait to come across the timing line for the first time. It's Wheatley who leads from... in fact, it's Darling there in second, not Tolmash. The black and gold cars caught me out again there. Adam Keane will attack for second place. Dan Hope having a look up the inside on Bruno Van Dijk, who was back to 6th position as they cross the line. Here comes the fight for second. They're going to try and go 3 wide into the hairpin. Adam Keane on the inside, but it's Louis Darling holding that second place at the moment. Then it's Tolmash, then Van Dijk, then Hope.
Yeah, so some early action here, but all this scrapping between this pack again is helping Ben Wheatley break away just in the crucial moments. They decided that his car is just too quick for them to keep up with. Here comes Van Dijk trying to get a return visit to those higher positions as he was just sideways onto the back straight, which cost him a lot of time. And Adam Keane, Lion Tolmash and Louis Darling all trying to depose him of those positions. A little bit of a misjudge there. That is Barry Haniff, and he's nipped the rear wing off the number 31 of Bailey there. So just a bit of a misjudgment under braking, wasn't it, I think, and it just took away that bringer wing, but he's on his still... they were both facing the right way and continuing on the way.
The way he clipped him and took the wing off there, it was like he was playing capture the flag, wasn't it? Just nipped the wing off the back of it. Very well put there. As the midfield make their way through Oggies and towards Williams. Leaders are out on the Bentley straights. Still scrapping all the way down the aisle. That's Nick Heighton coming under fire there. Had that penalty that dropped him back in the early race. And that's Nick Sampson coming past him. One of our marshals has found a souvenir. That's Andy Bailey's wing.
And that's 100% going to be recoverable, that one. Nothing doing. That just snapped all the plastic bolts that we use, and it'll be able to be strapped straight back on his car at the end of this race as well. As we watch this mob of cars coming through, absolutely nose to tail. Again, it's fantastic action from the 270R cars as they head around Coram. More battling going on even around Coram, and that's not a good place to battle with other cars, so that's going to let Ben Wheatley disappear off up the road again, and it's exactly what he's doing. He's just absolutely nailing that car out of the corners. Off he disappears up the road. I think it might be Lionel Tolmash maybe in second place, but it's certainly Louis Darling fully involved, and then Van Dijk is recovering back through as well.
See what the lead gap is as they cross the line. Wheatley leads everybody else by nearly 2 seconds. It's going to be almost 3 wide for second place. Now it's Van Dijk who's come through into second now. It's one of the black and gold cars. They're a bit too similar for me to call them at a distance. Adam Keane, we can see the white roll cage, so he's next in the order. No, he's not, because charging up the inside, that's Tolmash, so it is Darling in third place. Tolmash now fourth, Keane, then Hope, and then in behind there is another black and gold car, which I think is Harvey Ashmore.
I think we just have to disregard Ben Wheatley out front, don't we? So just concentrate on this battle in second. They've absolutely been giving us the entertainment throughout the course of this weekend so far, and it is continuing on now. So that looks like it's a Tolmash versus Van Dijk. But no, in fact, is it Darling? Yes, Lewis Darling versus Van Dijk. Tolmash is just behind. We're going to have to find a way of determining those two. But Dan Hope's not too far back either, so he was fully involved in that battle until he had a little bit of contact. So he'll be looking to see whether he can hold on in there.
I think you have to look at the wheels on those two cars. Darling's got the black wheels with the silver rims and gold wheels on the 22 car. And then just to add to the confusion, there's another similarly coloured car, which is Harvey Ashmore at the back of this group, just ahead of Paul Oglesby's green machine as well. Yeah, there's the number 10 of Ashmore, which is the same colour as Oglesby, and we've lost Graham Finlayson in the Mazda lookalike.
Yeah, that's a shame. It looks like he's struggling to get the car fired, which probably means it's been going backwards at quite high speed, which generally means the engine gets flooded. I think one of the reasons we're struggling a bit more to see this is because the the overcast nature now of Snetterton from this morning, where it was bright sunshine, it is actually quite. Oh, we've got a safety car getting ready as well, so they're at least on standby for that if that car can't get moved. But I'm sure he's trying to get that refired. But yes, the overcast nature means that all the colours are slightly muted, but we are going to have a safety car. In fact, it's all come up on the timing screens now, so they have got to go and get that car out of the way.
Yep, safety car coming out. So Nick Heighton, I noticed there, has dropped a long way back. The safety car out because Graham Finlayson's stranded car. That's him out of the race. Didn't see what's happened there. We've also lost Harrison Cavers again into the pits, so a mechanically troublesome weekend for the 51 car.
Yeah, it's so rare as well, so such a shame for him to have those issues. And it's brought it all back together again, so can the safety car do what everyone else couldn't, and that's keep Ben Wheatley within touch of them? Well, so far they've got 13 minutes of this race still to go. It's going to be maybe only a lap of safety car, because it should be relatively easy to move Finlayson's car. He's still ready to in and strapped in, so a bit of a push from the marshals. And again, let me say a big thank you to the marshals for all the hard work this weekend and keeping the racing going. It's been great fun to be in the commentary box, and say all of you out there on the banks are allowing us to do that. And again, on behalf of all the drivers, thank you ever so much for all the work you do for us. We love you for it. See, it is just a shove. It's just about the weight of a Mini, the Caterham, so it's not particularly heavy even with the driver in it, so it is quite easy to manoeuvre these by hand.
I said Nick Heighton had a problem. He's pulled into the pits, and Paul Oglesby has as well, so we've lost somebody else from our lead battle. So Oglesby into the pits, the problem.
He was going all right there, wasn't he? He was still in that top group, so I wonder what's caused him to go into the pits, because again, in a championship sort of terms, that's an awful lot of points giving away, so he must have been seeing temperatures, or maybe he had a fluid leak that he needed to be checked out, but at the moment, I don't think he would have done that voluntarily just because he's having a bad race. So yeah, it's a shame to see that, but we've nearly moved that car to a position of safety, so it should be relatively soon that we'll see the safety car lights go out and we can get this race back up and running.
Yeah, it's down at Agostini where the pack is approaching now, so they've able to push it into the back entrance to the paddock. That's Graham Finlayson's day over, sadly. The number 49, the man from North Berwick in the south of Scotland, so he'll be perhaps glad of a slightly early start home.
Get his car back on the trailer and off he would pop home. Yeah, that's not too bad. I'm sure he wouldn't have chosen that though. So yeah, it looks like we are going to still have the full half of this race left to go. Ben Wheatley is going to have to, now that everyone's in the straight. Oh, we've got Keane.
That's Adam Keane.
I wonder if there was a lot of concertina nose to tail under the safety car or something that's caused a lot of people to burst radiators or something.
That's on the pit straight. He's by the pit exit. So I'm not too sure what's happened there.
I just wonder whether under the safety car that some people noticed it, some people didn't, and there's just been a lot of nose to tail concertinaing. I can see marshals heading their way past our commentary box, which you can see on the right of your screen, top right there, just Marshall looking, one of our camera positions there as well. So yes,
that's our start line camera you can see in the background there.
So that's Adam Keane. He's had 2 second places. He's not going to have a second place in this race. It shouldn't again take them very long to put that car behind the pit lane barrier, but nevertheless that's going to be another lap behind the safety car at least.
Well, coming up to half distance, the clock keeps counting of course during safety car laps. I'm not too sure what has happened there, but he had his hands in the air in distress or confusion there, Adam Keane, more than anything. To say what on earth was that all about? So
just incredibly frustrating after such a good weekend as well. And again, you know, this championship is so competitive, you really can't afford to have these non-finishes early on. You've still got a long season ahead of you. You don't want to have used up one of your drop scores so early on.
Safety car heads them down towards Brundle and under the bridge.
You can see the lights on the top of the safety car that signifies that it's not coming in. As soon as those lights go out, the lead car of that group will become the de facto safety car, but it looks like that's going to be at least one more. They can put it out around Coram, so maybe there's still a chance around Snetterton with such a big track with good visibility. They can put the lights out late on in the lap. It would be a shame if they lose a lap to, at slow speeds just because of the timing of it. But again, they have to make sure that the marshals are all back in position, the cars are all safe before racing does resume. So they do try as best they can to get us up and running. But let's keep an eye out whether the lights do go out this time round and whether we're going to get up and running again.
I'll wait to see as it comes into view at Caterham. Look for the Ford Focus. It's quickened up, so yes, it looks like we are going back to green flag racing this time. Well done, marshals. Getting the 2 errant cars clear, and there'll be just under 9 minutes on the clock in this Caterham 270R Championship, sponsored by Edge Parts. And you can see that the leader, Ben Wheatley, is backing the field up here, doing a bit of a Sebastian Vettel to try and anticipate the start as best he can and get his foot down as quickly as he can. Now he gets his foot down as they come onto the straight. Away goes Ben Wheatley, and the race about to resume as they come up to the centre straight and towards the line. They can't pass until the timing line, of course. Here they come, and the race is back underway, and Ben Wheatley's already clearing off.
He disguised his go live with a weave, like a lot of modern drivers will do that. They'll continue to weave when they get the accelerator pressed. He got them all snoozing, and they just didn't realise what was happening until it was too late. He's just recovered half of the gap that he'd already built up in the first part of the race.
Somebody running a bit wide there and dropping a couple of spots. That was Tolmash, I think. Yes, he outbraked himself rather into riches there, going for second. So it's Van Dijk in second place. Darling is third. Dan Hope up into fourth place. He's going well in the number 9 car. And he had a few problems at the start of the weekend ahead of race 1. I remember. I think he was one of the cars who got sent to the back of the grid. Yes, for the first race. All got a grid penalty in the first race. Yes, he had a 5-place grid penalty for some contact with Barry Haniff in race 1, didn't he? Which dropped him back a bit, so he's recovered that very nicely and he's now in the battle for second place.
And there he goes up the inside of Darling, and that is who is it? It's still again the black and gold. So is it Tom?
That's Van Dijk.
Van Dijk. Okay, so there's Van Dijk in the middle of all that. Acting individuals, we know that Van Dijk's not going to do the whole season. He's having to struggle with the rear of that car. It's still stepping out, but Tolmash has been there or thereabouts throughout all these races. He's just drifted a little bit further back in that restart. Like you said, he didn't get a best of them. He's going to see whether he can work his way forward, but he's got 7 minutes to do it, and Wheatley is off and up down the straight once more.
Here they come then towards the end of the Bentley straight into Brundle once again. Dan Hope side by side with Louis Darling for second place. Van Dijk in the all-black car tucked in behind them. Swing their way through Nelson. That's Tolmash, I think, next in the order with the number 10 of Harvey Ashmore behind him. There's Django Jones being chased by Monty Hind. Kachow, it says on the number plate on that car. Surely that car should be red and number 95. Heading up towards Caterham once again, and in behind them we've got the number 37 of Henry Speaks, I think that was. He's running well, having struggled earlier in the weekend.
He got himself back up into the top 10 after a difficult start to his weekend, so he'll be looking to see whether he can push further up through the order, alongside Haniff, who's just trailing him at the moment as they head up the straight. Then Wheatley with a nice little gap still, so he's up to 1.18 seconds, so it still hasn't disappeared off. There's Van Dijk pushing Tolmash, I think that was wide, and Louis Darling getting up the inside as they head down as a quartet into the hairpin once more then. So it is Tolmash now, has moved himself to the front of that grid in quite quick order, wasn't it? So he was trailing all of them last time through, and this time he's managed to get to the front of that little group. And as the rest of this field again plough on through, some of them taking a slightly different line through their hairpin there, but all pushing on nicely.
There's Django Jones running in 9th place at the moment, another of the Academy graduates out in this race. Big lock up there for Dan Hope as they come into Agostini. This is Lionel Tolmash's opportunity to take second place away. Running wide there, Bruno Van Dijk. He's side by side with Louis Darling. Harvey Ashmore is next in the order, running wide over the grass there, Van Dijk, but he keeps it all together. He's taking a few risks here, isn't he?
Yeah, he is, and Harvey Ashmore as well, you can see some rear panel damage, and I'm pretty sure that was fairly pristine, so I guess that accounts for why some of the cars have lost, maybe that's where Adam Keane lost his radiator or something similar. But anyway, Harvey Ashmore, yeah, the rear panel, you can see there where the DPR Motorsport sign is there, that he's lost a little bit of the flat nature of that, so went Wheatley imperiously on. Still Darling in that second, sorry, Tolmash in that second place. Dan Hope is now going to take that second place though. Darling has drifted a little bit further back. Barry Haniff down the inside of the number 6. So he's made another place up over Hardcastle and on his way back through. Henry Speaks still seeing what he can do as the rest of this field plough on.
There's the number 23 car, that's Gary Cross leading Nick Sampson, who's come through from the back after the accident in race 2, and he runs wide there over the curve, exiting the bomb hole. 23 Gary Cross currently in 15th position.
A lot of gravel and dust on the outside. There's corner. Who's that gone off? It's one dark car, so is it one of our lead group? I think it may well be. Someone pushing just a little bit too hard, whether that was Tolmarsh, Van Dijk, it could be Hark.
It's Van Dijk.
And in fact, he may have had help because there's a nose cone of Tolmarsh is now up in the air, and that's normally a sign that rear to front contact has happened.
Yes, Van Dijk was the man who went off there. He's dropped a long way down the order. Lionel Tolmarsh with the nose cone pointing at the Norfolk sky, loses out to Dan Hope for second place. It falls back down when you're slowing for a corner, but it soon blows back up again, and he'll be hoping that that comes off, otherwise he might risk getting a black and orange flag.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you want to be almost fully in the toe for it to drop, and then on the middle of the straight just pull out to one side, let the wind catch it, and hopefully it'll rip it clear, because like you say, it's more than anything, it's a distraction. It means you can't see very well in these Caterhams. It does really disrupt your vision, so he'll hope that he can get rid of that and it'll depart the car in a safe spot as the rest of them all flowing through.
Louis Darling up behind him, and the number 10 of Harvey Ashmore as well, so got all the black and gold cars running together again, 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's Alex Coombs behind them now, the number 21 in 6th position. Ben Wheatley leads by 2 seconds. Dan Hope, a brilliant run through the field in this after his problems in race 1, tangling with Barry Haniff, up there in 2nd place now, and Lionel Tolmarsh in 3rd despite the
replay.
Yes, we'll see again here what happened. We can just see them in the background, and there goes Van Dijk.
Didn't see any contact though. It kind of looked like he might have just lost that on his own. He did do that in testing, so maybe he was just re-establishing the fact that it is dusty on the outside of that track, but he's lost an awful number of places. Louis Darling still got the nose cone attached as we head down here. Dan Hope has shown such potential over the years, and really is good to see him up here fighting in that full battle. There's Speaks, he's making his way back to that lead group, isn't he? He could be in this lead group by the time he gets into this race, although I think we're going to come on to our final lap then, so it's already time goes quick when you're having fun. So this is going to be the final lap, started for by Ben Wheatley, who looks like he is going to make it 3 from 3. Can Dan Hope take that second?
Dan Hope hanging on ahead of Lionel Tolmarsh at the moment as they cross the line. The last lap board is out. Tolmarsh still in 3rd place, and it's Darling, Ashmore, Monty Hind in 6th position, then Alex Coombs, Henry Speaks, having come up from the back in race 2 after his crash yesterday. Django Jones and Tim Hardcastle round out the top 10. Here they come down towards the hairpin for the final time. Tolmarsh trying to make a move for 2nd place. Down the outside comes Louis Darling. Can he make his way through at Palmer? He'll try and get to the inside. No, Tolmarsh is having none of it. And Harvey Ashmore in that, well, it's dark green and gold, really. It's black and gold at a distance, right on the tail of Louis Darling.
Tolmarsh has had a rough old ride, hasn't he? Had that second, he's got manoeuvred down to 4th. Sorry, he had a 3rd and got manoeuvred down to 4th. He's going to be hoping that he can get back on the podium with this one. He's got the distraction of his nose cone. He's got Louis Darling and Ashmore just coming down the inside. Louis Darling is fully down the inside now. I think he is going to be demoted, and Ashmore might actually get that as well.
Out towards Hamilton, the left-handed flick. They go through the corner named after the 7-time Formula 1 world champion, then up towards the right-hander at Oggies. Dan Hope holding 2nd, but Ben Wheatley's disappeared from our view once again. There's no stopping Ben Wheatley, the Nottinghamshire driver here this weekend. He is heading for a hat-trick. Less than 40 seconds on the clock now. There is Monty Hind. His group is towing up into the back of the 2nd place battle now. Well, there's Ben Wheatley. He's barely seen another car all weekend.
No, he hasn't. He's absolutely stomped this weekend, hasn't he? They're going to have to pull their socks up and see what they can do about pulling him back in. Dan Hope down the inside. We got, is that Louis Darling around the outside? And it looks like he's moved up to the 2nd place. Tolmarsh is now down into the 3rd place, but it could all change again as they come up to the line. We've seen that the towing is possible. Ashmore's now having to defend from behind as the two drivers catching up. They're going side by side through the bomb hole. Henry Speaks looking to see whether he can put himself right back into those strong points. They're all over each other, and Van Dijk seeing whether he can come back into the action as well, I think.
Ben Wheatley, though, is out of Murray's for the final time. He's coming up towards the checkered flag to take his hat-trick, but who is going to be second? It looks like it's Louis Darling at the moment ahead of Lionel Tolmash. Is anybody going to pull out of the slipstream? Are we going to have any photo finishes? Tolmash goes for the inside. It's a photo finish for second place. Dan Hope in behind them. Who got it? Go to the timing screen. Lionel Tolmash finally wins out on a photo finish, having lost to 0.032 of a second up on Louis Darling. Dan Hope was fourth ahead of Harvey Ashmore, Monty Hine, Henry Speaks, Alex Coombs, Django Jones and Andy Bailey as quickly as that.
And just as well it was a 300th of a second dead heat, because the photo would have shown his nose cone flying up in the air. It's going to make a good photo finish on that one. Anyway, Louis Darling taking that third place, a well-deserved third place after difficulties in that first race, having to fight all the way back through the field and then now coming away with that podium. Sad for Hope. He just lost out in that last little bit, but Ashmore doing a great result for DPR Motorsport, coming up into that fourth place. Great for our 270s all weekend. We're going to see them next out on track at Thruxton on the 3rd and 4th of May. Make sure you join us on the banks for that. It's going to be spectacular stuff.
Provisional result then: Ben Wheatley the winner by 5.64 seconds over Lionel Tolmash, who beats Louis Darling by 300ths of a second at the line. Dan Hope takes fourth ahead of Harvey Ashmore. Good run through by both of them. Monty Hine a fine sixth, considering he started his weekend at the back of the grid after his qualifying times were disallowed. Henry Speaks coming through for seventh ahead of Alex Coombs, then Django Jones, Andrew Bailey, Tim Hardcastle. Nick Sampson from the back of the grid, having repaired his car, takes 12th. Then Barry Hanif, Sol Rogers was the 23 of Gary Cross who completed the top 15. 24 of the 29 runners went the distance. Bad luck to those who failed to finish, especially Adam Keane, who would have been in there in the podium battle otherwise. I think we can shortly go down to Sam in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Wow, what an eventful race for the 270R Championship, but it's 3 from 3 for Ben Wheatley. What an incredible weekend for him. Lots of nose cone damage in that race. Lionel's is looking a bit sad. Oh, Lionel. Was it the safety car? I'll come to you first. Safety car, Constantino.
Car, and then, I don't know, someone slammed on the brakes just going around Coram, which was, not really what you would expect. So I'm probably going to have a word with someone about that. But yeah, it was a good race. Obviously made it a little bit difficult to see. And finally managed to beat someone to the line, which is a bit of a positive. But yeah, it was a frustrating bit of damage, which wasn't really necessary. But yeah, it was I think overall a good race, and everyone was reasonably clean. Other than that, they've still got four wings on the car, which is positive.
It is a positive, isn't it? But that took out a few people, unfortunately, from that. Yeah, Adam Keane and Paul Oglesby.
Yeah, so just really frustrating. Something that really shouldn't happen, especially when we get to 270. But yeah, I think it's just awareness and not slamming on the brakes when you're fighting and just like easing off is going into a safety car. I mean, there's no reason to slam on. But yeah, I think Giles Perry managed to get my car up and running after last night, so I've got to thank him as well as my parents for looking after me. But yeah, amazing. So TPM. But yeah.
Well done, great weekend. Well done.
Awesome for Ben as well. Yeah. Just drove away with the whole thing.
He did. It was incredible to watch.
Yeah, really, really good. Amazing.
Thank you, Lionel. Thanks. Right, let's go through. Do you want to go around that way? It's a bit tight through here. I'm going to squeeze through them between these two cars. Ben, it's a hat trick. Amazing. Yeah. Absolutely fantastic. And there was a safety car.
There was.
It bunched you up, but you managed to get a mega star and get a gap straight away.
Yeah. To be honest, when we were going around the safety car lap, I knew because he was going so slow, he was bunching us up to go then. So I was just trying to plan in my head where I'd do it. I was like in two minds, do I do it on the start-finish line, and then there's a little bit of a toe or less of a toe into turn one and into turn two. But I was looking in my mirrors the entire time, sort of dummying Lewis, and I just saw he'd let out a little bit of a gap, and I looked up in my mirrors and I just shot. So, and then annoyingly, I came on the straight. I think I was a bit excited and missed third, and I was like, oh no. So anyway, and then I had a bit of a scrappy first lap trying to get away from them, but yeah, apart from that, it was a pretty good race. So yeah, I've never done three in a weekend, so it's a first for me. So yeah, really good start to the championship, and yeah, hopefully it continues.
Yeah, it's an absolutely fantastic start to the race season.
Yeah, I think I don't know what's happened to my race starts, but I had a bit of a duff one on race 1, but race 2 and 3 have just meant that I can go into turn 1. It's all been done on the start really, because I've been able to go into turn 1 on the normal racing line and pull out a gap by the time we get down to Agostini, and then from then on I can see them fighting in the back and just trying to break the toe a little bit, and then yeah, just try and manage the race from there. But yeah, I was a little bit disappointed when I saw the safety car board, and I was like, oh no, I've got to do this all over again. But yeah, it's a good weekend. I can't complain.
I saw you slow down for the safety car. You'd seen it quite in advance, but a lot of people behind you didn't.
I saw a load of tyre smoke, so I was like, well, the board's out, but I guess once you're in a pack, it's more difficult to see. I've got the advantage of luckily being at the front, and I can see everything in front of me. So yeah, just obviously try to back the pack up a little bit, just to make sure that the safety car was all good. So yeah, good weekend.
Excellent, great job, well done. It's fantastic to watch.
Thank you, cheers, Sam. Appreciate it.
And Louis, right, let's squeeze through here. Louis, congratulations.
Thank you.
I have to give him a hug. We raced together last year. Well, we were in my academy group, but to get...
We did have some good battles as well, didn't
we? We did have some good battles, but to get a podium in your first 270 weekend is amazing.
Really, really good feeling. Starting 19th this morning, the first race, getting to 5th, getting in actually good position, and then finally getting 3rd, so on that podium. And then on to Frexton now, hopefully get some more. Yeah, hopefully get some more, but it was a really good, tough battle. I don't know what his name is. He got me on the finish line. I was second most of the race, and he got me on the finish line. So yeah, I've just missed out on second, but 3rd will do. 3rd will do. Bring home a trophy. So yeah.
Well
exciting times. Yeah.
Enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I will. I'll get a bit pissed tonight.
Thank you. Thanks, Louis. Right, okay. Minis are up next, and then we have another Caterham race after that, which is the 310R Championship. So I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sam. Apologies for any choice language you may have heard from the drivers there. We're ready for the 3rd race of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy. A slightly amended grid for this one. It was originally based on qualifying yesterday. It was the fastest times to give the grid for race 3, but there's been a couple of penalties, so a slightly amended grid. It's a man who's failed to finish both races so far, hoping for a change of fortune. Olivier Algieri, who is on pole alongside Alfie Garford, who had a few problems and dropped back in race 2. Jamie Keats and Reese Hurd are on the 2nd row of the grid. Row 3, it's 11 Gabe Fairbrother, 95 Josh Wilby, winner of race 1 yesterday. He's got a 2-place grid penalty for a bit of contact. Row 4, 62 Alex Keynes, and the winner of that frantic second race earlier on, 171 Leo Purchase. Ashley Gregory with a 2-place grid penalty on row 5 alongside Luca Marinoni Osborne. And on row 6 we've got Ronnie Smith, 96, and number 40 James Sherrington. Row 7, 138, which is Henry Foote, and 185 Jensen Mason. He's got a 3-place grid penalty. Row 8, Harry Smith, number 10, and 610 Louis Fleets. On row 9 we've got 51 Craig Morgan, 43 Cameron Wood. Row 10 Paul Manning and Monroe Renard, he's got a 2-place grid penalty as well. Row 11 Simon Sweetland and Mackenzie Taylor, and Charlie Barr starts at the back of the field. Well, we did briefly catch up with a couple of the drivers with Ian earlier on down in Parc Ferme. We can hear who he found to talk to.
Okay, final race of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy coming up. Got Mackenzie here. How's your weekend gone?
It's gone good. It's my first weekend here with the championship, and it's gone to what we expected here. And yeah, it's going great.
Where would you rate Snetterton then for yourself? Out of giving marks out of 10?
I'd say it's a good track, so I'd say a good 7, a solid 7. Yeah. It's got some good corners with it, especially this last corner here. Yeah. But some good long straights as well for some good towing. What's your expectation in this race? So starting 22nd this race, hope to make some positions, probably get down to 13th, 14th, and that'll be a good race.
Keep our eye on you, mate. Go on, top man. Thank you so much. Here we go, final race of the weekend for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy. Races 1 and 2 have so far been absolute corkers. I'm sure this is going to live up to the billing. Dave, over to you.
Well, thanks, Ian. The cars making their way down the Bentley straights. And just looking at the qualifying times from yesterday, Olivier Algieri set the fastest lap for this race and is on pole. Race 1 yesterday was the second fastest time from the qualifying session, and his second quickest lap was only good enough for 9th. That's how evenly matched these cars are. They are incredibly close, these BMW Minis. Algieri, well, he's had 2 shunts so far this weekend. He hit the tyre stack at Hamilton in race 1, broke his left front suspension. Then there was in a collision in race 2, broke his right front suspension. So just hoping for an incident-free race this time. Alfie Garford alongside him. They're both in the rookie category. Jamie Keats and Reese Hurd on road 2. Reese Hurd had a retirement in race 1, so looking to make up for lost points here. Josh Wilby should have been on road 2, but a grid penalty for him after some contact with Ronnie Smith earlier on in race 2. Hopefully we've got all 23 cars out there after a fair bit of damage at the start of race 2. There are a few spots of rain in the air, I can tell you. I've just nipped out of the back of the commentary box, and 1 or 2 spots of rain in the air. Hopefully it'll hold off until at least the end of this race. This will be a 15-minute race for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy category. Plenty of action and incidents so far this weekend. The last lap of race 2 was absolutely crazy as Leo Purchase went from 4th to 1st to take the win. It's Olivier Algieri in the black and white car in pole position. The black car with the turquoise trim is Alfie Garford alongside him. Row 2, Jamie Keats in the chrome blue car. The darker blue is Reese Hurd. Gabe Fairbrother in white and turquoise. Had a couple of offs so far this weekend, so needs to make up for lost time here. The white and red car is Josh Wilby. Blue car with the orange bonnets. Further back, that's Leo Purchase alongside the green and yellow of Alex Keens, another retiree in the early exchanges of race number 2. Revs beginning to rise then for 15 minutes of mini action, waiting for the red lights to come on. The red light is on, revs are up. Vertu Mini Challenges go for the 3rd time this weekend. Good start by our pole setter, decent start by Reese Hurd as well from the outside of the 2nd row. Down towards Riches they go. It's Alex Keens trying to make his way through in the green and yellow car, but it is Olivier Algieri who leads. Jamie Keats up there in 2nd place in the chrome blue machine as they make their way towards the Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Reese Hurd up to 3rd. That's Gabe Fairbrother coming through on the inside for 4th position, so not a great start by Alfie Garford. He's dropped back a little. Josh Wilby's made a poor start as well. Josh Wilby on the outside there down the grass, 3 wide with James Sherrington. I think that's Jensen Mason in the black car, but it's Olivier Algieri looking for a change of fortune who leads them round. They've all made it round so far as well, which is great to see. Algieri leads it. 33 of Jamie Keats in 2nd position. Reese Hurd is in 3rd position. At the inside there, Alfie Garford fighting back on the inside of Alex Keens after a slow start. Somebody running wide onto the grass. That's one of the Chandler Motorsport cars. I think it might have been the number 10 of Harry Smith who ran wide there. They start to stack up now for 5th place as charging up the outside there. That's Ronnie Smith round the outside of the 171 of Leo Purchase, our race 2 winner. Into the Bentley straight makeup for the first time. Yes, Josh Wilby, I think, might have a problem here. He's dropping further and further back down the order. Jensen Mason trying to go around the outside of, I think that's the white and pink machine is Craig Morgan. As Olivier Algieri, the Welshman, has held his lead. Jamie Keats in 2nd place. Up the inside, Ashley Gregory attacking the 62 of Alex Keens. Ronnie Smith in behind her. Running out over the curbs there a little. That's, I think, Luca Marinoni Osborne, the number 81 machine for the Westbourne Motorsport team, I think he is. Coming through towards the completion of lap number 1 then, and Algieri has led it all the way, rewarding his team's efforts here. The Westbourne Motorsport squad for repairing his car on more than one occasion this weekend. Over the line they go. Jamie Keats still up there in 2nd place. Reese Hurd still in 3rd, so no major change except for off the start line. Here comes Gabe Fairbrother, much the pre-season favourite after 4th in the championship last year. He's onto the tail of the leaders now as they head down into the right-hander at Wilson's hairpin. Closing up in 5th and charging for the inside, Alfie Garford. That's a brave move. That was a Caterham-style dive up the inside, and he's going to try and take 4th place away from Gabe Fairbrother, who's had such a frustrating weekend so far, as has our race leader. Can Algieri hang on for a maiden victory? Garford all over the tail. You can see that Gabe Fairbrothers had to switch from attacking to defending. Alex Keane's in the green and yellow car is next. Then we've got Ashley Gregory, who's side by side with Ronnie Smith. Round the long left-hander at Agostini. Leo Perch is next in the order there, the blue and orange number 171 ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne. Still no change up front. Maybe the driver's being just a little more careful this time after the kamikaze action we saw, it has to be said, earlier on. It's a good drive by Olivier Algieri, hanging on to his lead. Off the inside there, the 171 of Leo Purchase takes Ashley Gregory in the 22. Luca Marinoni Osborne is next. Then we've got Harry Smith in the number 10. Pole sitter for race 2 early on. Down the Bentley straights. Pulling out for a possible look up the inside of Reese Hurd, there was Gabe Fairbrother. Second group now headed by Ronnie Smith, so the field's starting to split slightly. Smith goes wide over the curbs, though, on the way through Nelson. He's got Leo Purchase on his tail. Through the bomb hole. 138's there, that's Henry Foots giving chase to Ashley Gregory and company. Through Murray's, still it's line astern behind Olivier Algieri. Across the stripe they come for the second time. Is anyone going to pull out of the slipstream? Got 5 cars, line astern for the lead. Algieri, Keats, Hurd, Fairbrother and Garford. Leo Purchase and Ronnie Smith side by side. That's for 7th place behind Alex Keane, who's rather in no man's land at the moment. Fastest lap for Alex Keanes because he's in that clear space up the inside in the hairpin. Jamie Keats trying for the lead and he's done it. Jamie Keats into the lead in the number 33 car for Westbourne Motorsport, past his teammate Olivier Algieri. Out of Palmer, Reese Hurd is now going to try and attack for P2. Jamie Keats has had a rather fraught weekend so far, been caught in a few scrapes. Algieri has a look back to the inside as they go into Agostini, the 2 Westbourne Motorsports teammates. No team orders there, clearly. It's Westbourne 1, 2 and 3 with Reese Hurd in there as well. Gabe Fairbrother for Accelerate Motorsport is next as Algieri back at the inside of Hamilton. He retakes the lead. That's where he came to grief yesterday. We've got that corner mastered now and Algieri retakes the lead. Well, no team orders at all among the Westbourne Motorsport squad, clearly. And now Alfie Garford going for the inside in the Wear Tools Academy car. He's up the inside. Hurd takes 2nd. Garford takes 4th. Alex Keanes is going for 5th. Jamie Keats is down into 3rd position now. Headlights ablaze in 2nd place is Reese Hurd. He looks fired up. Somebody else with the lights on a bit further back as well. Now the race is starting to come alive. Leo Perch is the other man with his headlights ablaze. Here comes Alfie Garford in the Wear Tools car up the inside. He's going to take 3rd place away from Jamie Keats, and he's done so. The leader ran a bit wide there as well. Oh, there's tangle up there. That's Garford onto the grass. Can he save it? Keeps his foot in. He's heading off into the countryside. Good save, though. I thought that car was going to spin back on the track. He's not even slowing down. Look, he's rallycrossing his way back on. Well, we said yesterday that BMW Minis make good rallycross cars, and Alfie Garford just proved it. Goodness me, that was a good save. Lead us through the final couple of corners of lap 3. We'll see what the order's going to be as they cross the line. Olivier Algieri still has the lead over Reese Hurd by 0.38 of a second. Gabe Fairbrother is now up in the 3rd place. Algieri also leading the rookie category. There's the scrap further back. This is Luca Marinoni Osborne for 7th place ahead of Harry Smith, Ashley Gregory, Ronnie Smith and James Sherrington. Remember him, he's had a quiet opening to this race. He's got Henry Foote behind him in the purple car. Ashley Gregory up the inside. She's been side by side with Ronnie Smith for virtually the whole race. This is fantastic stuff. We're only just over halfway through it. Through towards Palmer. Sherrington up on the curb. Bash into the side of Ashley Gregory. Henry Foote could take both of them here if he plays his cards right into Agostini. It's a bit optimistic there by Sherrington. They're still side by side. Sherrington moves through. Gregory's on the outside, so the 138 car of Foot could move through as well in the exit of the corner. Behind them is Craig Morgan, the number 51. Gregory keeps the place ahead of the Wearer Tools of number 138's race car consultant's car of Henry Foot, I should say. Pick up the leaders in a moment, because it's all happening in the pack right now. Henry Foot under fire from Craig Morgan's number 51 car. Just over 6 minutes of this Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy category race to go here at Snetterton. Can Olivier Algieri hang on in front ahead of Reese Hurd? Jamie Keats side by side with Alex Keynes. That's the battle for P4. So here come your leaders. Now, have we had a change for the lead at the end of the Bentley straight? We have. Reese Hurd now in the lead, and Gabe Fairbrother is up in the second. Jamie Keats goes grass tracking on the exit of Murray's. So as they come up to the line, is Reese Hurd now in front in the number 59 car. He's got Gabe Fairbrother on his bumper. Try and slingshot his way through. He's going round the outside into Richards. I don't think that's going to work. It may work in a case of... And look at the camera lens. The rain is starting to come down. It is raining at Richards. Is that across the whole of the circuit, though? This is going to cause confusion if there's rain on the full circuit here. It's a long lap here at Snetterton. Reese Hurd goes out wide on the hairpin. Yeah, there's rain coming down there. You can see on our camera lens up there as well. Jamie Keats is dropping back in the 33. So it's Hurd against Fairbrother for the lead. Algieri is in there in third. He just wants to finish a race after the weekend he's had, I think. It is pouring down at Palmer. There's a bit of debris in the road there as well. Jamie Keats is all over the place. He's pushing too hard, I think. Look at it as they come down towards Agostini. The skies have opened, the wipers are going. Alex Keynes up there in fourth, attacking Algieri. Keats is down to fifth, then it's Purchase. Could he luck into another victory here? Marinoni Osborne is next ahead of Harry Smith, Ronnie Smith and James Sherrington. So Ashley Gregory's dropped back in the 22. There she is in the background. Up the outside comes Alex Keynes. Yes, says Olivier Algieri, and Keynes runs out wide. They've hit the rain. Marinoni Osborne runs off course as well. 4 minutes remaining. That's the dry bit of the circuit. Look, there's not so much rain up there coming out onto the Bentley Straights. We see this at Silverstone as well with the length of the lap there. So Reese Hurd weaves his way down the Bentley Straight in the lead. You can see the spray coming up off the tarmac down this bit of the circuit. Algieri still third, holding off Jamie Keats, who's back up ahead of Leo Purchase. Only a couple of laps to go now, so they'll run to a conclusion. Alex Keynes seems to be struggling in the 62, side by side there with Luca Marinoni Osborne. He makes up another place. He seems to be coping well. I can see the lights on top of the safety car as Jamie Keats gets sideways. He's off. There's another one going off. I think that's Luca Marinoni Osborne. Just as I said, he was coping well with the conditions. There's cars going everywhere on the outside of Coram. The safety car is on standby, I can tell you, with cars slipping and sliding all over the place. And I think we are going to go safety car with 3 minutes left on the clock. It is just too slippery out there with cars set up for dry conditions. Yes, the safety car is coming out. Right, what has that done to the race order? Because there were cars going everywhere up at Coram. Reese Hurd is still your leader. Dave Fairbrother second. Alex Keynes, despite sliding wide, is third. Ashley Gregory has come through into fourth. Then it's Craig Morgan. Gregory and Morgan have gained 7 places each as a result of all that schmozzle. Let's have a look again. They came into the bomb hole, then towards Coram. There must have been some heavier rain that had come down there, because Jamie Keats gets sideways, and it's as he got sideways, everybody else must have gone off in avoidance. There's Marinoni Osborne disappearing off into the grasslands. And as he went off, along with Jamie Keats, you see one car spinning off into the barrier on the outside. Was that Jamie Keats? I think it was. Several other cars went off in avoidance. So who hasn't come through on that lap? Yeah, Jamie Keats. So Leo Purchase went off as well. So those two cars have headed into pit lane. I would imagine this is going to finish under safety car. Yeah, only 1 minute 40 left on the clock. So we will finish behind the safety car. So that means it is going to be provisionally a win for Reese Hurd for Westbourne Motorsport. Well, a fantastic first weekend it has been for the Mini Challenge Trophy. Bertram, Fairbrother and Keynes will provisionally be the top three. Jamie Keats has made his way back into the pit lane, presumably for a change of underwear after that moment at Caterham. That is not where you want to go off. The safety car leads them round to the infield loop. I can see a red light on at the start finish line. Yes, the red flag is coming out, so the race is going to be declared, and I imagine the safety car will lead them straight back into the paddock. We'll get the provisional results as soon as it is declared. So the race will not resume. It will be a result declared. So that's a victory for Reese Hurd, number 59, from Hitchin, north of London, in the blue Westbourne Motorsports car. Westbourne had a tough weekend so far, so it's good to see them improve their results. Second place, it will be Gabe Fairbrother for Accelerate Motorsports, the man from Chester. And completing the podium, provisionally of course at the moment, Alex Keynes, number 62, from Liphook in Hampshire for Graves Motorsports. Leo Purchase, to his credit, did get going again there and back out of the pits. Great shame for Luca Marinoni-Osborne. I just said he was coping fairly well with those conditions when he went off avoiding Jamie Keats' car. He did get the fastest lap though, provisionally, Luca Marinoni-Osborne. Okay, so we'll bring you the provisional result in just a moment, because the checkered flag is now showing on the timing screen. In fact, the result has gone back a lap. I did say that was provisional, but the result does go back to the lap before the race was halted. So Reese Hurd it is who takes the win ahead of Gabe Fairbrother. Olivier Algieri finally has a change of fortune as he is reinstated in third place. And he wins the rookie category as well. Alex Keynes fourth. Leo Purchase, one of the cars that went off, is in fifth. Luca Marinoni-Osborne strikes lucky as well, as he takes sixth and the fastest lap, with the result counted back a lap. Seventh for Harry Smith ahead of Ronnie Smith, no relation. Ninth for James Sherrington. Ashley Gregory 10th. Then Craig Morgan, Henry Foote, Alfie Garford and Cameron Wood. So that's is provisionally the results then counted back one lap from the time of the stoppage. We say the results I was initially reading out was only provisional. But the win does go to Reese Hurd in car number 59. Two more races to go here at Snetterton today. Vertex Caterham 7310R Championship and the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. Now the cars, just making sure they are going to head into Parc Fermé, and we will shortly hand down to Ian, who's going to have a word with some of the drivers.
Peace. Hello, man. Woo! Get out. Yes, everybody, hello. Yes, wasn't quite sure you were with me there, but here we go. Reese, up until this point, weekend hadn't been particularly ideal for you. Well, that certainly makes up for things, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. After yesterday and today, clutch problems in the first race, ABS and power steering problems in the second race. Yeah. Funnily enough, I said to my girlfriend before I ran out, I was like, I want it to rain. And then, funnily enough, it started raining whilst I was in the lead, but I just worked out karting lines, back to karting, ran the outside, don't touch the apex, and just started to drive off, and then red flag came out, but picked moves at the right time, got them done, and
deserved, though, definitely. I know we had the safety car before, but you got your nose in front before all that happened.
yeah, I was quite lucky that it was done on that lap, and then the safety car came out a lap after. But I was happy to carry on. I was actually quite comfortable, which doesn't make sense. Went into the second last corner sideways, but that's all right. But yeah, good.
Makes me a good view of it as well, Reece. Yeah. But the number one suits you well. Look at that. Top man, cheers, Reece. Let's go find. I saw Gabe Fairbrother somewhere. He's over here. Let's go grab a quick word. Oh, here he is, Gabe. Gabe, well, there you go. P2, happy?
Yeah, I mean, after a struggling weekend with the powertrain snapping in race 1 on the last lap in P2, it's good to finally get what we kind of deserved. It's been a hard weekend for me and the team. Let's come out here with a podium means a lot. So
just reward for hard work, I say.
Yeah, 100%. We've been the victim to many crashes this weekend, and we finally came on the podium. I think if the race didn't get red flagged and there was no rain, I think we could have been challenging for the win there. So really happy. I just want to thank all around security and HSS for everything they've done. Accelerate and position more management, and we go on to the next one.
Okay, top man, well done indeed. Yes, finishing on a high as well. I had Alex Keynes down actually, his third place. His car's over here. Let's. Sorry, Danny, making you run around like you wouldn't believe. Alex, can we grab you for a second? A fairly decent way to finish after race 2 was a bit of a problem, wasn't it? But this makes up for it a bit.
Yeah, it's good to get 2 decent results out of the weekend, and yeah, 1 DNF is whatever. But I mean, we'll take the good points, and it's a bit disappointing when you get a podium, but the safety car and red flag, just hope everyone's all right.
Just how slippy was it when the rain started to come out?
Well, for the first few corners, it wasn't actually that bad. And then sort of turn 1, 2, it was raining a lot heavier than the other end of the circuit.
Right.
And it's sort of quickly dropped off from there, and we were all scrabbling around trying to find the grip. So yeah. Bit tricky.
Well done, mate. Congratulations on the podium there. Good stuff indeed. Well, there you go. That rounds out the action for the Vertu Mini Challenge Trophy here at Snetterton. They move on to the next round, but we are not done here yet in Norfolk. Still 2 more races to come up. We've got Caterham's, and we'll round out the day with the MG Owners Club. So don't go anywhere. It's stopped raining actually, but the clouds still look quite dangerous out there. Anything could happen in the next 2 races. Do not go anywhere. Dave, over to you.
Yes, thanks Ian. The car's coming out onto track then for the penultimate race of the day, the Vertex Watches Caterham 7 310R Championship. Now it's a partially reversed grid for this one based on the results of the earlier race. It would have been the top 10 reverse, but one car has a penalty. Duncan Mallet penalised for contact, so he'll start at the back. So in pole position is Ben Lopez-Appleton, the man who spun at the start of race 2. Starts alongside 96 Peter Mott, the first of the AM-class runners. Second row, Taylor O'Flanagan. Now, of course, he got that 5-second penalty for track limits, which dropped him down the order earlier, but ironically that's helped him here because he's on the second row alongside number 50, Paul Goldstein. Row 3, James Empson and Harvey Lawrence. Fourth row is Ryan Wilby and Charlie Lower. Lars Hoffman, the winner of race 2 earlier on, starts alongside Jeff Price on row 5. Sixth row is Philip Bianchi and Hugo Bush, who failed to finish race 2 earlier. Duncan Mallet, with a penalty, will start from the back of the grid. There will be 2 green flag laps for this race, we're told by the timekeepers, because of the conditions changing slightly. It is now a bit damp out there, so an extra green flag lap. And while the drivers get ready, we caught up with a couple of the drivers down in the pits.
Right, so I'm with Paul Goldstein. As you know, Ian spoke to him earlier in assembly. Now, Paul obviously raced at Alton Park yesterday. Here he is. He was starting 4th, so the reverse grid in 310R has worked out quite well for you today.
It has. It's part of the reason I entered this weekend. Knowing that it's a small grid, so starting the back in race 2 wasn't that big a deal if I could get halfway up. I got halfway up and been rewarded with a P4 start for race 3.
Yeah, brilliant. What do you think you can do from here with knowing what the boys are like out the front?
I don't know. I don't have high expectations, to be fair. I'll see what I can do. I'm quite weak onto the back straight. I'm quite weak at Gorham. I haven't done any testing. I wasn't here Friday. I wasn't here yesterday. So I'll try my best. But I was losing time to the rest of the pack at those two places. But I was gaining it back under the bridge and harsher braking zones because I'm quite good on the brakes. So I don't know. We'll see.
We will see. Do you find it hard to switch your mindset from one track to the other? Obviously, you were at Alton yesterday and now at Snetterton. They're very different circuits as well.
They are. Before I jumped in the car for the race too, I just went over 2 videos that I'd done when I was here last year in September, just to remind me that it's this gear at this corner, brake at that roughly point, brake here, that, just trying to refresh my memory. And then the green flag lap was quite helpful just to try and dial it in, but that's all you get when you start the race too.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I admire you. I think it's actually really quite impressive.
Thank you. I'll probably be really tired tomorrow.
I'm not surprised, yeah. Well, thank you so much, Paul. Enjoy the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Right, so I'm with Peter Mott in the 310R Championship.
Hiya.
Starting from second, Peter. Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. It's the reverse grid concept, so they've kind of swapped it around. So it's a bit strange to be up here. You know, I've been on the second row before, but never on the front row. So it's going to be a little bit of fun. I guess we've got a few quick cars a bit further back going to be chasing us, so it's going to be a challenge to keep them away. But yeah, exciting and looking forward to it. An interesting mix-up, I guess, for this year with 310. And it's kind of benefited me in this case.
Yeah, I think it's a really good idea because it is just it helps some of the ones that maybe struggle in the race to get up there or get their way through because some people are so good at defending. That, it gives others the opportunity.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. And also we've got the Pro-Am class split, of course, so it's also, there's an AM now in this as well. It's kind of allowed me to get a little bit up front, so it'll be interesting. But you're right, you can risk getting a bit of a toe chain where everyone gets stuck in place, so at least this gives me a better start. Challenge is, can I defend it? Let's see.
Yeah. Hope so. Yeah. If you defend well, it's actually hard to overtake down here, apart from the straights.
That's right.
But it is difficult.
Yeah, it is indeed. Yeah, it's not so easy, particularly as you say, the straights can if you can get a good toe, but if everyone's got a toe, of course, then there's no big advantage. Yeah. It's just the one in the front who's got the problem, so that'd be a nice problem to have, of course.
Yeah, well, you're starting second, so that's good. You'll have a good toe.
Indeed, absolutely, absolutely, yes.
We'll have a good race. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So the car's out on their green flag laps at the moment. They're just about to complete their first green flag lap. As you say, they will get a second one because of the slightly more damp conditions after the rain shower we just had. Only a brief rain shower, but you can see the tarmac still looking pretty damp out there, Chris.
Yeah, and it will make a difference to the cars. It was just enough rain, obviously, to affect the surface conditions, and it will take them a little while, but it won't take very long for this circuit to dry out and for them to be doing dry laps. The only concern will be where they use plenty of off-line racing. They may well find there are still damp patches, but it shouldn't take too long for it all to tidy up. But again, the clouds are looking threatening enough that we might get another shower, but it is the third and final race for the 310R Championship, Vertex Caterham 7 310R Championship this weekend. Been some spectacular racing, and we've got the added in excitement of a reverse grid. So yeah, like we say, we've got some drivers again out of position and will have to work their way through. From a setup perspective, when you're talking about a damp track though, in these 310Rs there's not much difference. The tyres we don't really change unless it's severely wet, as far as then we might just put on a brand new set of tyres to get the maximum tread depth. But given that there's no real spray or anything like that, it wouldn't make any difference. The only differences you might make are towards the suspension and maybe softening the roll bars at the rear or at the front, depending on your own preference to how you like it to handle. But a lot of these drivers won't have had any wet conditions here at Snetterton anyway, so it's going to be a voyage of discovery and a little bit of learning as you go when you're out there. Hopefully on these two laps they've had a chance to explore different parts of the track, but I think by the time we get this up and running, actually it won't mean anything for these drivers. It will be all those raindrops would have been sent away. But yeah, it's good. Looking forward to this one. Final Caterham action here at Snetterton, and looking forward to the next couple of rounds. We'll talk about that in a little bit, but we've got this 20 minutes of action to go, and I am looking forward to it. They've put in 2 good races so far, and Hoffman's got one of those wins to his name, as so has Taylor O'Flanagan. Taylor O'Flanagan now is in a good spot, being in that 3rd place, as we've already mentioned. But Ben Lopez-Appleton been quite quiet this weekend, but he has in the past been right up there competing, and he's going to start from pole position. So some drivers to watch out for. Paul Goldstein's moved up the order and learned quite a lot about this track, because he just literally, that was his first track action this weekend here at Snetterton last race, and he was able to keep up whilst he wasn't able to overtake. He certainly would have learned how to be on the pace.
There's Duncan Mallet at the back of the field with that grid penalty in this race, so watch for him coming through. Sponsored by Central Stress Management. I think it's going to be a bit of stress relief in this race, in charging through from the back of the grid. Ben Lopez Appleton, the man from York, on pole, spun at the start of race 2. Peter Mott from Bath alongside him. I think the ones to watch here are going to be the second row. Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car and Paul Goldstein in gold, looking for his first 310R victory, having missed yesterday's race. That's come through from the back earlier on.
It won't be long before all the normal front runners are at the front again, though. And whilst the grid is not huge here at Snetterton, so there's not so many cars to get through, but they were all running as one pack anyway before. So I think it won't take too long for those front runners that we've seen who are currently towards the rear to come through. But Ryan Wilby, he's been threatening, hasn't he, all weekend, and he's in that midfield ahead of his other competitors. And Peter Mott's had some great results already. So here they go then, they're nearly lined up, ready for their third of 3 races.
Okay, watch for the green flag being raised by the marshal at the back of the grid. There it is. Wait for the red lights to come on any moment now. The final Caterham race of the weekend, the Vertex Caterham 310R Championship race number 3. The red lights are on and off they go. Down towards that first corner. Not the best of starts by Paul Goldstein from row 2. Taylor O'Flanagan will try and make his way through. He's got past one. He's got past the pole sitter. He's going for Peter Mott up the inside in the riches, and away goes O'Flanagan into the lead. Not a great start by Ben Lopez Appleton. He's dropped back into the pack from pole position. It's O'Flanagan who shows from Mott. Here comes up the inside. I think that's Charlie Lower, the number 21. Bit of a lock up there from James Empson. Somebody's gone out towards the A11. That was Goldstein, and he's at the back.
Yeah, that's quickly reversed his fortunes, hasn't it, from the front to the back. And Charlie Lower and Taylor O'Flanagan getting an absolute blinder of a start. I don't think it would have mattered who was alongside him. He was going to make his way through. Harvey Lawrence also dropping back down through the field. So Hoffman already up with that lead group. So it hasn't taken long at all for the drivers who were at the front previously to get right back up there. Did learn earlier on that Jeff got caught up in that start line incident earlier on, had damage, which is why we saw him spinning randomly when he got to a left-hand bend. So his car was damaged earlier. They've got that all fixed and he's back up and running, and he'll be trying to get back to the lead of that AM battle. But at front it is Taylor O'Flanagan leads Charlie Lower. Then we still got Peter Mott who's hanging on in there. Ben Lopez Appleton sort of stopped the rot. Then it's Lars Hoffman and Wilby.
Noticed who isn't out there as well, Hugo Bush, a non-starter after his problems in race 2, so they have proved terminal. No Hugo Bush, and that will be damaging to any hopes of a championship he may have had this year. I don't think he's contesting the full season either, is he?
No, that's right. He's decided not to do the full season this year, so it was just for fun, as it were. But he's certainly shows his pace in that car as Charlie Lower now takes to the front of this field. We saw him absolutely sort of flinging that car around, and with these slightly damp conditions, he's likely to continue to sling that car around as we go through the course of this race. Duncan Mallett's also making good progress through the field, not quite as much as the others. Bianchi still hanging around at the back, and that's not what we're expecting to see him, given he was fully involved in that lead battle. So still a lot of stuff to develop, but we've already got some of the field to the front, and the rest are still sorting themselves out.
Charlie Lower it is who leads the newcomer to 310R this season, having charged through from the middle of the grid for this one. Here they come up over the stripe for the first time, trying to challenge down the outside is Taylor O'Flanagan. Lars Hoffman goes to the outside a bit further back as well into Richards, so Flanagan has retaken the lead. Third place is Ben Lopez Appleton, recovered from a slightly slower start. Hoffman in 4th position in the Motul sponsored car, and then completing the top 5 it is Peter Mott who leads the AM division. He's got Ryan Wilby closing him down. To the inside goes Charlie Lower coming through the hairpin. I don't think he's quite going to get the overlap on Taylor O'Flanagan, and it is the man from Willington who continues to set the pace.
Yeah, good start. So Charlie Lower again just willing to put his car where others aren't and having a good old run through. But we've got Lars Hoffman, a winner from that previous race, now up into that 4th place, looking to see how he can depose Ben Lopez Appleton. Peter Mott has slipped back a little bit now as the rest of this field go round the Agostini hairpin then. So Charlie Lower is now back in front ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan. Again, the start-finish straight and the toe up to the top of the hill here is still important, and it was interesting to hear the noise difference between this and the other Caterhams. Other than the 420R, these guys have got 155 horsepower. Their cars really do sound quite mean as they go across the start-finish line. But Charlie Lower leading them onto the Bentley straight this time.
Here they come towards the Bentley straight then. We'll see who's going to start making the slipstreaming moves. They come through the heat haze. It is still fairly warm here at Snetterton despite the more overcast conditions. To the outside goes O'Flanagan. To the further outside goes Lopez Appleton. O'Flanagan's got the lead. Then Lopez Appleton, BLA, goes up into second position. Hoffman's still there in fourth. Peter Mott still leading the AM class in fifth ahead of Wilby. And Duncan Mallet from the back of the grid is onto the tail of this group of 7 now, fighting it out for the leading position. A small gap back to James Empson in Kermit. And he's chased by
Peter Mott.
No, Mott's further ahead. I think that's Harvey Lawrence possibly next in the order.
There you go. So, yes, lots of initials. We've got Toff out front, then we've got BLA, we've got Charlie Lower, and then we've got Hoff. So lots of initials going on as they head up over the line this time. Was Charlie Lower last time? It's going to be Taylor O'Flanagan this time. Although no,
three wide,
Ben
4 wide.
Oh my goodness, there wasn't a lot of room for 4 cars there, and actually I think Taylor had to get out of that thinking, I don't really need to do this with 15 minutes to go. There's no need for me to be putting such pressure on. No sign of any shower just yet, so it looks like that was just a short, sharp shower just ahead of this race, and at the moment they're all managing the conditions very well. Ryan will be down the inside. Duncan Mallet round the outside is going to hold that momentum. He's having to use every bit of the track and a bit of the grass to get that done. That's going to give Empson a little bit of a run down the inside of both of them, but there's going to be no room through there. They are going to be side by side. In fact, no, it is Duncan Mallet just ahead, so he's moved his car up and towards that front even more.
Well, that was incredible down the home straight there at the line. Those 4 were covered by 0.18 of a second. That's 4 cars. Hoffman up into third place then ahead of O'Flanagan, but it's Charlie Lower who leads. Ben Lopez Appleton now back on the pace after a slightly quiet weekend so far. And they're being closed down in turn by Peter Mott, who's still 5th ahead of Duncan Mallet, who's taken Ryan Wilby up into 6th position. The other place change on the last lap was Harvey Lawrence getting ahead of Jeff Price into P9. And still Paul Goldstein unable to make any impression from the tail of the field, although has he got through there? Yes, he has. He's gained 1 place. I think he's got ahead of Price, who's dropped to the tail of the field because Bianchi's got through there as well.
You remember Price having his car, had to have it fixed, and hopefully they've got it all pointing in the right direction, but it was suspension damage that he sustained. And yeah, Goldstein, it's just a lot to ask to jump into this car without any practice, any pre-racing, and just get into a race and figure it all out in one go. I know he does a lot of racing around the UK, especially in his Caterhams. He loves it the most, but it's a lot to ask. There is Jeff Price, so maybe they just win in race 1, so it's going to be exciting for the rest of his season from Thruxton onwards and see what he can do. But Charlie Lower led them a few times now. Ben Lopez Appleton, then it's Hoffman, then it's Taylor O'Flanagan. So are they going to go 4 wide again? Let's find out.
Let's try and make it 5 wide this time. Well, let's really go for broke as they go down the straight there. Hoffman dives to the inside, very close to the pit wall there as he takes second. Now in the practice session yesterday morning, I watched a bit of it from the pit wall, and you were surprised, if you've not seen it in person, just how close they get to that concrete pit wall. It's certainly experienced watching from there.
Yeah, we get a little bit of side draft from that wall, and also it hides ourselves away from this Snetterton wind. It's also very slightly less steep hill up on the right hand side, so it's why we use that right hand side. It's the natural racing line at this Snetterton circuit. But you're right, if you're stood on that pit wall, it is quite a shock as they go by. You can't hold a pit wall board out there, that's for sure. They'll collect it. There's Harvey Lawrence still fighting away with Ryan Wilby. Bianchi has made his way past Goldstein, so he's making some progress. Charlie Lower, Hoffman are side by side into Agostini, but Taylor O'Flanagan's regained his composure after being squeezed out of that 4 wide, and he now finds himself ahead of Ben Lopez Appleton. As I said, he is fully involved in this battle as Mott, and in fact Mott lost a bit of gear maybe then, so he was lost speed, and he's managed to get in front of Empson just had to sit behind him, but another move up from Duncan Mallet there.
Not even halfway through this yet, just over 12 minutes of this final Caterham race of the weekend. The Vertex Caterham 310R Championship to go. Harvey Lawrence under fire from Ryan Wilby, who's dropped back a little in the 88 car, trying to fight his way back on the tail of the Williams Motorsport cars. There's a lot of Williams Motorsport cars here this weekend. In the pit lane, as I said yesterday, it looked like they'd taken over about half a dozen garages. As round the outside goes Lars Hoffman, he takes the lead, third to first into Brundle. Taylor O'Flanagan in third position behind Charlie Lower. Going with them is the black machine of Ben Lopez Appleton, or a dark grey machine it is, number 5. Then a small gap back to Duncan Mallet, who started from the back. He's got Peter Mott in behind him, so Mallet is now up into P5, and he's going to be going after the leaders fairly shortly as well. But it's Hoffman who will lead the way into the Senna straight. Of course, it was here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna scored one of his first wins in the UK in Formula Ford all those years ago, back at the in the late 70s, early 80s. Here they come then, side by side. Charlie Lower goes to the outside. They're going to try and go 3 wide again. Here comes Taylor. Hoffman goes to the middle. Taylor O'Flanagan will retake the lead into Riches.
There you go. So it's a 3-swapper every single time they go up there, isn't it? The wind is not quite as strong as it was earlier, but it's still a headwind as they head up that hill. And obviously with the clouds, it can mean it's a bit more gusty as well than it was. A little bit more settled, consistent wind speed this morning. But Harvey Lawrence still ahead of Ryan Wilby. Then Goldstein ahead of Bianchi. Bianchi really not able to make any kind of penetration this race through. And Goldstein, and they're just sort of hanging on there. But it's still, if this race was a massive field of 30 cars, these cars would all be still involved in that lead battle. It's just we've got an absolute select grid here in the 310R this at Snetterton. So it's a shame that Hugo Bush isn't here to inject into that as well. But nevertheless, Taylor O'Flanagan is currently out front. Can he make 2 races from 3? He couldn't quite make it happen in that second race after the track limit infringement, which dropped him off the podium. But he's in where he wants to be right now. It's just going to be tricky to keep there for the rest of this race.
Through towards Oggies they come then. It's Taylor O'Flanagan who leads. Can Charlie Lower score a win on his 310R debut here this weekend? Hoffman, the winner of race 2, in third. And the nose cone dislodged on Duncan Mallett's car. It's pointing down to the left, not pointing at the sky as we saw Lionel Tolomash's do earlier on, but that's still going to be a big hindrance in a straight line.
Yeah, I can see a bit of smoke there, so I think it's rubbing on his tyre as well. Hopefully that'll depart his car, because it's already lost one of the main connection points, whereas where we saw Tolmash earlier, it still had 2 big connection points. This one is a bit more awkward in that it's just got one left, which is skewing it to the side, and he would want to get that to depart the car pretty soon. Like I say, that's not only friction, it's hopefully not digging into that tyre, but it's certainly going to be slowing it down, affecting the handling, and you can see how much smoke is now pouring off that car.
That's a real shame for Duncan. He just set the fastest lap as well, 2:08.751. It's going to drop him back off the lead battle. I think he's heading for the pits to get that nose cone taken off. So whether that's cut the tyre or whether he's just coming in to get it.
I wonder whether he
sure.
thought that might have been radiator fluid, because he would have felt the connection at what caused it to dislodge, and I wonder whether he's thinking that's my radiator and therefore I need to stop. It's hard to tell, but usually you wouldn't go in for a tyre rub unless it was seriously affecting the handling of the car. But he'll pull in and probably have that removed pretty quick, smart, and he'll be back on his way. But it's just out of the race at that point. Taylor O'Flanagan, though, is in the lead. Oh, another bit of wing there coming off. They was all tripping up each other there, sort of all concertinaed, and just a wing went flying. And I think it scared Ben Lopez-Appleton, because he sort of took avoiding action and lost out the most. But it wasn't his car that lost the wing. I think it might have been Hoffman's, although Charlie Lowers is showing without a wing at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, so Charlie Lower's the culprit there. It's his wing that went flying as they come up towards the left-hander at Agostini. It looks like James Empson could be through into 4th place there. He's running well. Yes, the green car in 4th position. The Kermit the Frog car has been able to get through into P4 there as a result of that. So he could be on for his best results of the weekend.
Again, having some good pace this weekend. That's what you need. Pace and a bit of longevity, because there's lots of cars sort of fading away, aren't there, towards the end of this 3rd race. We're losing them left, right and centre, but he's right on the tail of Hoffman now. Hoffman's struggling a little bit there, and these 2 in front have pulled a nice gap, and that won't have gone unnoticed. These 2 will have been looking in their mirrors and seen that, and they may well do some hand signals now. Yeah, there was a hand signal from Taylor O'Flanagan just as I said it, to say, yep, let's just work together now. We've got a little bit of a gap. Let's see whether we can solidify this and guarantee ourselves that top 2 position. There's some more smoke coming off.
Yeah.
Another nose cone. That's Ryan Wilby. What's going on with these nose cones?
That one's pointing the other way. It's pointing to the right. So that's what happens when the other connector comes off, I assume.
Yeah,
he'll be heading for the pits as well.
It's either contact or the finger trouble, but it's very unusual to have any of those clips undone, and we have seen quite a little bit of nose to tail contact, so it's very likely that it's just a bit of contact snap that connector and it's just causing them problems. But Ryan Wilby's now got the same issue to deal with. It's going to cause him friction, wind resistance and all those other things, and it's going to be awkward for him to finish this race. It's going to be dragging on the floor as well. He'll want that to depart the car pretty quickly.
Well, I don't think he's come into the pits. No, I can see the orange car coming towards us there down the centre straight, so he's still going. O'Flanagan leads Lower over the line by just a few hundredths of a second as the 88 car, smoke pouring off that rubbing nose cone, loses out to Paul Goldstein, so it is slowing him down. Yeah, it is Emerson up to 4th now. Mott is 5th, and yes, 88 is going to get the black and orange flag.
Yeah, and there is the wing in the middle of the road there. So he's going to have to hope before, because you can see it's affecting his steering as well. He's not able to steer that car properly with the nose cone. I can hear Duncan Mallet just rejoining the race out of the pit lane there. So he's had his nose cone ripped off, and I think Ryan Wilby's just about to be invited to go and have the same happen to his car. Taylor O'Flanagan then, the gap is coming down. Emerson going down the inside of Hoffman in the background there. I wonder whether he made that move stick. I was about to say no, he didn't, but the gap was coming down. But if they continue to battle, in fact I can see some dents in the back of Hoffman's car where maybe some of these nose cones have become dislodged.
Well, the marshals must have a couple of full sets of wings now for all the wings are falling off. Now they want a couple of nose cones to go with them.
Yeah, just they need a bonnet now, and then they can have the full set, can't they? So as they head their way back onto the Bentley straight, then Hoffman has now pulled a little bit of gap after Emerson tried that move down the inside. Then we've got, I think it's Peter Mott, Bianchi. There's Ben Lopez Appleton slid all the way back to just in front of Paul Goldstein. There is Duncan Mallet back in the race then. Son's nose cone, so we're having extra cooling onto his radiator. He's going to have a lonely time for the rest of this 5 minute of the race left.
I jest, of course, there. Full credit to our marshals who not only collect all the parts that fall off these cars, but almost always return them to their respective owners as well. Here's a battle further back. Peter Mott battling for 5th with Philip Bianchi. Or has Mott fallen back a bit there? Yes, Ben Lopez Appleton's got back ahead of Peter Mott now. So this is the AM class leader, Peter Mott, who started on the front row. He's down to, I think it's P6 now, and Bianchi in 7th, because Ryan Wilby was in there with them, but he's obviously going to pull into the pits to have that nose cone, that errant nose cone, removed. Less than 5 minutes ago, the sun coming back out here at Snetterton. Well, so it was a very brief rain shower. Still a couple more laps to go. We've got under 5 minutes to go. There go the leaders. O'Flanagan from lower, and Lars Hoffman is going to try and catch them up. He's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 8.039 for the number 70, the Motul car. He's clear of Emerson now, or is he? Let's look. No, Emerson is still with him there, so it is still 4 cars pretty much together for the lead of this race, held by Taylor O'Flanagan.
Seriously quick lap that. I don't think it's quite the lap record, but that's quicker than anyone else has done all day by almost a second, I think. So where they were battling earlier on, they were obviously keeping the times back, but Hoffman, with a little bit of clean air and coming across the gap, has been able to unleash the full potential of this 310R car on the Toyo AAAR tyres. Off goes Taylor O'Flanagan then through the left-hander of Agustin. Didn't really bother the apex at that point, but it didn't seem to slow him down too much, and it is going to be back to being a battle for 3, and I don't think by the end of the race, I don't think it's going to be any less than 4 of them battling for this win.
Here they come towards Hamilton and Oggies then, and Charlie Lower is right on the tail of Taylor O'Flanagan, trying to keep the slipstream up as they go towards the Bentley straight. Can Hoffman or maybe even Emerson get within range of the lead pair as well? It's Peter Mott in 5th place now, Bianchi 6th, Goldstein 7th. Lopez Appleton has dropped back, he's down to 8th, so whether he's having issues somewhere. His last lap was a couple of seconds slower than before. Harvey Lawrence is in 9th place, a quiet race for him, and Jeff Price in 10th. As the leaders come through, Charlie Lower has taken the lead away, as we expected, from Taylor O'Flanagan. The other two not within range to slipstream them just yet. Here comes the fight for 5th position, Mott and Bianchi. There's Goldstein, the gold car just behind them. Through the bomb hole they come.
Yeah, Mott's got quite a couple of cars between him and the next AM driver, so in fact he's going to be feeling pretty comfortable in his AM position, but he'll be still looking to see how far he can keep up the order. He's having some great results, and long may that continue. Obviously these gaps we're seeing now, if it was say a 270R race, there'd be a lot of cars in between, but Jeff Price also able to now keep up as towards the end of this race. He's in the 3rd place in that AM championship. They head over then to start their 9th lap, as Taylor O'Flanagan came over the line in 1st place. Here's Bianchi, Mott and Goldstein. Goldstein flying through the middle. Is he going to be able to get it stopped? No, he's going to disappear all the way to the edge of the track, and he's just about managed to keep it on the tarmac. That was so close to getting on the grass, and had he had that speed on the grass, all those positions he made up, he has just lost again. In fact, Harvey Lawrence is now 1 place closer to the rear of Mott, so so he's just got Ben Lopez Appleton in between, and can he make it 2 AM wins?
Yes, Paul Goldstein, if he'd gone wide onto the grass there, he'd have ended up in the farmer's field next door to the circuit. I remember a certain Mark Webber ended up in there once in a Formula 3 car after his front wing broke back in the late 90s.
Yeah, if it's got high crops in there as well, it's hard to find your way out. It's happened before. I've seen Caterhams disappear off over there as well. Harvey Lawrence looking down the inside of Ben Lopez-Appleton, then it's not going to happen. Down to 1 minute 40. I didn't quite see when they crossed the line. I'm assuming they're on the penultimate lap, but it's hard to tell. I think they will make it round to the line in time, but keep an eye out just in case this is the last lap of the race. There's Bianchi just losing the rear of the car very slightly as he's really hammering it round through the Hamilton and into Oggies, and Peter Mott still holding on really well there. We spoke to him just ahead of this race, and it's good to see him having another good performance here as they head then down onto the Bentley straight.
Here they come then, Harvey Lawrence closing in on Ben Lopez-Appleton, the pole sitter who's fallen back. Here come the leaders. I think they will just about get one more lap out of this. It is Charlie Lower who leads the way. Taylor O'Flanagan tucked in behind him. Hoffman is now really turning up the pressure on them in the red and white Motul car. Here's the fight for fifth. Further back, James Empson is still the man in fourth position. The battle for fifth headed by Philip Bianchi, the Maltese driver who's got ahead of Peter Mott for P5 overall. Mott still leads the AM category.
And that means, though, that Harvey Lawrence now is directly behind him in that AM category. So they are going to go nose to tail on the grid and see whether they can actually do this. Yeah, so 35 seconds as the leaders are coming towards the line then. So they will get this final lap then. One final Caterham action lap from here at Snetterton. A black and white flag going out there to number 16 and number 20. So who is that in the order? But we've got to be careful. You don't
Bianchi and Empson.
So Bianchi and Empson just got to be really careful there that they're not going to get any more. But Mott and Lawrence absolutely nose to tail. And here's, though, is the battle for the overall win. Can Taylor O'Flanagan make it 2 from 3? Can Hoffman make it 2 from 3? And can Charlie Lower get onto the front top step of the podium for the first time this year?
Here they come then up towards Palmer once again. It's O'Flanagan, the yellow machine, that has the advantage. Charlie Lower tucked in behind him. A little further back is Lars Hoffman, just maybe biding his time to make his move as the sky darkens a little again here at Snetterton. Charlie Lower to the inside at Agostini. Is O'Flanagan going to try and tuck him behind so he's in the slipstream when he needs to be? As we say, the place you don't want to be leading is coming into the home straight, because you will get slipstream if you're leading into the home straight on the last lap, especially with these three this close together. Lower continues in the lead then, swinging their way up towards Oggies, then towards Williams. Just between these three now, James Empson has dropped away by a few car lengths. The clock has counted down to 0. They start the weave down Bentley Straights.
Charlie Lower flung that car into the start-finish straight, but it just was not enough. And Taylor Flanagan's alongside already, and Hoffman's going to see whether he can get the double toe. He's going to split them down the middle. Blumenegg, he's done it. He's a little locked up. Can he get it stopped? He can. But Charlie Lower had to give way. So it is Hoffman who's going to lead going into that final corner. But we know that's not always the right place to be. What we do know is that Charlie Lower won't want to be third. The only chance of getting the win is where Hoffman is. Can he make it 2 from these final 2 races?
Here they come then towards Coram for the final time. O'Flanagan, Hoffman and Charlie Lower, they swing their way through the final couple of corners. Hoffman's in good position here to go for his double. He's in the slipstream of Taylor O'Flanagan. Charlie Lower could get past both of them with a big effort here. They're coming up towards the line this time. Is it going to be a photo finish? Hoffman pulls out, he's up alongside. They're going to finish side by side. I think Hoffman got it. Hoffman got it by 0.031 of a second.
Spectacular stuff from the 310Rs, another absolute nose to tail, and it was Mott that took it over Lawrence, and a very close finish there for those two as well in the AM class. So what a race for Hoffman. That's 2 from the final 2 races. O'Flanagan has to settle for that second place, but he'll take that over the 5-second penalty he took in race 2. Charlie Lower taking another podium. Empson a great result in 4th, and 5th Bianchi. So Mott and Lawrence taking the first 2 positions. Price coming in 3rd place in the AM Championship. And just before we go and hear from our drivers, I would like to just say thank you ever so much to everyone who puts on these races. It's been spectacular fun watching all the Caterhams today, all the marshals out there that let us do our thing. Thank you ever so much to BARC, Caterham Motorsport, and all the team that run the awning and everything out of there. 24/7 TV with BARC TV. Absolutely spectacular stuff. Let's look at some of these action.
Yeah, this is on the penultimate lap up at Coram, and Ryan will be sliding off there. So
I wonder whether that nose cone got stuck underneath that front wheel. And
well, he'd already been in to have it removed, so I'm not sure what the problem was there.
Anyway, here's the provisional result then.
So Lars Alexander Hoffmann wins by 0.031 of a second. That's exactly the same margin of victory as between the drivers in our opening race of the weekend for the Roadsport. Taylor O'Flanagan second, then Charlie Lower on the podium in third. Great result for James Empson in fourth ahead of Philip Bianchi. Peter Mott holds on to win the AM class ahead of Harvey Lawrence. Then Paul Goldstein, pole sitter Ben Lopez Appleton, Jeff Price and Duncan Mallet having been into the pits, finishing a lap down. Ryan Wilby we saw go off there in that replay at the end of the race up at Coreham. We hope he didn't impact the barriers. That concludes the Caterham action. So Chris Hutchinson, thank you very much indeed for joining us here today and over the course of the weekend.
And thanks to you, Dave. I will see you again later in the season.
You certainly will. That's Chris Hutchinson, our Caterham expert, signing off for the weekend, and shortly we can head down to Parc Fermé with Sam to hear from some of the drivers.
Wow, that was almost a photo finish again for the 310R Championship on that last lap. I knew it would come down to that for those three, but all close. Look at them all congratulating each other, and love it when they all discuss the race after. I'll come to Charlie first. Third place, fantastic. I mean, it was so close between you three. It could have been either one of you.
It could have been either or, definitely. Me and Taylor worked well together, trying to get away, but we just couldn't ditch him. He was right on our tail the whole time. So no, it was an epic race, and it's a shame I just lost it. I was nothing I could do. I was a sitting duck under the bridge, so I had to watch it all happen in front of me, and hopefully they made a mistake, but they didn't, obviously. So no, it was wicked. Thank you so much.
First podium in 310s, though. You got to be pleased with that.
Second podium.
Oh, second. Sorry. Yes,
second
of
earlier.
course. I was in my
That's all right.
in my assembly area for my race. Apologies, Charlie.
That's all right. Yeah, it's been an absolutely epic weekend. I can't thank TPM enough for giving me the car to drive. It's been absolutely phenomenal. We've made such good progress with setup and everything like that, and they've done a really good job. So couldn't be any more happy.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Right, we'll come to Taylor next. Taylor.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a good fight at the end, but you and Charlie
Yeah.
had a good battle together as well, and towards the last few laps.
Yeah, I thought it was brilliant. I wished we could get away, me and Charlie, but Lars slowly catching. So fair play to him. He drove an amazing race, and well deserved. And I think that was a great race to watch. Pinnacle of 310. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, with more points in the bag as well.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Well done. And if we just make our way round here and speak to Lars. Lars, come over here. Sorry, John.
Sorry.
Lars, you've got to be happy with that. That was amazing. Charlie and Taylor almost got away on their own, but you got back up there.
Yeah, it was a very, very good race. Started from 10, now first. Yeah, what can I say? Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect day. Yeah.
You enjoyed that one?
Absolutely. Yeah. Was, as I told you, a perfect day. First race, car was so good balanced. Yeah. At the end of the race 2, we had some problems on the rear, but now it's done and sorted.
Excellent, brilliant. Well, roll on the next one.
Hopefully, all the first. I don't know, where are we next?
Thruxton.
Oh, okay. Maybe we roll the dice.
It's a very fast circuit, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So much slipstream there, and anybody can win there at Flux.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, hopefully me.
Brilliant. Well done, Lars. Thank you. Right, MG Owners Championship is up next, so I'll hand back to Chris and Dave.
Thanks, Sam. Well, Chris Hutchinson has signed off with the end of the Caterham action. Safe journey home from Snetterton for him. One more race to go, though, once the track has been cleared, and it is the MG Owners Club Championship, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. Before we get underway, Ian caught up with some of the drivers a little earlier.
Right, final race of the weekend coming up very, very shortly, and decided to come have a quick chat with Hannah Leonard. Now, Hannah, first time out, of course, in the MGs. How's it been?
Really good, actually. Thanks. Yeah, I was a bit nervous.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people out, more than there was last
Great
year.
grid, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, hope I could do a bit better, I reckon, but happy with my first race.
You must have learned a lot, because we just had a little chat actually off camera, didn't we? And you haven't really done a great deal before, have you?
No.
Coming into this?
Yeah, no other racing, just track days and practicing.
So what made you decide to take the step up and actually go competitive racing?
I mean, I've always wanted to race because of my dad, because he's been racing since I was a baby. So, yes.
Come on then, over you come. Over you come. How'd she do?
Well, as
You've got to be proud, right?
No, absolutely, very proud dad moment. So I think it's only the third time in the history of the championship we had a dad and daughter combo out. So and I think it's about 20 years since the last one.
Yes.
So we're out for the rest of the season now. So we're here. As I say, Donington wasn't going to be our first race. I thought Craner Curves on lap 1 with 32 cars was a little bit. So she was sensible. Listen to Dad for once.
Little touch flatter here, isn't it?
Yeah, just touch flatter. Yeah.
So Hannah, what have you learned then from race 1 that you're going to bring into race 2?
Probably just to go a bit. I think I need to put a bit more in. I think I'm still holding back a little bit. I'm a bit nervous, but I reckon I've now done one race. I'm feeling a bit more confident.
It's only your first race. Well, guys, thank you so much for coming down and taking part again. I look forward to seeing how you get on throughout the season, Hannah. And that is it, though. One more time out today, the MG Owners' final race of the weekend. Dave, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ian, and well done to Hannah Leonard on her debut. We'll see how she gets on here in our second race. The car's just about to head out onto the grid, and it's McDermott and Son on the front row again, but it's McDermott Jr. who was out-qualified senior. Second fastest times from qualifying determining the grid for this one. Jake did a 2:20.412 and Steve a 2:20.437, so they're very closely matched once again. Second row, Tony Wigley and Rob Addison in their ZRs. Row 3, Jonathan Candler and Matt Harvey. And on the fourth row, Lee Sullivan and Scott Bugner had to make a pit stop with a problem in race 1, but he did rejoin, finish at the back of the field. Completing the top 10, Nick Reynolds in the 27, and the first of the MGFs, that's Mark Baker. Row 6, number 19, Jimmy Work, who retired after a couple of spins in the first race. Starting alongside him is 215 Reese Lawson. Row 7, Stuart Plotnick with his MGF, and Luke Boniface's ZR. Row 8, 431 Chris Lawson, and number 3 Adrian Olsen. Row 9, we've got Jack Chapman. Check if he's there, because he retired from race 1. Yes, I think he is on the grid. We'll double check that in a moment. Darren Leonard Senior starts alongside Jack Chapman. Then on the 10th row, Riley Price, another car that dropped out of race 1, and 101 Connor Lawson. Just looking back down the grid there, I can see Riley Price's car. Not sure if Jack Chapman's there, just looking out of the commentary box. Further back on row 11, Riaz Keswani, number 23, and 42 Simon Kendrick in his MGF. Row 12, 39 James Blake and 82 Anthony Bate in the Maestro. Row 13 is Lewis Sharp and the first of the Class A cars, David Amflitz. Row 14, Carl Bates and Chris Millard. Alex Forster on row 15 alongside Hannah Leonard's ZR. On the final row, Jim Bainham and Malk Best in their MGBs. It was a lively race earlier on. The ZRs battling away at the sharp end of the field. Still very windy conditions out there. It's been a 20-minute race to sign off a very busy and very entertaining weekend here at Snetterton. Let's see what the MGs can do. Is it going to be McDermott and Son all the way at the front of the field once again? Rob Addison was up there with them in the earlier race. The black and yellow with pink wheels, his ZR. Interesting choice of paint job. The only car I've not seen on the grid there is number 18, Jack Chapman. So his problems from race 1 may have proved terminal. Not sure of any other gaps here. We'll take a look as they move away on their green flag lap, which they will in just a moment. Round 4 of the Adrian Flux Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. The first weekend at Donington, Steve McDermott won both races outright, and both times the ZR class. It was Alex Forster who won the MGF class on that occasion, because there was only him and Simon Kendrick out at the season opener, and Simon's car was damaged in a shunt in race 1. Class A was Jim Bainham successful on that occasion. Class B, it was Anthony Bates. Cars moving off on their green flag lap then. As I expected, Jack Chapman is not there. Riley Price is there. Not sure if Connor Lawson's there, car number 101. Blue car with the grey front. No, I couldn't see that on the grid, so a couple of absentees possibly for this one. Jim Bainham's there. His car had a misfire in the first race. Struggled to finish at the tail of the field. See Tony Wigley having his strongest weekend in the championship so far. There will be 2 green flag laps because we've had a little bit of rain in the interim. That's the protocol. If you have any change in conditions after qualifying, between qualifying and a race, then you will have an extra green flag lap. Hello to those on the stream. Hi to Lass Nightingales, who's scrutineering at the event today. Hi to Rowan Saurus. Jamesy Boy. Del Boy, who says good luck to the Lawson brothers. Second race of their second outing. Newcomers to circuit racing this year. The Jamesy Boy says, if there's a green flag lap, how come there are no AA or RAC laps? Oh dear. Other breakdown services are available, of course. Thanks to our scrutineers and all the other officials here today. We couldn't go racing without them. I mentioned the Orange family, also the medical staff, recovery crews, the race control staff, and everybody else here today. Huge field of MGs, around 30 of them making their way around. So we think we have got a couple of cars absent for this one. Altsy says there's only one Steve McDermott. There's only one Jake McDermott as well, and he's on the pole. Can he defeat his father this time? Steve going for title number 5 this year. A run broken by Will Sharp a couple of years ago. Will not here this weekend. His MG Midgets blew its differential in the first round at Donington. Heading round for a second green flag lap. Steve Tyler lets us know it was a broken drive shaft for Jack Chapman in the first race, which put him out. Thanks, Steve. We are back on BARC TV Easter Saturday and Sunday as well from Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. Easter at Brands Hatch means only one thing: truck racing. Yes, it's the opener of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2025. Ryan Smith going for an incredible 10th straight championship. What else have we got in support over at Brands Hatch for you next weekend? The Classic Touring Car Racing Club are there with all their championships. The Junior Saloon Car Championship is there. The Miltech Civic Cup as well. We saw them out at Donington last month. And the Caterham Academy Championship will be racing as well, along with on Sunday the Track Action Racing Club. That's a mixture of all sorts of different saloon cars in action for Track Action. A massive weekend of 22 races. That's coming up the 19th and 20th of April. Next weekend, Easter, Saturday and Sunday on the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit. I hope you can join us on BARC TV for that one. Then we're back at Thruxton a couple of weeks after that, May the 3rd and 4th, and the Caterhams go to the fastest circuit in England. Stuart Plotneck, the White Tiger, his MGF. Steve Tyler says, bit annoying that Jack Chapman broke a drive shaft as I built Jack a new engine for this weekend. Oh dear. Plenty of extra time to walk. Look how wide Jake McDermott is weaving across the straight there, the whole width of the circuit. He's in the grey and orange ZR from pole. In orange and black, his father Steve will start alongside. It's Tony Wigley in black and green. The yellow car with the black front is Rob Addison. Boniface in the grey car. It's Hannah Leonard, we heard from her earlier in the number 10. Watch for her coming through. There's Jim Bainham, the championship boss in his famous number 2 MGB. Mark Best right at the back in his lovely looking MGB GT. Here we go then. Bit of sun coming out again as they grid up for the final race of the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuits, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. The McDermotts will lead them into the sunset when the red lights go out. Tony Wigley and Rob Addison lined up behind them. One of you asking why is there a ZR in the same class as the Maestro? It's one of the less powerful ZRs, rather than I think that's a ZR 160 instead of a ZR 170, the more powerful machines in Class Z. Confirm that with the Leonards later on, but we're almost into position then for our final race of the weekend. The revs beginning to rise. 5-second board is displayed. Waiting for the red lights to come on. Our final race of the weekend, 20 minutes for the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. The red lights are on and they go out. Now, that was a long hold, and Rob Addison makes a super start down the outside as he caught the McDermotts napping there from the front of the grid. I think he has. That was a very long hold on the red lights, but it is Rob Addison who has got the lead as they go into Riches for the first time. Jake McDermott second, Steve in third. Looks like everybody is going to make it round okay. And up towards the hairpin they go for the first time. Rob Addison in car number 88, the man from Suffolk, leads the way. Jake McDermott in second. Oh, they're going to make it round. A little bit of rubbing there between Matt Harvey and Tony Wigley, I think it was. Up on the curb goes James Blake in the 39. Simon Kendrick goes wide. The Maestro going through the middle in the hands of Anthony Bates. That's Darren Leonard's green ZR on the inside. Through Palm as they go for the first time. Jonathan Candler moving on to the back of Scott Bugner. It's up towards Agostini. Jake McDermott trying to have a look for the lead, but it's Rob Addison from the McDermotts. Fourth is Tony Wigley. Matt Harvey side by side with Bugner for fifth position. They shuffle their way round the ZRs. One car I haven't seen in there is Lee Sullivan. He picked up a bit of damage, of course, in the first race. Couldn't see him on the grid. There's a few we're missing possibly in the pack. There's just so many ZRs here, it's hard to keep track of them. Through the right-hander towards Williams and out onto the Bentley straight for the first time. Boniface having a go at Riley Price in there in the pack. There's Darren Leonard, the 76, the XMG ZS racer, chasing Simon Kendrick. Here they come then, trying to get into the slipstream down the Bentley straight. Jake McDermott weaves about on the back of Rob Addison. Is the McDermott unbeaten run about to come to an end here? Can Rob Addison hang on in front on his nearest circuit? I won't say local, he's down in Suffolk to the south of the Norfolk base of Snetterton. Luke Boniface up on the curb there, I think that was on the outside. There's the Class A cars further back. It's David Amflett leading Class A ahead of Chris Millard. Bainham in third position. There is Mark Best at the back. I didn't see Carl Bates coming through there in the orange car, so is he ahead of that group? We'll pick that up as they come through. No, I don't think he's out there either, so just establishing those that have not started this race. Those that have are locked in battle as they complete the opening lap, and Jake McDermott attacking for the lead as they go down towards Riches. Doesn't manage to get through though. Rob Addison it is who leads the way from the McDermotts. Tony Wigley going with them. 4 ZRs, line astern almost for the lead. Into the hairpin they go. Scott Buckner closing up. He's got ahead of Matt Harvey. It's Jonathan Candler. Nick Reynolds is next. Then the leading MGF, that of Mark Baker. 4-3-1, that's Chris Lawson having a go at the number 17, Riley Price. Behind them is Blake in the 39. Now, Carl Bates, I think he started the race, but hasn't come through on the first lap, so he could have lost the orange MGB. Jake McDermott had a look there as they went into Agostini. At the inside, Scott Buckner attacking for P4, side by side with Tony Wigley, who out-drags him on the exit. Matt Harvey's black and red machine behind them. Then it's Jonathan Candler lifting a wheel there as he goes through Hamilton, the 58 car. There's Class F leader Mark Baker, the number 53 machine, comes from Ipswich in among the ZRs. Stuart Plotneck is a bit closer to him this time. There's Plotneck in the background battling side by side with one of the ZRs. I think that was Luke Boniface up alongside him. Down the straights. McDermott starts to weave again. McDermott, the younger that is, trying to go for the lead. He's trying to go around the outside. No, you don't, says the very experienced Rob Addison. He's able to hold the lead. I don't think he's taken an outright win, possibly since the days of the Maestros. He's appeared very sporadically in the championship since those days, since he was class champion. Here's a battle further back. That's Adrian Olsen closing in. The Maestro is on the tail of Darren Leonard. And he's got one of the MGFs. That's Simon Kendrick in the Tiger liveried car up behind him. Hard to believe, he used to get grids of 30 plus Maestros in the days of the likes of Andy Campbell, the Golhar family, Jim Edwards Jr. as well, father of Jade Edwards, the BTCC driver. He was a Maestro campaigner. And Jake McDermott, meanwhile, going for the outside here into Riches. It's going to have to be very late on the brakes. He's around the outside of Addison. He's done it. Oh, brilliant. Excellent driving from Jake McDermott. He takes the lead. Now Steve will try and get through to follow his son into a 1-2 position once again. 4th place is Tony Wigley. Still, he's got Scott Buckner behind him. Buckner's done the fastest lap of the race, the yellow ZR, 2:20.965 in 5th position, but he can't get past Tony Wigley. He's got Matt Harvey on his tail. Average speed of over 76 miles per hour around the Snetterton 300 circuits. Swing round the left-hander at Agostini. Rob Addison trying to wrest the lead back again from Jake McDermott. There's the Maestro. The MGF in behind him there, and the 33 car, that is, of Lewis Sharp, the green car. Now here are the MGBs. Jim Bainham's up to second behind David Amphlett. Both of these drivers have been associated for many years, and that's Matt Harvey off. James Blake goes off as well on the outside of Hamilton. So Matt Harvey has spun there. He was in 6th place. There's Simon Kendrick running wide there as well. Is there some fluid down, I wonder, at Hamilton? I think I see a trail of fluid on the circuit there, actually. So is someone leaking? Is that why Matt Harvey's gone off? And a couple of others sliding wide as well. We'll keep an eye on that. Leaders are heading through Nelson up towards the bomb hole. There's Stuart Plotnick. He's second of the MGFs. Chased there by one of the ZRs. I think that's Boniface behind him. It's either that or one of the Lawsons there. James Blake behind them in the number 39 car. Still not to half distance, and Jake McDermott is pulling away from Rob Addison. Now he's just on the fastest lap, 2:19.907. Was that a slowing ZR I saw there behind David Amphlett? I thought I saw somebody slowing up. Yes, there is a slowing ZR. Is that Matt Harvey? Is it him that's leaking the fluid? I saw something trailing behind that car. I couldn't identify who it was from the back, though. We'll pick that up again in a moment, because this is the battle for second place. And Steve McDermott has run wide there on the hairpin, and Tony Wigley is up alongside him. Addison's still there in second, but Tony Wigley is gunning for third place here, side by side as they go through Palmer. But behind them is Scott Bugner. Steve McDermott, I think he's lost third place there. He's got to try and keep the inside line on the run down towards Agostini. Is his unbeaten run going to come to an end here at Snetterton today for 2025? They're still side by side. Bugner tucked in behind them. 6 behind them, Jonathan Candler. Wigley going round the outside up towards Hamilton. Look at him lifting that rear wheel. He's really thrown it, and he's going to run wide surely on the exit. No, he gathers it up, and he's got third place. Great driving by Tony Wigley. It's the best we've seen him run in the championship so far. And Steve McDermott, 3 wins out of 3 so far. He's down to 4th. Whether he's got a problem there, I'm not so sure. But Scott Bugner closing up on him. Down the straight, it's Jake McDermott upholding family honour out in front ahead of Rob Addison. Rob Addison flashing the lights there. I'm not too sure why. As Steve McDermott fights back, he's going to try and retake third place, but again Wigley holds him off. It's the right-hander at Nelson. Scott Bugner is in 5th position. Matt Harvey has pulled into the pits. It must have been him we saw slowing. He must have spun on his own fluid there. That car was leaking something. Doesn't seem to have affected the circuit too much, though. Back with the MGBs. This is the number 14 of David Amphlett. He's 21st overall. Leads the classic class, Class A, ahead of Jim Bainham and Chris Millard. About best, the other car running. We lost Carl Bate on the opening lap. Leaders are heading up over the line at the moment. The lead gap is 2.3 seconds now for Jake McDermott. Jim Bainham is not giving David Amphlett much rest here. He's chasing him down, looking to make up for his problems in race 1 when the car started misfiring. Through they go towards Coram. So we reach half distance, 10 minutes to go in our final race of the weekend, the Adrian Flux MG Owners Club Championship. There's a bit of dust in the air on the outside of Murray's, so maybe somebody's run wide. And yes, David Ampflett's run wide there, so maybe there is a bit of fluid down there. Jim Bainham could take the lead of Class A here up over the start-finish line. Down the centre straight they come, and Bainham does move ahead. So Bainham takes the lead of Class A for Abingdon. Pick up the overall leaders, the ZRs, shortly. I'll tell you, James Blake has gained a couple of places in number 39. He's up to 12th, got ahead of Stuart Plotnick and Chris Lawson. Got Mark Baker in the foreground there going through Williams. He still leads the MGFs. Just the 3 MGFs out this one. Alex Forster didn't take the start, unfortunately. Here is the battle for second position. Jake McDermott still leads. This is the battle for second overall and second in Class A. You can see Jake McDermott has pulled away. His father Steve back in fourth. Tony Wigley is attacking for P2. Meanwhile, David Amphlett is attacking back again to try and retake the lead in Class A. Jim Bainham, I've lost count of the number of years he's raced this famous MGB Roadster for now. The most famous racing MGs in all motorsport. Class B is still led by Anthony Bates in his Maestro. Hannah Leonard, his only rival, a little bit further back. There's somebody in our comments remembering the Montego estate. That was Alan Forster, the last Montego estate we had out there. Father of Alex is out his MGF, but not in this race. And though, admittedly, it was only really a Montego in shell, it was ZR running gear underneath. There's Hannah Leonard, our young debutante. She's running well, ahead of Chris Millard in his MGB. And now Steve McDermott going for the inside into Agostini, and he takes third place from Tony Wigley. So he's back up to third, but he runs wide on the exit over the curbs. The Triad Motorsport car turns it back in. He's moving across to defend. Wigley has to give way. That's lost him a bit of ground, though, to the second place man, Rob Addison. Lead gap is just over 3 seconds for Jake McDermott. Up towards Williams into the Bentley straights. Just under 7 minutes to go. Here's Anthony Bates in his Maestro, still leading Class B. He's got Simon Kendrick's MGF on his tail. That's Riaz Keswani behind. Sean Keswani is he's known to his friends, friend of the McDermotts. You can see he's got the novice cross on his car, only his second meeting. He's learning his craft further back in the pack. These three currently fighting it out for 18th place. Contrasting different shapes, that can be what this championship is all about. There's the classic shape of the MGB Roadster. Jim Bainham being chased by David Amphlett. These two have been racing together for decades now. Here's a battle between Adrian Olsen, an ex-Maestro man in his ZR, and Darren Leonard, father of Hannah. Darren we saw, as we said, over the last couple of years in the ZS Saloon. They're battling for 16th overall. Riley Price up ahead of them, looking to make up for a non-finish earlier on. 5.5 minutes remaining. There's 215. That's one of the Lawsons. That's Reese Lawson. Jimmy Work, I can tell you, lost a few places on that last lap. He's dropped 4 spots down out of the top 10. Reese Lawson makes his way out of the hairpin. He's got Luke Boniface on his tail. They're battling for 9th place. Still this busy fight for 2nd place goes on. And all the time they battle, race leader Jake McDermott is able to try and put some clear air between himself and the 2nd place fight, although Addison did gain about half a second on that last lap, 2.7 seconds in it for the lead. So it's not over yet for the overall victory and the win in the ZR class. Certainly not over for Steve McDermott yet. He's back up into 3rd place now and he's going for 2nd. Coming into the Bentley straights. Here comes the leader. Now is Steve McDermott going to pop out from behind that black fronted car of Rob Addison to take 2nd place as they come into Brundle corner? Swings to the outside. He's going to try and set the car up for Nelson, I think. He's late on the brakes. Rob Addison has got a lot of experience, able to hold 2nd. 4 minutes left, and I think Jake could be heading for victory here. Keeping up the family unbeaten run this year. Great drive by Tony Wigley up there in 4th. He's new to this championship, not new to MG Racing, but he's new to the MG Owners Club Championship this year, and this will be his best finish so far. He'd love to get on the podium. Scott Bugner going well in 5th, and David Amphlett up the inside takes Jim Bainham, retakes the lead of Class A at Agostini. These two have raced each other, as you said, for decades. They must have done thousands of races together, or it seems like. And they're rarely very far apart on track. Great friends and rivals, David Amphlett and Jim Bainham. David comes from Oxfordshire, Jim Bainham from St Neots in Cambridgeshire. They're really going at it here, the two MGBs. Maybe towards the tail of the field overall. They're battling for 21st in the overall classification. A great fight for the class win. 3rd in that class is Chris Millard, Matt Best the other runner. There's Hannah Leonard behind them, the yellow car. Bainham back up the inside, and he retakes the class lead. Meanwhile, here's the scrap up front, and Scott Bugner's got through into P4. He's ahead of Tony Wigley. So the ZR swapping places all the time. And look, Rob Addison is getting away from Steve McDermott. He's going after the race leader. The gap was 2.6 seconds. Now, will we get another lap out of this? I think we will. We're on the penultimate lap now. There's Rob Addison. Can he catch Jake McDermott? He's going to have to push on. He is pushing on. You can see there through Williams, cornering hard at the wheel of his ZR. They're coming up to lap Mount Best in his MGB. We haven't seen much lappery going on this weekend, largely because of how evenly matched most of the cars are, and because it's such a long lap. McDermott's got the headlights on to warn the back markers he's there. There's Scott Bugner going well in 4th place. Mount Best moves to one side there at the bomb hole, lets the leader through. There's Addison in 2nd place. Come up to start the last lap of the weekend. What's the gap going to be? Leaders have their headlights on just in case of any back markers they encounter. Side by side there, Chris Lawson and Jimmy Work. They're fighting it out for 13th place. Lawson gets through at the bomb hole. Jimmy Work, a tattoo artist, comes from Milton Keynes. A couple of years experience of MG racing now. Here's the 2nd and 3rd place fight. The gap at the line was just over 3 seconds for the lead. Between these two, it was just under 1 second. And again, McDermott runs a bit wide. I think Steve McDermott's having some handling problems with the number 1 car. I think he's going to have to possibly settle for 3rd place. They make their way through Palmer's. Jake McDermott has the fastest lap, but his last lap was 1.6 seconds down on it. So has he eased off? Rob Addison, you can see he's trying to push on and catch the leader, but I think he might run out of time. So we are on the last lap now, only 10 seconds on the clock. Oh, Jim Bainham, a mistake there at Brundle. Across the grass, rejoins at Nelson. That's cost him a chance of a class win. That's a shame for Jim. He was showing such a great fight with David Amphlett, but he's going to make it a double in Class A today, David. James Blake battling up onto the back of, I think that's Reese Lawson ahead of him there, the 215 car it is. So plenty of scraps all the way down the order. Let's see again what happened to Jim Bainham there. He tried to go for the inside, but he missed his braking points into Brundle. Had to lock up to avoid hitting the back of David Amphlett. That's why he went off. Meanwhile, the leaders are coming through the last couple of corners, and well, the McDermott family name is going to be on top again. In the first 3 races of the year, it's been Steve McDermott, but this time it's McDermott Jr. who's heading for victory. And the family 1-2 run is going to be broken for the first time this year, unless Steve does something special against Rob Addison on the final corners. Out of Murray's for the final time. Jake McDermott is heading for victory. Can Steve make it a family one too? Scott Bugner chasing as well, but the checkered flag is at the ready. Jake McDermott weaves across the line. He wins at Snetterton. Second place will go to Rob Addison. Steve McDermott has to settle the third. Scott Bugner is fourth. And rounding out the top five is Tony Wigley. Jonathan Candler is sixth. And then there's a gap back to, I think it's Nick Reynolds home next. He had a quiet race in seventh. In eighth place is Luke Boniface. Mark Baker comes in to win the MGF class in ninth. And rounding out the top 10, very close there, is James Blake ahead of Reece Lawson. What about the other classes? Well, Class B is going to go to Anthony Bates in the Maestro, chasing Simon Kendrick and Sean Keswani home. Rest of the ZRs coming across the line with Chris Lawson and Jimmy Work. Second of the MGF's home was Stuart Plotnick. There's Riley Price over the line, not the best of days for him, sadly. Adrian Olsen holds off Darren Leonard. Anthony Bate wins Class B. And what about Class A? Well, after Jim Bainham's little moment, it's going to be David Amflet for a Class double in his MGB. Through the bomb hole for the last time. Just a couple of retirements from that one as well. We lost Carl Bate on the first lap, and Matt Harvey pulled into the pits as well after he spun. So as David Amflet comes in to win Class A, we'll confirm the results in a second. Here he comes up towards the flag. David Amflet in the MGB Roadster wins Class A. With Jim Bainham coming over in second after going off at Brundle. Third in Class A will be Chris Millard. There's Hannah Leonard over the line just ahead of him. Well done to her on her debut weekend. Provisional results as follows then. Jake McDermott, the winner by 2.65 seconds over Rob Addison, and the family 1-2 run is broken for the McDermott. Steve having to settle for third. Scott Bugner in fourth on his return to the championship ahead of Tony Wigley. Great weekend for him. Then Jonathan Candler, Nick Reynolds, Luke Boniface. Mark Baker wins Class F in ninth place ahead of James Blake and Reece Lawson. Second in Class F for Stuart Plotnick. Then Chris Lawson and Jimmy Work round out the top 14 places. Class B goes to Anthony Bates. Class A to David Amflet. Let's head down to Parc Fermé with Ian to hear from the leading runners in our last race of the weekend.
Come on, Jake. It's been coming, hasn't it? There it is, mate. Well done. I'm so happy, mate.
Oh, mate.
So happy for you. How do you feel?
That was just brilliant. I haven't got words. I haven't got words for it. That was just, even though I got smashed up car, it just felt so good. It was.
You have looked quick all day, haven't you? I know, obviously, race one you had the bit of the bump there, but you've been lightning fast. You've been the man to beat.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that doing that today with two fastest laps, that means I'm leading the championship for the first time ever. So
Rob's done you a favour actually by finishing ahead of Steve, hasn't he?
Well, I was hoping he would get past him, and I see a few times in my mirrors. I thought, oh, he was close there, but you know, I thought I've got to start making moves when I can do it, not wait. And I said last time, I was waiting for my chance, and that up there was my chance. That was it.
Come on, mate. You took it. Well done. So happy for you, man. Right, let's go grab Rob and Steve, shall we, if we can. Where is Rob? Rob, sorry, I didn't see you there. They've moved you all over now, haven't they? You were over there a minute ago. Great battle again between you three.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant. To be fair to Jake, I mean, what a move on the outside of Richie's. I defended and I thought there's no way anyone's going to go around the outside of your ear, but yeah, fair play to him, and he managed to keep it on all tarmac. So yeah, it was just a question really of trying to. I knew I couldn't keep with him because I'd just probably lost 3 or 4 car lengths on that move. Yeah. And it was just trying to hold Steve back and Tony, and yeah, no, it was good. So it was a good battle, another good race.
I'll tell you something, massive grid, great racing. the MG Owners Club is something special, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there might be a trophy in the championship for splitting the McDermott 1-2. So
yeah, we'll make it. I don't think it's official, but we'll make it.
Great weekend, great racing, and like you say, full grids and good atmosphere.
Top man, well done. Great to see you again, Rob. So we're just going to move over here because it is starting to rain a little bit. Steve, you've taught him well, haven't you?
Aye, too well, I think, isn't it? Aye.
Well, he did get a little dig in there, saying with these fastest laps, he thinks he's leading the championship.
Yeah, I doubt that. But no, he done really well. And yeah, what better place than here? He loves it here. Yeah. And
he's been quick.
He's been really quick all day. So he deserved one. Yeah, without a doubt.
That's just the one, eh?
Just the one for the minute. I hope.
Great to see you, Steve. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. We're just going to move under a little bit of shade. The clouds are looking quite treacherous here. I think the drive home could be a wet one. That is it from us here at Snetterton this weekend with the BARC. Big thank you to you and, of course, Caterham Motorsport. And as ever, please do hit that subscribe button and that like button. It really does make a big difference. Thank you, of course, to all of the marshals, all of the organisers, especially Peter and Race Control for allowing us to do the press up challenge with the Vertu Mini safety car yesterday. So big thank you to all the organisers here. As ever, I also want to say, and if in the live chat as well on YouTube at both Caterham and with the BARC, can we just say a big thank you to the crew who bring you those live pictures. I can't stress enough, they spend literally 10 hours a day out in fields to bring you the shots that you get to watch for live and for free. So big shout out to Danny, who's been holding the camera and following me around, and Sam all day. We've got Zolly, we've got Richard, we've got Tom, we've got Daryl out there as well. Big thank you, of course, to Sam Parker. Massive thank you to Dave Goddard as well, and Dan, who's back at base pushing all the buttons, making sure all the graphics and everything like that happen. So big thank you to you guys. And of course, thank you everybody for watching. That is it from me here at Snetterton. I've been Ian at Waterhouse. I'm going to hand back to Dave for the final word. Bye bye.
Well, thank you very much to Ian and to Sam Parker down on the ground today for our paddock and pit reporting. That does conclude a phenomenal weekend here at Snetterton 300 circuit on BARC TV. 16 races got through despite a couple of drops of rain, by and large without any major problems. Thank you very much indeed, we must say, to the Orange family, our volunteer marshals, to the medical staff, recovery crews, race control staff, everybody else here at Snetterton Circuit. We could not go racing and enjoy our motorsports without them, so thank you very much to all of them. Big thanks, as Ian said, to our camera crews, directors and everybody else for bringing us the action here this weekend as well. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment. Thank you to their backup crews for keeping the cars running as well. And well done to everybody for a brilliant show of motorsports. Thank you to everyone for watching this weekend. And we hope to see you back with us next weekend, Easter Saturday and Sunday. Easter means truck racing at Brands Hatch. The Brands Hatch Indy Circuit hosts the opening rounds of the British Truck Racing Championship for 2025. Plus, full support, we've got the Junior Saloon Cars, Classic Touring Car Racing Club, and plenty more in action. The Caterham Academy are there as well if you like your Caterham racing. That's all coming up next weekend. But until then, on behalf of Ian, Sam Parker, Dan, our director, the camera crews, and everyone else here at Snetterton, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at the home of motorsport in the east of England. From all of us this weekend on BARC TV, thank you very much for watching. Bye for now.